y'all, hey y'all, hey y'all. So Ashley Jenae case is even more disturbing than previously thought. See if I can get y'all hooked up right here. Yeah, there is some very, excuse me. Um, First I want to say this is for entertainment purposes only. Wait a minute, let me change this. 415. Yeah, this is for entertainment purposes only, okay? And fair use. The opinions are the opinions of various people and not necessarily soul search. Now, I will also say that y'all got to take this information with a grain of salt, because I'm noticing in this case, just like with a whole bunch of other cases, people are saying stuff, I guess, just to do a video or just to, stay in the algorithm of the subject, or to seem like they know stuff. And they're not necessarily having facts. Now, let's be clear, okay? And with that being said, whew, it's a lot of stuff going on. They're saying that this guy was previously married. Probably he may not have been separated or divorced, and they are saying that he didn't have her on his social media. And we know, I think most of y'all know by now, that they argued to a point where they had to be separated. Now with that, I don't know if y'all saw the interview from the parents, but her parents did an interview, and I only saw snippets of it. Couldn't find like a full-length interview. I don't know how long they gave them, but they're saying the mom said he called. It looks like the mom also is with a white dude. So what's up, y'all? Hit that like button. But she's saying that Joe called her 11 hours after this occurred. How did we get to 11 hours is my question. Did he tell her this happened 11 hours ago, or did he say, hey, I haven't talked to her for 11 hours? Is that how they came up with it? Some people are saying staff found her, and I think the mom said that he said he found her, what have you. But they are saying that when he told her that, the mom saying that Joe told her she did something to herself and she is gonna get worked on, but she pretty much gonna be okay. Now, the hospital or either the resort one called the mom and told her that the daughter had passed away. The point is, he didn't. Why are you asking me this again? I already said no. So there's that. But I did a live on this on my TikTok last night, and listen, I already said you can't expect dude to call mama and tell and pops after this no more, because he proposed to her with no family around, so that tells you everything about that situation. Um, if and I question if that was real or for social media or whatever. And it appears that there's some stories going around that just may have same kind of speculations. Now, let's see. What is that squeaky noise I keep hearing? I don't know. All right, let's start here.
The mystery surrounding the tragic passing of Ashley Jenae in Zanzibar just took a massive, unexpected turn. Since my last video, I've been digging deep reaching out to the players involved to get you the truth. And today, I have an exclusive update that changes the entire
All right, so this is from Lionel B Stories. Okay, let's be clear. This is Lionel B Stories. That's the name of this channel.
timeline. I personally contacted Serval Wildlife, the luxury resort where everyone thought this tragedy went down. And their response is going to leave you with more questions than answers. They are officially distancing themselves from the incident, and what they revealed to me shifts the focus entirely. You're watching Lionel B Stories, and we're getting into the facts they didn't want you to see. Now let's look at the facts. In my previous video, we talked about the luxury safari atmosphere, the reports of an altercation. But I want us to be 100% accurate for you guys. So I reached out to the management at Serval Wildlife in Zanzibar. They sent me a direct response, and I'm going to share it with you all. Now this email is so shocking, I was left floored and speechless. Everything we know about this case is a lie. All the initial details leaked to the media is all wrong. Now if you haven't subscribed and liked this video, now would be a good time to do so. This video is the only one on YouTube that has this exclusive information.
Never lead me to believe that she would do something.
Don't tell me I lost my flashlight.
Now they started by offering condolences, but then they dropped a bombshell. They said, and I quote, "We would like to respectfully clarify that the incident in question did not occur at Serval Wildlife. Ms. Robinson visited our property and departed in good condition. The unfortunate incident occurred later in Zanzibar, outside of our premises." Wait, hold on. So they're saying she left their property in good condition? This means the narrative that she was found in her room at the resort might be completely false. If she wasn't at the resort, where was she? Now Serval Wildlife went further. They told me that because this didn't happen on their grounds, their room allocation and safety protocols weren't involved. They are literally pointing the finger elsewhere, stating that the timeline for assistance and notifying the authorities falls under the jurisdiction of wherever she actually was. Think about the logistics here. If Joe McCann was with her and the resort says they left in good condition, we're looking at a missing gap in time. Was she at another hotel? Was she in a private rental? And why was the initial word that this happened at the safari resort? Now, this looks like a strategic move to confuse the investigation from day one. When you have a high-profile CEO and a social media influencer, the details matter. If they left Serval in good condition, the struggle that led to the strangulation reported in the second autopsy happened somewhere else. This means there are witnesses, staff, or cameras at a second location that haven't been talked about yet. Now in these what happened cases, the first 24 hours are everything. If the authorities were looking at the wrong location, or if the story was framed to make it look like a resort accident, it gave whoever was responsible a massive head start. Serval is making it clear they are cooperating with the authorities, but they are not where this went down. We have to ask, who provided the original location details? Was it the local police, or was it the person standing next to her? Now remember, Ashley's mother told us the timeline didn't add up. She was told 11 hours after the fact that something happened. Now that we know they had moved locations, that 11-hour gap becomes even more suspicious. And that viral comment from 20 weeks ago warning her about her partner becomes even more chilling. When you realize they were moving between locations in a foreign country where she had no protection. Now let's get into the technical side and why this email from Serval is so damaging to the official story. We have two conflicting reports here. The Tanzanian authorities initially claimed this was a self-unaliving, but the second independent autopsy, the one the family fought for, found signs of unintentional restricted airflow and cerebral hypoxia. Now, why does the location matter for forensics? If she was at a luxury wildlife resort, there are specific staff protocols, security guards, and potentially cameras. By the resort stating she left in good condition, they are effectively saying whatever physical marks were found on her didn't happen on our watch. If we are talking about unintentional restricted airflow, we are talking about a struggle. In a high-end resort, someone hears a struggle, someone sees the altercation we heard about. But if they were moved to a more private, secluded location, like a private villa or a less regulated hotel, that's where the fog of war sets in. Now we have to look at the medical report again.
This is the absolute best phone holder for your car. Your phone clips right into it and it attaches to your rear view mirror. So if you have a rear view mirror, this is for you. You don't have to worry about trying to attach it to your vent or your cup holder.
It mentions a mark around her neck and that Joe McCann claimed he found her on a door. But the second hospital report explicitly says unintentional restricted airflow. Now you don't get a restricted airflow diagnosis from a standard self-aliving scene unless there's something more sinister, like a struggle to breathe. By moving her from the resort to a secondary location, did someone buy themselves the privacy to stage a scene? Now I've covered a lot of Where Are They Now and downfall stories on this channel, and there is a reoccurring theme when it comes to high net worth individuals and international travel. Tanzania and Zanzibar are beautiful, but for someone looking to evade the strict forensic scrutiny of the FBI or US investigators, it's a strategic choice. You're dealing with local police who may not have the same training in DV incidents. You're dealing with a system that is heavily incentivized to protect the tourism image of the country. Now, if this incident happened in a condo in Atlanta or a hotel in Miami, the room would have been cordoned off immediately as a crime scene. But abroad, the accidental or unaliving of yourself narrative is the path of least resistance for local cops. Was the move from Serval Wildlife to this unnamed location part of a plan to find a place with less oversight? Now we know Joe McCann is a CEO with resources. Resources buy silence, and they certainly buy logistical convenience.
I don't know, man.
Now the internet is undefeated when it...
So some people are saying he was broke. So it's like, which one is it? But if they moved, if this is true, was that because of the fight? I mean, I think it's just crazy that they would have to separate them. You know, that's not no ordinary fight.
Comes to receipts. Now since my last video, you guys have been flooding the comments with screenshots of Ashley's old tweets and her interactions with Joe. Now some people were saying she chose this path, referring to her past comments about her preferences. Now we're looking at a potential crime where a US citizen was unalived on foreign soil. There is a man who is currently walking free while the timeline of his story is being dismantled by the very resort he stayed at. The internet detectives are currently trying to track down where they went after Serval. After doing some digging, I found out they actually moved to another resort called Zuri Zanzibar, and I've since reached out to them and have yet to receive a response. Now let's talk about that 11-hour gap. Ashley's mother, Yolanda, told CBS that Joe didn't call them until 11 hours after the incident occurred. 11 hours. In that time, Ashley was moved from one hospital to another.
What?
In that time, Joe was reportedly talking to police about a misunderstanding and an argument that led them to being in separate rooms. And here's the part that really gets me. The part that screams financial motive, or at least massive disrespect. Joe is the founder of Asymmetric Financial. He's supposed to be a crypto mogul, millionaire, a man of status. Yet Ashley's father, Harry Robinson, had to start a GoFundMe for $50,000 just to bring the daughter's body back to New Jersey. If your fiance passes away on a trip you paid for after a proposal...
Nope, he's not gonna go and be by the family side, getting money and all that. I mean, if they were like that, then he would propose to her at home. Not home literally, but in America, where her family and friends can be there, and his family and friends. So this was some BS right here. I don't care.
The stage for the world to see. Why is her grieving father begging the public for money to fly her home? Is the money tied up, or is the millionaire lifestyle just another layer of the
I
mask?
don't know.
We have to look at the facts. Tanzania police are holding Joe's passport. They are questioning him. They haven't cleared him yet, even though he's pushing the unalivened narrative. But let's keep it 100. Ashley was a 31-year-old woman at the peak of her life. She was a soft life influencer. She just got the ring. She just celebrated a birthday. Then we hear about this alleged life insurance policy. We hear about the argument at the hotel. We see the mark on her neck, the one the hospital reports calls intentional air restriction. Does that sound like a woman who gave up? Or does it sound like a misunderstanding that went too far? We combine the potential for a massive payout with the fact that Joe was back on social media talking about business while her body was still in the morgue in Zanzibar. It doesn't look like grief. It looks like a man moving on to the next play. Now, right now, the world is waiting that toxicology report. Well, why the man who promised to protect her for the rest of her life was the last person to see her alive and the last person to tell her family that she was gone. Now, the case is far from over. If Joe McCann thinks the crypto world moves fast, he hasn't seen the internet when it comes to looking for justice for someone. I'm going to stay on this, looking for every document and every lead. Now, what do you guys make of the 11-hour silence? And does the GoFundMe situation make Joe look as guilty to you as it does to the rest of the world? Can't get enough? Click on the screen and watch even more fire content. Don't forget to subscribe to this channel. You can also catch my videos on my other channels, the Lionel B Show Clips, Lionel B podcast platform.
He was the most handsome werewolf I'd ever seen. 6'6",
And
built like a soldier carved from stone. But he wasn't.
Yeah, some very tragic story making its rounds. A lot of people talking about this, and I want to bring forth some details about the actual fiance.
0.3 miles ahead,
And
turn
just
right on
things
Hickville Road.
that I found out about his life, because a lot of people are asking questions now. This story basically surrounds, and my condolences go to her family, loved ones, friends. Sad situation, very sad. Ashley Jenae, her real name is Ashley Robinson. She's a 31-year-old Miami-based lifestyle influencer. Now, she was known for sharing content about, her soft life, relationships, and travels on Instagram. Now, she tragically passed away in Tanzania, with reports specifying, right, such locations as the Zanzibar or the resort there. Now, during a trip that was intended to celebrate her 31st birthday and recent engagement is when this all happened. She traveled to Tanzania with her fiance, Joe McCann, and we'll get into him in a little while. Now, the trip was to mark her birthday and their engagement. He reportedly proposed to her during a wildlife safari or similar experience on the island. She shared joyful photos and videos from that trip, including content showing her appearing happy and excited. Now, one of her final Instagram posts or captions had been noted by, right, some people as eerie in hindsight. Now, April the 12th comes around, and she was found unresponsive and unconscious in her hotel villa at a luxury resort, right? She was rushed to a local medical facility where she was pronounced dead hours later. The couple had been posting positive content days earlier, including proposal-related material. Now, the official versus the disputed accounts of death are, this is where everybody is having certain arguments, okay? So, Joe McCann reportedly told the 10 Zanian authorities and others that she died by taking her own life, right? He characterized it as just that, with some references to Tanzanian authorities determining it as such. Now, conflicting details and rumors include whether she was found, hanging in a hotel room, or per some unverified reports on social media from a tree outside, and whether there was a delay in contacting the police, right? So, her family and close friends, including PR executive Savannah Britt, right, who's a self-described friend of hers, have strongly rejected the narrative that she took her own life. They described her as radiant with joy, and she showed no signs of distress, and emphasized that anyone that knows her knows she would never do that. Now, she posted that publicly on X and called for justice and answers. Now, the family issued a statement describing the passing as suspicious, noting that she was found unconscious in her villa and demanding a thorough investigation they have. And they have called for clarity on the circumstances now. No official autopsy results have come out, toxicology or final cause of death ruling has come out from the Tanzanian law enforcement and had been publicly confirmed this as of the latest reports as of today. So an active investigation is underway into quote-unquote suspicious circumstances. Now, online speculation has included unverified claims of foul play, right? Now, delays in reporting and inconsistencies in Mr. McCann's action, right? It's like some people are alleging that he deleted photos or, things like that. So some rumors mention that it was a certain OD early on, but that's unsubstantiated. And, from what we're seeing, that's just not, those are unsubstantiated allegations that people are putting out there. Now, no charges have been reported against anyone. Now, this case has went viral and has sparked widespread concern, calls for justice, right? And scrutiny of his behavior and background. Now, proposal videos and happy couple photos from the trip have resurfaced, adding to that. Now, friends, right, point to her upbeat final post and inconsistent with a person wanting to take their own self out. Now, according to some reports, they mentioned two unidentified men in her last photo.
I don't get that part when people say that, because people can, people just can adapt. They wear a mask. People can be happy. People can appear to be happy, smile, act like, not show any signs. And deep down inside, they're battling things, and they could really be contemplating or even planning something. So I wish people would stop that narrative. That's just like, somebody doing something else to someone. Like, dude, FedEx driver. I mean, he was driving around delivering packages, then the next thing you know, he got a 7-year-old girl in his truck, and y'all know the rest. So to say they didn't appear like they wanted to leave, that's not something people just show everybody. You're taught to function, so
raising further questions online. A discussion that her family has broken their silence to push for transparency, and as of today, the death remains under investigation, as I told y'all, with many details unconfirmed by authorities, conflicting accounts, right?
This app pays your bills now
You
and
be
you pay
great
back later. Turn big bills into 4 manageable payments. Plus, it can even build credit history or lower the cost of bills with it.
The man, who is he?
Oh, wait, that was 30.
John McCann. Now, he is, or Joe McCann, right?
They called them both.
And some
That's
refer
weird.
to him as John McCann in some reports,
John
but it's
Joe.
Joe McCann. But let's get to this. He's a Miami-based crypto hedge fund manager, right? Venture capitalist, technology executive, and an entrepreneur with over 25 years of experience spanning Wall Street, Silicon Valley, quantitative trading, and open source software. He is best known as the founder, CEO, and CIO, and solo managing general partner of Asymmetric Financial, right? A digital asset investment firm focused on blockchain infrastructure, Web3 startups, Bitcoin, DeFi, and long-term crypto investments. He is the founder of Asymmetric Information, an AI-powered platform for crypto portfolio risk analytics and intelligence, which was acquired by MG Stover LLC around 2025, y'all. So he holds a Bachelor of Science degree in philosophy from Portland State University, right?
They still close.
Public details on his early personal life are very limited, as he maintains a really low public profile outside of the professional and crypto circles. Now, he has described himself as a creative technologist, hacker, and technology executive, right?
Hey,
So,
hey, this is not good. Oh, what you doing?
He led the venture back
How you turn it? We got a green light.
.js
I'm sorry, but I
company,
got a green light.
right?
What you doing?
It
US,
exited,
what, who was that?
acquired
UPS?
in 2019.
UPS, what the hell?
Okay,
Bro,
so this built
that's
on
a
his
whole red
early
light.
work in open source software and tech infrastructure. He served as the head of quantitative trading at the San Francisco-based hedge fund. He was also Microsoft's senior director in cloud plus AI. Also, he was an early investor in Web3 crypto, advisor to dozens of crypto-related startups, known in the space for bullish Solana thesis, early investments, and depression or meme coins to $1 trillion.
This dude
Now,
reading his whole
right?
thing.
Outlook. So he has spoken on podcasts about the risk management, macroeconomics, volatility, right? And thriving in crypto crisis, right? So he, an asymmetric financial, launched 2022 positions, right? It positions itself as modern day crypto fund with a, macro technological lens. It had included a VC fund one, right? Bitcoin, DeFi venture fund one, other vehicles like Circle Inc., SPV, blah, right? So the firm has received backing from prominent names including Mark Anderson and Chris Dixon. Circle, Solana founders, Multicoin, Coin Fund, and others. Now, McCain has emphasized infrastructure, you guys, risk analytics, and shifting from liquid, volatile trading to longer-term liquid blockchain bets.
Necessary.
In 2023, Asymmetric was noted as a top-performing crypto hedge fund globally, but its liquid strategies reportedly suffered steep losses, right? Leading Mr. McCann to wind down the Liquid Alpha Fund in July of 2025, returning capital to LPs and pivot focus. He was also linked to leading a proposed $1.5 billion Solana treasury company, though details scaled back amid performance scrutiny. Now, his LinkedIn, right, with 14,000 followers, which is based in Miami, and X account, it's got over 100,000 followers, reflect ongoing activity in crypto markets, AI, Node.js, open source tributes, and macro commentary. He has published market updates, right? And invested in startups like Rider and Turnkey, which is key management, right? He is now being widely known outside of the crypto industry and circles as of this situation right here with his fiance, the woman on your screen, Ashley Jenae, as they went, as I told y'all, to attend Zania, right, to celebrate her 31st birthday and their recent engagement.
You should get life insurance. So never know. My dad has never been in better shape. Lost weight, exercising every day, he had a stroke, and passed away. But he did an incredible thing for my family. He had a life insurance policy. Ethos.com. In 10 minutes, you can be covered with life insurance. No medical exam, no blood test. 10 minutes, you're covered, and you can give this gift to your family as well.
Check your price today at ethos.com.
Now, we already know what happened with her, and now online speculation has focused on timeline inconsistencies in this situation, right? His post-incident social media behavior, right? Which people are alleging, oh, he's deleting things and this, that, and the third. But these are unverified claims. These are going on social media, so you really don't know. Sometimes when people say stuff, you really don't know. You want to wait for the facts. And
I don't know.
his professional background, fun challenges, but these are...
Some people are saying, hey, he was deleting her off his social media, except for a few posts. I don't know, because in the very beginning, people were saying that she really wasn't on there anyway, so that's probably what that was. They was saying, though, that he has later posts, like earlier posts, past posts, of wife and children. So either he's separated or he's divorced, you know?
Largely, like I said, unverified rumors. So there's no prior public criminal, legal, or personal controversies that appear in available records. His profile has been that of a respected, right, figure in the crypto, I should say, tech finance, emphasizing skin in the game, right, skepticism and emotional discipline and training until the current events thrust him into a broader media and social scrutiny. Now,
I don't know. I've seen social interactions by him that are outside of professionalism, but I haven't seen him having any engagement in any professional posts. I haven't been all over his LinkedIn or Twitter or nothing, but just looking at some stuff on TikTok, anything I saw with him posted, you know, by business pages, alleged business, whatever, any videos of him talking to that business stuff, I haven't seen any engagement in the comment section in relation. It's all people saying, hey, justice for Ashley, what happened to Ashley, stuff like that. But as far as real engagement about his business, I haven't seen that. Now, I don't know if it's going on other sites, you know. So it could be that, you know, his target market is like more of LinkedIn types, Twitter types, and Facebook and stuff like that. Because I didn't live all over there and stuff. I feel so weird.
He really didn't have any, you know, criminal history, criminal background right now to speak of, where, you know, like, anybody has found anything to this point. So that's the background that he has, and I gave you. His background is mainly crypto, tech, stuff like that. So it would take somebody who had a deeper knowledge and deeper dive to really go into all of these different things and really, you know, and the same thing with her. They're probably going to investigate every aspect of her life up until she passed away with his in coalition to see, you know, were there any arguments? Were there any things that were going on that are speculative? You know, this is stuff that you haven't seen. We don't know, so it's kind of hard to put, you know, that situation on. But he has a lot of people who believe that he, you know, has a lot of responsibility in this situation. You know, you go off with a woman and she doesn't come back. She loses her life. You know, so who knows what's going on? I'm gonna tell y'all what the truth is gonna be, that, you know, we're gonna be able to see, and that is whatever that autopsy come out and say. That autopsy is gonna tell a whole lot. You know,
They
the
already said it
autopsy is
came
going to
back.
say, it's going to say everything that was going on with her, at least in her system, or if there was anything in her system, or if anything else could have made any type of contribution.
Now, they saying that the family got a independent autopsy, which they absolutely should. I don't know why people would try to go fund me. Hey, times are what they are, and where you gonna grab a bunch of cash for a situation like this from? It would be nice, you know, if we could keep a fund just in case one of our loved ones is out of town in another country, blah blah blah. Or even if it happens here, you know, you're looking at for starters, taking off work so you can see what's going on and be up on it. For two, definitely got to get an independent autopsy. Maybe have to hire an investigator. Now, autopsy, that's a good $7,000 right there. So, yeah. And screw all that talk about what he did or contributed. Bro, the woman that he was supposed to be marrying is not even here anymore. So he done. You know, what is he? It's not, again, he didn't propose in front of the family. So, I know that whatever him and her was doing, they was doing. That's just the way I look at it.
You know, we'll see as far as that part goes. You know, but it's being reported that the family is very suspicious, and they definitely don't think this woman would have took herself out. They said she was too joyful, too loving of life. She definitely would not have taken her own life.
I'm not with that.
So
I would, you know, you want to say that about, especially about your child, but at the end of the day, her mom and daddy won't with her all the time, and Joe went in that relationship. That could have been one of the most toxic, dysfunctional relationships, and they would never know. She could have been having issues that they don't know about, insecure, anything, and you know, based upon what they had going on, she could have said to him before, hey, if I can't have you, if I can't have this life, blah blah blah. They would not know, and seem just as joyous to everybody else. So y'all, let's not act like that.
that's something that we have to see, man. You know, and I'm also would like to take a look, and I'm investigating this to try to see if the family ever had any issues with him, because it doesn't seem like you haven't heard anything. I haven't heard anything like that. You know, just what people saying online, and they're saying, "Oh, delete the social media posts," things like that. But you never know. A lot of people delete certain social media posts, but when? You know what I'm saying? So we have to really be careful when we looking at this thing, man. But it's tragic what happened to this young lady. You know? Now, there were a lot of warnings and stuff I've seen allegedly online and comments and stuff like that. But again, I want to wait to see, first of all, what the autopsy says. That way you can kind of work, you know, around that autopsy, and then kind of, you know, try to see it, what pieces the authorities may be able to put together, may not be able to put together to see, you know, and to, you know, let her family come to, you know, peace with understanding the entire truth of the situation. So, you guys let me know what y'all thinking about this. This is a very interesting story. Interesting story.
That's if they're going to investigate. I mean, from what I understand, they've already self-unaliving. And we're talking about another country on top of that. So how does their justice system work? Are they going to, I don't think they're going to automatically get an autopsy if they declared it self-unaliving. So this is likely what the parents got. Now, are they going to take that and say, okay, cool. This looks like it could be maybe some foul play or something. Let's do an investigation. It's real bad when you go backwards and try to do an investigation, especially when you're talking about a public place where they done cleaned up the room for the next guest and stuff like that. Tried to make it look like, you know, nothing happened so the guests won't know. And I mean, what evidence is there going to be besides things you can find online or, you know, through somebody's phone and stuff like that? It's going to be tough to try and put something on him if it's asphyxiation of some sort, and he's saying it was self-inflicted, he wasn't involved, and maybe he wasn't in the room, and that's why they argued and split rooms. How can they prove he was in her room, if they were in separate rooms, how are they gonna be able to? The family would have to get a private investigator over there or something. And would the law even respect anything found? I don't know. It's tough. I would tell mine, don't be trying to go nowhere with nobody like that, especially if you're not solid, you're not secure, y'all not tight like that. You can't just be hopping around in other places with other people. You don't know what they think in the plot. It's weird. The rumor that people are saying, oh, he had insurance on her, man, shut up. That was a girl he with. Like, what kind of insurance you think he had on her? Now, to find out all about their lives and what they were involved in is important, because that could tell a story about why they were really together, why they were really there, what were they really up to, so what all could have been involved. If this escort thing has legs to it, which I wouldn't rule it out, that looks like it could be looked into further. Because what funds did she have outside of social media? Whatever, allegedly. Because do you have any proof, any wiring, any funds that, he was taking care of her like that? I mean, put stuff on social media is one thing. People front all the time on social media. That don't mean that the life is really like that, Just, what was her source of income? I don't know.
Beautiful woman, and it's sad. She's only 31 years old. It's very sad.
You can't fault these dudes talking about, they ain't tripping. Because stuff she was saying, you choose somebody, choose them. Okay, cool. But don't be coming out here and bashing the ones you didn't choose. To me, that's just, it's like you're calling for something you put something over you that you don't need to. Because all that is unnecessary. Those tweets that they posted that were allegedly hers, talking about black men, you just gonna wake up and choose violence on black men? I don't understand the ones that move around and then come to fire shots. Like, why are we doing that? That's okay. Now you're doing too much, and now you're doing too much. Now, as soon as something happens, they're gonna be the first ones to say, yeah, you talked all that smack, but okay, so I don't care. And it wasn't us. It was the one you felt like they ice was colder. So I mean, why even do all that? If you hate your own, you hate yourself. Like, hey, everybody do dirt. Everybody got faults. Every group has faults. They have good guys, so-called good guys, bad guys. It's no point in doing all that. Just move around like you want to, but why sit up here and just talk about a whole group of people, especially when that's your people though, bro. You can't change that. You can't undo that. That's your people who bash it. And it's never gonna help you in this world that you're maneuvering in, because we all are male or female, who we are to everybody else. And they separate us for sure. And it's never a good look upon you when talking down on your own people. It's never a good look. Never. That shit is just so crazy to me. Like, if you're so happy over here, what you're doing, why are you even looking backwards to even have something to say? Why you shouldn't even know what black men are doing in that case, because you shouldn't even see their ass. Like, you're so focused on, it's so bright and white over there where you at. That's all you see, your life and everything that you got going on. How you looking around and seeing what black men doing, and then gonna go out your way and post about it on social media. while trying to, promote. I don't agree with the whole divest label, soft life label. We gotta be careful with those labels. Like, what are you talking about? So this is a set you claiming? Yeah, that's I think that's team too much right there. It's like you making a choice, or it situation came about, y'all liked each other, you gonna date, maybe even marry, and all that other stuff, but you claiming that this is who you are now. Okay, again, I'm gonna double down. Why you looking back? Why you worried about what other people are doing that you have no interest in, whether it's good or bad? You telling us that you separate yourself. You don't like yourself. That's just the way I look at it. It's crazy. I don't like that shit at all. It's weird.
Laundry day. My happy place. And the best part is, there's no service out here.
More Grenache Rosé for the laundry lady.
Well, almost no service. Laundry sauce. Your laundry day will never be the same.
My darling Fulmination, how are you? How are we, baby?
Huh?
Yes. We have new t-shirts, my darlings. We have our Powerpuff Superwoman. It had to be her. It could not be anybody else. As you very well know, she is the first and front and center of every episode, and she represents us. She represents all of us. She represents our strength. She represents our fabulosity. She represents eating our salads and minding our business. And baby, what is delayed is not denied. We have come out with the baby blue, and when you turn around, we have what is delayed is not denied. We did longer sleeves this time around for our girlies. For those of you that are and they just kept on asking. I was at the mall, and it was unbelievable. You could 31-year-old beautiful influencer, absolutely gorgeous. And before we start, let us read the story, okay? Ashley Jenae found deleted in Tanzania. Friends and family reject suicide claim. A dream birthday trip to Africa, a fresh engagement to a wealthy financier, a soft life influencer who had finally found her happily ever after. And then reportedly, Ashley Jenae took her own life. Her family and friends are not buying it. What we know from social media, Ashley Jenae, a 31-year-old Miami-based lifestyle influencer who called herself a soft life investor, who called herself a soft life diverster. I don't know what that is. On Instagram, Ashley Jenae, also known as EXO Ashley Jenae, maybe she has 2 Instagram pages, was found deleted while on a luxury vacation in Tanzania. The trip was meant to celebrate her 31st birthday and her recent engagement to fiancé Joe McCann, referred to in some posts as John McCann, founder of Asymmetric Financial. According to statements attributed to Tanzanian authorities and shared online by McCann himself, Jenae passed away by hanging. Suicide is the official claim he has put forward. But the timeline has social media spiraling. The fiancé story and the gaps. Photos from the trip, still visible in tributes across Instagram and Threads, show Jenae beaming, radiant, freshly engaged, living what she called her soft life dream at the upscale Several Wildlife Resort, where rooms reportedly run up to $950 a night. Then days later, she was dead. Friends and family have taken to Lipstick Alley, to Reddit and Instagram with a unified message. Ash would never commit suicide. One close friend wrote, she was radiant with joy, freshly engaged, living her dream. This makes zero sense.
All right, listen.
But the details get murky.
All right, so they talking about how much that hotel room cost a night. Okay, listen. Imagine he found out something. Because, you know, some guys are saying that. He probably went through her phone. What if he found out something and he was like, this is a deal breaker, you know? You're not getting that. It's a whole lot getting ready to be taken away. If you let me somebody who's that dramatic, look at them posts. Look at those pictures and videos and everything got to be propped up a certain way. It's all fake fantasy and just, you know, you can't uphold that because his money alone. So, you telling me there would be feelings of wanting to do that? You know, because he dead ass, he about to take it on. All right, what we doing? I can see it, you know, very easily. Okay. There's that. That's how he throws me, boy. That's how he throws me. Yeah. Taking all these links and they finish up. I don't even understand. It's not that necessary. Alright. Shut your ass up. So, I don't know.
Some close to Jenae claim she was found hanging from a tree.
From a tree?
In Tanzania.
See how people just, wait, where we get a tree at?
Not inside her hotel room, as initial reports suggested.
What?
Even more alarming.
Now they saying she was in a tree?
Allege that McCann waited 2 full days before notifying authorities or contacting her family.
So we went from 11 hours to 2 days.
One Lipstick Alley user wrote.
And then Godfrey said he waited weeks. Bro, they wasn't even there for weeks. See what I'm talking about?
Online speculation has exploded. Family or suicide. Some commentators on Reddit and Threads have gone further accusing McCann of strangling Jenae and staging the scene to look like a hanging. Others point to the convenient timing right after a proposal and birthday celebration are deeply suspicious. A woman who just got engaged does not hang herself days later, reads a viral Instagram comment. Something is wrong.
Okay. You know what? I should have looked this up and, you know, compiled a list. Because there's people who, right after the wedding, the night of the wedding, you know, a couple of months after the wedding, pow, you know, they woman or whatever. I don't know why people say just because this is happening, that doesn't mean that something else can't happen. That's weird talk also. Like, okay.
April 12, 2026, Tanzanian authorities are handling the case. Reports conflict on whether McCann has been arrested or detained. Some friends claim he's in custody, but official confirmation remains limited due to the international jurisdiction.
He's somewhere. I don't think he's in custody though.
Have not been made public.
I don't think so.
Demands for justice. Across X, Lipstick Alley, Reddit, Threads, and Instagram, the calls are growing louder. Investigate fully. Don't accept the suicide narrative. And find out what really happened to Ashley Jenae. Her Instagram account has been flooded with tributes, in peace, mixed with furious demands for justice. Her family is pleading for answers. This is a developing story with many unconfirmed details, but one thing is clear. The woman in those engagement photos smiling under the African sun deserves better than a rushed narrative and a tweet.
They said,
Let me first give my deepest condolences.
I know, you don't got nothing to add. That's cool. They said he was, the way he was looking at her pictures or whatnot. I don't know. I looked at those pictures. Child. Okay, so, but let's take it a step further. Some of these dudes can just, that's just them contributing, to the plight of their people. They can begin with these chicks that they know is going to get them, and so that they can have an opportunity to just eliminate another black woman. I mean, let's keep it real. But for whoever was coming under her post saying, oh, he's looking at you, he gonna do you, right? Maybe that's the vibe they got. It's not. A picture is just. I just think that somebody who posts everything online all the time, and then you with somebody, and that's not what they do. It could become a problem. It could become, they could really start to resent you. They could feel some kind of way because, that's not the life they wanted to live. And not everybody's going to be comfortable with everything having to be a presentation, having to be on show, having to be online. And I just looked at, one of those pictures, okay, whatever they was doing in that moment, and whatever he was, doing or saying towards her, because he was turned towards her. Here she is with the phone up, doing a little, oh, look at me, I'm just so cute, selfie, and it's no soft investing. Come on, man, somebody gonna feel some kind of way eventually with that mess. Who am I to you really? So being with me is about letting everybody know that you live in this rich, soft life, divested life. Am I a fetish to you or something yeah, but any dude can walk away. He can walk away. He don't gotta take her out. I don't know if it's that deep. Unless something occurred and maybe something she said that it was gonna be a problem for him. Maybe he did find something. Maybe he said, I don't think I can do this. And she what? They got angry and was yeah, no, I'm da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. I don't know. Because it's just weird. Why would you? It's a possibility, a high possibility that you can get away with it in another country. But why take that chance over what? Over her? So what was that about? If so. I don't think it was just an argument that would make him say, I'm just going, unless something going on with him. You got some issues or something.
To Ashley's family. My deepest condolences. May her beautiful, beautiful, gentle, sweet soul rest in eternal
Okay,
peace.
thank you.
The police in Zanzibar have been forced to finally do their job and hold Joe McCain accountable. Police are not just questioning Joe, they have held his passport and he is not allowed to leave the country.
How did they know
We
that?
have major updates for you in the Ashley Jenae case. We have a new police timeline that is exposing so many new things. We are going to deep dive into who cheated. Was it Ashley or Joe? We're also going to talk about Joe having a wife and 2 kids. And when we say wife, we're not talking about Ashley. We're talking about Shay Jackson. Rapper Kevin Gates is involved in this. Rapper and F model Iggy Azalea is involved in this. And then we're going to talk about the drama surrounding Ashley Jenae's GoFundMe page posted by her father.
Slow down, brother. Slow down. I seen the post with her and Kevin Gates. So, we know how he get down. So, we can pretty much put that together, and that can tell a lot about what she had going on. And then how long ago was that too? So that's important too. But Shay Jackson, if it's Shay Jackson, Kevin Federline's ex, I don't think so. But I think she got big and stayed there. I don't know. Man, what y'all doing, bro? What you doing? Get your hands. Move over or something. Anyway.
There's so much going on with this case. My head is spinning. Sit back, relax. I'll tell you everything that you need to know, and then I'll hand it off to y'all, the Out Loud congregation, to tell me what you think in the comment section below. Let's kick things off with the biggest development in this case in the past 24 hours. Joe McCann is being held for questioning by the police department and the officials. Very, very important to note, he has not been arrested, and he is not officially a suspect. They are questioning him.
Who told you that?
What is also very important is, even though that he is not a suspect or charged or arrested, they had taken Joe's passport, meaning that he cannot leave the country. And they're doing this as they continue their investigation. Why I think this is the biggest development is for this reason. Just 48 hours ago, we heard that the Zanzibar police has officially dubbed this a self-unaliving. They said Ashley did this to herself.
So why they
now, if that was 48 hours ago, and because of the pressure of the public, now they're questioning Joe. This tells you that there was some sort of payoff or foul play or something going on. Why wasn't Joe questioned in the beginning? Why was this already wrapped up 48 hours ago, but now because it's become a global story, are they now holding his passport? This is cut, clear evidence that there was something going on from April the 10th when she was reportedly self-unalived till now. You don't question somebody after you come to a conclusion. That is one thing. Second thing is, nobody has been able to get in contact with Joe. There has been numerous reporters, ABC, CBS, TMZ, etc. Nobody. Okay, some of you might be saying, wow, why should that set off an alarm? Maybe he has a lawyer, don't talk to anybody. Okay.
Yeah.
Don't forget, Joe was in Africa, Tanzania, marry Ashley. If you are so in love, you're trying to tell me you won't even talk to her parents? The parents cannot contact Joe. Further proof that something weird is going on. No lawyer is going to tell you not to even speak to the parents. Those are the two big indications why I think and like I've thought from the beginning, that there's some foul play, some sort of payoff, something is going on. Joe is not talking. Now, for those of you who want to deep dive into the whole backstory, did a video yesterday. You can check on that video on our page to do a deep dive. Today we're going to talk about new timelines, new evidence, and the things that are happening that are contradicting the things that we knew from yesterday's episode. Now, talking about new details, the police have released a new timeline, and it tells a very, very different story than the story we heard before. This is the new timeline from the police. The evening of April the 8th, a hotel guest came to the front desk, to the staff, and said, I'm hearing a couple arguing in their suite, and I think that you guys need to go and see them. We have never heard this before. Before, we heard that they were arguing somewhere on the grounds and staff pulled them apart. That's why we're all saying, oh, where's the camera surveillance, etc., etc. Now we're finding out this happened in their room. Okay. This staff went to check on them, and then when they went to check on them, they separated them. Now here is where it gets interesting. They decided to take Joe out the room, and they put him in another villa 8 to 10 minutes walk away from Ashley. This also gives us some new information that it seems that he probably was the aggressor because they took him out and not her. Or it could also be that typically if you hear something going on, you might not know the details, but you'll take the man out of the area. The man, typically would be the aggressor. I know that we're just, going on stereotypes here, but if you go and you're hearing that there's an argument, potentially a fight or whatever, maybe take the man to keep the woman safe.
Right.
July 16th, 2025, the Fed made an announcement with one chilling paragraph that changes everything about your money. Most Americans missed it completely. It's positioned merely as a money transfer.
Okay. Here is where it starts to get even more interesting. They're saying that Ashley was found 2 or 3 hours after they were separated, and that was at 2 a.m. So if you do quick math, that means that they went to their villa at around 11 or 12 o'clock, separated them, they found her 2 hours later at 2 a.m. But here is something else. They say that it was a room attendant that found Ashley at 2 a.m. 2 or 3 hours later. But the family is saying that Joe was the one who went and got the staffer and went to her room at 2 a.m. Now, the question is this. Why did they go back to the room to check on Ashley? Regardless if it was Joe's idea or if it was a staff's idea, why do you go at 2 a.m. to check on somebody? If I'm a staffer and a guest comes and says, hey, I hear some noise, whatever, okay, you go, you take Joe out the room. And let's say it's midday, you might go and say maybe before, I don't know, dinner or whatever, you haven't seen the person, you might go and check. But if I take a guy out of a room at around 11 or 12 o'clock, are you going to go back into that room at 2 a.m. to bother the guest?
Right now, bro.
Wouldn't you at least wait till 8 a.m., 9 a.m.? Hey, I haven't seen her come down for breakfast. That to me is super sus.
Yeah.
That to me says that there was something that happened that the staffer knew about or that Joe knew about and was like, yo, we need to go check on her. Again,
if that
it seems
scenario
to me as if maybe Joe went back, snuck some way back, did something to her, and remember, they found her not unalive, they found her unconscious and then went to the hotel. So it seems like you could maybe add 2 and 2 together and say, maybe he went back, walked the 8 or 10 minutes back, went back into the room, they got into another fight or argument or something, puts hands on her, he ends up being unconscious, he sets everything up in the room to make it look like it was her, he goes now, walks back to his room, goes and tells the staffer, hey, go check on my fiance. That's just my theory with the facts that we have. Now, yes, the argument or fight or whatever didn't happen in the public area, but it's 2026. There's some sort of surveillance footage near her room, by her room, outside of her room. He has to walk 8 minutes if he is the one that went back in there. Some camera, somebody picked something up somewhere in an 8-minute walk. There's no blind spots on an 8-minute walk. The family is supposed to be getting the autopsy report sometime today, or if not tomorrow, which is going to give us some more information. But in my opinion, it's not going to give us anything more than we already know now. Again, we dealt with that yesterday. Go check out yesterday's video.
Why are you coming over here?
But to me, what I want to see is the surveillance footage. She is no longer here. Yes, we might find out a little bit of the autopsy report, but we need questions from Joe, and we need that surveillance footage that is going to tell the story. Now, the hotel is said to be now working and cooperating with the U.S. Embassy and police, and they put out this statement. The management of Zuri Zanzibar is deeply saddened by the tragic incident involving one of our guests. Our sincerest thoughts and sympathies go out to the family and loved ones during this painful time. We are providing our full cooperation to the local authorities and the U.S. Embassy to respect the privacy of those involved and to ensure the integrity of the official investigation.
Okay, so this whole story, they got in a fight. All right, I entertain that because the mom said it. She said as she told her that. Mom got more details. I know she asked questions. So mom knows where they were fighting at. And I mean, because to tell me that the staff got to separate two old grown people, y'all two know each other, don't nobody else know y'all, and you telling me somebody got to separate y'all? Yeah, y'all was wild already, like beyond. Because who, as a grown, responsible adult, gonna be dumb enough, I don't care what issues y'all are having, to be sitting up here making a scene, letting people know that you're each other's allies in another country, and you're having such a big fight that you got to be separated. That's not safety for anybody, including him. Now you got eyes on you, and somebody gonna see, okay, one of y'all separated too. Okay, you over here, she over here. So they know all this. And you mad at each other, so you likely, not gonna link up. Maybe, there's opportunity there. Tell me people in other countries don't watch visitors. Like, that's just crazy. That's just crazy. That's crazy to get past right there. Y'all arguing that bad, like really. If he was plotting on her, maybe the argument was to say, for him to tell the staff, listen, can you find me somewhere? I just need to be away from her for right now. We just gonna separate for the night. And then he paid somebody to go after her. Like, to me, I just don't get it. Why not just leave a girl alone and move on with your life? That's so easy to do. What is there left there? So it had to be something that she could interfere with what he had going on for him to decide that he needed to get rid of her. I'm not going to hear that he was, if I can't have you, nobody has you. I don't believe that.
Not offer any further comments at this stage. We appreciate your understanding and discretion. They're really not telling us much. Now, let's move on to something that has online divided. What was the argument in the room all about? What was the reason for the unaliving? Whether it was Joe that did it, whether she did it to herself, something happened to this couple. I think we can all agree that something this severe between a couple, it definitely has to be cheating. Somebody cheated on somebody. Could we at least agree on that?
No.
I am going to give you guys some perspective of Joe. Then I'm going to give you a perspective of Ashley. And then we're going to discuss who y'all think was the one who cheated. First, I want to start out with playing you guys a video of Joe speaking. Now, this is a couple of years ago. It's on Fox News. It has no relevance to this, but sometimes you can get a little bit more info about someone's personality when you hear them speak, their mannerisms. So far, we're just judging him, or people are just judging him from his pictures online. People say his eyes look creepy. They're saying they don't trust him. I want to play this video for you. It's very short, but it just gives you his tone of voice and a little mannerisms. Take a look.
We have crypto investor, asymmetric founder, and CEO Joe McCain here to discuss. Joe, great to see you. Thanks for being here. So, below 98,000, I'm just wondering, is this the pause that refreshes? Is this a moment when you and other crypto fans are going to get back in?
Yeah, I mean, look, 100,000 is a huge psychological level. It's a six-figure Bitcoin, but in fact, yesterday, Sunday, it was the highest daily close and weekly close in history of Bitcoin. What we're seeing today is just pretty standard profit taking. There's no real risk to Bitcoin not continuing to move higher. So we just see this as another opportunity to add to our position.
All right, let's go to some online chatter. His ex-wife is a brand manager for Google and often said intuition is everything. He just started with Asymmetric over 4 years ago. His toddler is less than 2 years old, and her and this young lady are photographed in the same house. If you look at this entire family history, their comments on politics and race, you're gonna close the case real quickly. I was so bothered by this that I found all this information in 7 minutes. His ex-wife, Shay Jackson, his biggest client was Iggy Azalea. The lifestyle, the looks in his eyes, his attitude pattern, and now this comes from a blogger. Iggy Azalea caught wind of this and she replied. Famous rapper Iggy Azalea replied and says, "That's incorrect. He has never managed any of my investments. I worked with him briefly as an advisory on a board for a separate company unrelated to Asymmetric. I also sat the board on. He was discovered to have questionable business practices, and everybody I know stopped doing business with him in 2024. People had questions about how he ran his company Asymmetric. I'm here just like you after hearing this news today. The whole story is wild. May she rest in peace." All right, now here's another comment. By the way, y'all know this whole engagement-ish is fake and staged. She had to make it look like she's not a sugar baby. After watching, you can see how fake and staged it is. This N-word is already married with 2 children. His wife named Shay Jackson from Portland, Oregon. She probably threatened to tell. Now, just to be clear, the wife has not been confirmed, no marriage license have been confirmed, nor have children been confirmed. But if you go to his Twitter page, you'll see he says, you know, my wife is black, and also he talks about having 2 children, okay? All right, now I'm gonna do the same exact thing that I did with Joe. I'm gonna play you guys a video of Ashley speaking. Once again, has nothing to do with this. This is just from her Instagram page. If you haven't seen much of her speaking, I think of all of her Instagram posts, she's only speaking 1 time. Just listen to the words she's using.
But
Just listen to her
How, if you're a dad watching this and you don't have life insurance, we need to have an honest conversation here real quick. I get it. You think you're invincible.
No.
Take a listen.
Alright, hear me out. And maybe this is just me, but I just thought about it because I was driving on my way home. I'd really be ready to cut the ball over small shit. Like the littlest thing, I'd just be turned off. Like, ugh. It was mad people in the regular lane, and the express lane was clear as I'm zooming through that bitch. Past 15 feet. As a grown man in 2023, living in the state of Florida, specifically Dade County, Broward County, what you doing without a sun pass? Like honestly, you want to just vibe in traffic. It ain't gonna work with me, baby. It ain't gonna work. I'm talking about if you don't drive over them cones to get on.
Okay, next I'm going to show you guys 7 posts from her Instagram that are really all about Joe. Take a look at the pictures, take a look how they're set up in the picture, and more importantly, take a look at the caption and what she's writing. You're the first one, you'll see it says, came for the beads, stayed for the feels. Next one here, unbothered. arm around him, peace sign, tongue out, showing off her man. This one here is really important. It says, wherever we are, and I put an arrow here. She's playing Megan Thee Stallion, Lover Girl. My man, my baby, my baby. She is using her Instagram to show to the world, I have my man, I found my man, my white man. Now, for those of you who didn't see yesterday's episode, you could really have to watch that to understand this. Ashley is getting dragged by the black community, especially black men, because she has made various amounts of posts on Twitter saying that how she wants mixed children, black men put hands on women, etc., etc. And she's always wanted a white man. So her brand is all about love and finding a man that's going to be loyal to you, that's going to treat you like a queen, and not a black man who's might have money, but he's not going to treat you well. This is her entire brand. Here you see another one here with roses in the background, and she captions, "What does love feel like to you?" Again, all about love. What is your love life like? I got my man here. This one also too is very important. Well kept with her man. This one here, sunshine in the rain when it's pouring. Again, all of these pictures are her with him talking about love. It's not bags. It's not, yo, he bought me a car. Oh, you bought me this. Now, of course, he's buying her those things. That's not even a question. But that's not what she's showing.
It is a question.
She's showing, yeah, I'm with a wealthy guy. He takes me places. We're on Emirate. We're on this. But he loves me. She's like a queen. He is here for me. He's here to protect me. Not just with his money, but with his heart and with his love. And here you'll see this last one here, 365 down, like I'm here 365 days all year round. Here's to forever. Not here's to a Chanel bag, or yo, here's to whatever, a G-Wagon, here's to my red button. No, here is to love. This is her brand. Whether it's true or not, I'm saying this is her brand. Now, if you've noticed on, I think, at least 6 or 5 of these posts, you'll see that Joe Budden, rapper Joe Budden, liked these posts. Now, we don't know if, like, a lot of people now following her, if he just liked these posts, or if he was following her before. Why am I bringing that up? Watch this video of what people are saying is Ashley and Kevin Gates.
How y'all doing? You know, we keeping it organic, me and my little chocolate Easter bunny. Baby, stop playing. Baby, you go sensitive, baby. We about to get on the list. This her call. She just came for to pick me up.
Something like, not too crazy.
She from Philly, so you know she crazy, she toxic.
Not
you
toxic.
told me if I take my hands off, you gonna pick me up.
Because I'm with my hands.
I'm on the trouble.
So now that we have a little bit more insight into their character, let's go back and talk about cheating. Was Ashley using her Instagram to promote her white man, white love, and really talking to rappers, basketball players, entertainers in the background? Was this whole, oh, black men are not enough, and that was just a facade, and she was doing things in the background? And Joe found out, saw something in her phone, and then he went off, and that's how the fight happened. And then 2 or 3 hours later, he came back and tried to unalive her. Is that what happened? I feel like that is 100% believable, 100% probable, but I feel like that is easy. Of course, you're going to think that. And I also think now that we know a little bit more about Joe, and if you go back and look in those pictures, it seems to me like Joe wasn't the one who was head over heels for Ashley. If you look at the pictures, she's always the one, like, into the picture. She's always the one posting him. She's always the one talking about it, and he's just there. It seems to me like he is a white, rich guy. There's reports I think he's around 45 years old. She was 31. White, rich guy. I think that he likes black girls, has a little bit of a fetish or whatever. And it seems to me like he's a rich hedge fund crypto guy. And it's like, you know, you're dating these influencer IG baddies. Like, it's not so, like, unbelievable that these rappers or things are in her DMs. You're with a girl like that, you're expecting that to happen. You know what I'm saying? And again, like I said, I think not only are you expecting that to happen, I feel like he doesn't care. That's just my point of view. I feel like he doesn't care. Could he be an egotistical guy and not love her and still care? Okay, but what kind of idiot are you to not think that someone's gonna run up in her DMs? Like, look at her IG page. That's all these guys are gonna do. I just think that he would have expected this, and it wouldn't be something that would have him fly off the handle.
Right.
But more importantly, feel like he needs to unalive her. Like, oh my God, such a shock that Joe Button is in her DMs. That's just my opinion. Now, let's talk about second version of Joe cheating. Now, does Joe really have a wife? Does he really have an ex-wife? Does he have other Instagram black girls that he is seeing, and she could have seen that in his phone and she went off? You've seen the video I played of her talking about a man and driving in lanes and stuff. This girl does not play around. She's a no joke kind of girl. She's not a little like, oh, okay, whatever. Now, some people would say, oh, you know what? A girl like this that's after the money and after this, if she sees a guy and cheating or doing whatever, she just got engaged, she's so close to her goal, if she catches him cheating, she's not really going to care that much. While there are some girls that are like that, it doesn't seem to me like she is just after the money, because she can get that from anybody. It seems to me like, A, that she's after real love and real treatment. It seems that she's after somebody who she could post on her Instagram and build this love following and this whole like, haha, I told y'all to get away from these rappers. I told you guys to get away from these NBA players and entertainers. Find you a white man, a hedge guy, a crypto guy. He's not going to be that way. And then she finds out that he is that way. To me, she has more to lose. She has more to lose because she's been posting him. She's been saying how amazing he is. If somebody is DMing her, I don't see him freaking out to the point where he needs to unalive her, even if he has an ego. But I see her, which she clearly has an ego, clearly has an attitude, and she is a no-nonsense girl. I clearly see her saying, I told you to leave your wife. Why are you still talking to your wife? Something, oh, you're talking to my friend or you're doing whatever. I think she found something out, went off in the room. He tried to calm her down, and then what would make him come back to unalive her would be, I think maybe she said something to him in the lines of, all right, you did this to me? Cool. I'm going to expose you. I'm going to say this. I'm going to say this. We broke this down in the last video. Joe has $100 million fund, but he lost close to like $80 million. He's going broke. There's some weird stuff going on with the crypto. Maybe she said something to him like, oh, you want to cheat on me? You want to embarrass me? Well, I'm going to say this to your boys. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. And he was like, oh my gosh, I can lose everything. Comes back and unalives her. Who cheated? Who cheated? Now, one other thing that I forgot to say, if she cheated and it caused him to flip out, I don't think it's a rapper, entertainer, or whatever. If anything, it might have been one of his hedge funds friends or one of his boys. That would be the, okay, I expected the Joe Budden, I expected the Kevin Gates. I didn't expect for you to do that to my friend, and that would make him snap. That's why I'm on the fence. Somebody cheated, somebody did something wrong. This is stupid. The only way for him to snap would have been somebody on his side that he didn't expect, and then vice versa. He did something with somebody who she didn't expect. I am going to put my eggs in the basket a little bit more. I think 55% that he did something, whether it was the ex-wife, the wife, a girl, or something, and she snapped. She said something to him to say, I'm going to expose you, and he was like, I cannot have this. I can't risk her saying something. She's crazy, and I don't want her to expose me on Instagram. I gotta end this right now. This is my theory, but you know, I'm a little bit on the fence. All of you know what you think. Now, lastly, let's talk about this GoFundMe page that her father put up, because her father put this up, and said, you'll see, by the way, this is her real name. Ashley Jenae is.
Okay, so people saying he's looking at you this way. Maybe he found something out about her, because, you know, a guy can do that and not say nothing right away, right? Maybe he said, okay, this is what I'm going to do for her. I'm going to take her over here. I'm going to propose to her. But I'm going to let her know that, yeah, I'm going to need my ring back because you ain't it. You ain't it. You know, just leave me his get back because he found out whatever. And she wigged out because she know he's done with her. And so all this is over with. She could have took herself out. So that's another theory, you know. But this whole they cheated, somebody cheated, man, we don't know how to act. Again, in a whole nother country, you're not finna, you know, you're gonna go and discuss this in private or whatever, or even hold it until you get back, because y'all need to stay on point. Like, you can't be dealing with no drama issues, y'all in another country. Stop, cut it out.
Her Instagram name, her real name is Ashley Robinson. You can see that Ashley is spelled different. Now, I took this last night, and he has a goal of 50,000, and as of last night, it's at 30,000. I'm sure he's probably hit his goal now of 50K. But let me explain you the backlash. The backlash is a couple of things. One, you're telling me that your daughter is dating this guy who is a multi-millionaire, and we gotta help you pay for the funeral? We gotta help you pay to bring her back? Why don't you ask her man?
That's not.
Here's why they can't ask.
She don't
her
exist
man,
no more.
Why they can't ask Joe is because they're suspecting Joe. They want Joe to be held. They want him to be interviewed. They've gone on TMZ, ABC, CBS, and said Joe is not reaching out to us. Joe is not answering us. Joe is not giving us the proper information. We want the authorities to question him. Do you actually think
why are people coming
that
after
after they accuse this man, they can say, oh, by the way, can you help us with money to pay her back, to bring her back, her remains back? Can you help us with the funeral? Of course they can ask.
First of all, listen, that was somebody he was with. I can't even rightfully say that was his fiance. They was engaged for what, 5 minutes? And that's some shit they did on the internet. I ain't see no family and friends there. I don't take that shit seriously. So I'm not even gonna say no fiance. They was dealing with each other. He not getting ready to sit up here, ship her body back and pay for all that and stick around family, console them and all this other dumb stuff y'all talking about. Make it make sense. Y'all like they was married. Like, no. As soon as he's done with the police and everything, it's over with for him. Like, what is he gonna be lingering around trying to invest more for? The girl is gone. That's it. That's what he was there for. The girl, she gone. It's a wrap, bro. He not finna link back with the parents and make sure they good in no kind of way. It's not happening. Y'all get out y'all fantasy heads. Stop watching these the best of the South life. Stop watching these soap operas.
Saying, hey, if you look at Ashley's Instagram, she got Chanel bags, she got this, she has blah blah blah. Yo, why are you asking us poor people to help you contribute when your daughter has just been online on IG flaunting all this money and wealth? Here's exactly what I said to y'all yesterday. You can't look at what somebody is doing on Instagram. Does she have some of those things? Probably.
What that got to do with
some of those things not actually really be hers? Probably.
Y'all not know she did.
Do not believe anything that you see online. A lot of these girls out here, look at their Instagram page. They're traveling all over the place. They have all of these things. There's more to the story than what you see. Can't assume that she has that money, that she's paying for these things. You can't assume anything. It's all make believe. It's all la la land. The parents are asking for help. with the GoFundMe because they clearly don't have access to her things if she does have those things
It's
still.
so
Those
innocent.
Baby Joe.
How can you even say
Baby Joe
that?
has these bags for his other girls, and she can only
Trisha, I
access
can't
them
send
and wear
somebody
them
to go
when they're
get
going courtside, and then they stay at his house. Who knows? She could be living in a bum apartment, and it just look like she has this
I'll
thing.
pluck you off.
Clearly, the parents don't have the money, and they need to raise money so that they can bring her back to the funeral, and of course, maybe even pay for a private investigator. That's what I would have done. I would have put up the GoFundMe and say, look, like, don't look at her Instagram. It's all BS. She don't have no money. We don't got no money. Joe is literally not calling us. We have no access to him. Can you help us solve this case? We want to hire a private investigator. We want to actually go to Zanzibar ourselves, etc., etc. Can you help us? That would have been like at $1 million by now. So I just don't like who's ever helping them, their lawyer or their team or whatever. So that's just my 2 cents. Y'all let me know what you think. Now, with all the information that I have provided y'all, it is your turn, the Out Loud congregation. Let me know what you think about everything. Who do you think cheated? Do you think it was Joe? Do you think it was Ashley?
Y'all be so
Did
dumb
Ashley
on
really
corny on the
unalive
internet.
herself? Was she so distraught of what she saw? Was it him? Do you believe the police? Do you believe the
He's
parents?
gotta belong to
Another thing too, people are saying after the interview I played yesterday, her parents sounded a little sus. How come her parents are not crying? How come her parents are not weeping?
That's stupid too.
Sometimes
People say
in
that.
these situations you hire
Shut up.
publicists, you hire lawyers, and they're like, don't freak out on camera, don't do this, give
Why
me
don't you ask a
information.
question about how somebody
Everything
acted?
is speculative. Y'all sound off with all the information in the comment section below. We'll of course be back as soon as we have any more updates for you on this case. I feel like we're literally just at the tip of the iceberg. Until then, y'all sound off below. Do not forget to like, comment, and subscribe. When you are subscribing, do not forget there's a bell right beside that join button. Hit that, there's a drop down menu. Click all so that you can be notified every time we upload a video or we go live. You know, we upload it
Why you
daily.
respect and want somebody
Also,
come on
if
you crying
you
and
have
shit?
a hype on your YouTube
dang,
page, please give this
so
video a
whack.
hype. It lets the algorithm know this is a
So
good
whack.
video and it's pushed out to other people and other viewers
Y'all just wanna
like
see
yourself.
it.
It's
You wanna-
absolutely
you wanna
free,
see
so
that.
please give me a hype. And also, you'll see a video on this page. If you like this video, you will definitely like whatever video is coming up. And also, I will put a link to yesterday's video of this Ashley case. You can see on the first comment in a minute. I'll see you guys on the next video. Thanks for hanging with me. Peace. And don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Boys, turn it out.
You won't believe what happened to Ashley Jenae. 1 minute, she is glowing on safari, engaged, ring on her finger, living what looks like a dream in Tanzania. Days later, she is found unresponsive in a private villa. And now, hotel staff are reportedly saying there was a heated argument so intense they had to physically separate her and her fiancé into different rooms. But that is not all, because as the internet starts screaming cover up, a celebrity voice enters the chat and the outrage goes nuclear. And then old tweets resurface, and suddenly the man closest to her is the one everyone is watching. Stay with me, because what police have said, what they have not said, and what social media is mixing into this story are creating one of the darkest, most confusing online firestorms we have seen in a long time.
I just want to remind you that a photo is worth 1,000 words. So I'm going to show you these photos, and I'm not going to say nothing. I want you to tell me what is your takeaway. Photo number one. I noticed in this photo that Joe has a smirk on his face. While Ashley is smiling, Joe is smirking.
Oh, because they're two different people? Oh my gosh. Okay.
And now I know y'all don't say this is a reach, but let me say this. Animals hold energy. And if you look at this zebra right here, who is looking dead in the camera.
Okay, I saw that one.
There is something about that energy that seems off to me.
All right, this is stupid. Okay, it's stupid. First of all, they're two different people. How she get down in the camera, how he get down for a picture is gonna be different. And you know, we're talking a guy and a girl. Most females be cheesing all up for the camera. You know, that's a girl thing. Guys ain't gonna be all bright, big, smiley, all face for them, just no regular picture, all animated and extra and cheesy unless they got sugar in their tank. Let's keep it real. Let's keep it real. Most of them don't even be smiling big like that when they do their family photos, like with the wife and children and all that. They be sitting there. They just take a picture. You know? Like what the hell? You born here to be cheesing like her? Okay then. Maybe they girlfriends. I don't know. What the fuck is we talking about? Y'all so sick. Okay. The zebra. I saw that picture. I saw a clip of her doing that. The zebra that's looking straight to the camera is standing beside her. So what are we saying? The energy don't lie. The other zebra that he's engaged with is engaging with him. That zebra looked just fine with old boy. The zebra standing there looking in the camera like this bullshit. That zebra is standing next to her. Again, y'all just be on here just doing stuff because you're dumb.
Just interesting. Now I happen to notice in the background there are two men. I was just wondering, how come nobody told them to scooch out the way? Just a little interest.
What do you guys scooch out the way for?
Now I noticed this photo of Joe and Ashley on the private jet. And the way that Joe is looking at Ashley is very, very intense. And I just find that very interesting.
Before we get into the timeline, two things. First, this is an active, developing situation, and an official cause of death has not been publicly confirmed by authorities based on the information provided in the family statement and public reporting referenced here.
You're probably annoyed at that shit.
There are a lot of viral posts blending separate cases and separate countries into one narrative. We are going to separate confirmed reporting from rumor and rumor from straight-up misinformation. And yes, that matters, because right now, people are pointing fingers at her fiancé. Others are convinced she was targeted, and some accounts are using a completely different case from the United States to claim Tanzanian police revealed something unbelievable.
You guys have probably seen this very sad story circling the internet. Well, now there's been another update. Ashley Jenae, the influencer who tragically died on vacation, was involved in a dispute with her fiancé Joe McCann before her death in Tanzania earlier this month, something local police say is now part of an active investigation. According to the North Anglia Regional Police Commander Benedict Mapujira, the couple had a falling out at a luxury resort Zuri Zanzibar, with hotel staff stepping in and separating them into different rooms. The situation escalated enough for staff to alert authorities, with concerns raised about Ashley's well-being, prompting a report to the Nungwi police station. Her family says Ashley, whose real name is Ashley Robinson, was found unconscious in her villa and rushed to the hospital. Police say she died the following day, Friday the 10th.
In a minute, I will show you exactly where that confusion comes from and why it is. But first, you need the timeline, because the timeline is what makes this feel so chilling. Lifestyle influencer Ashley Jenae, whose real name was reportedly Ashley Robinson, had been sharing what looked like the happiest chapter of her life. According to reporting attributed to TMZ in the details provided, she traveled to Tanzania with her fiancé Joe McCann for a birthday trip that quickly became a major public moment. On April 3rd, she shared a video of McCann proposing during a safari, him down on one knee, the landscape behind them, the kind of scene people screenshot and post with one word: dream.
Talking, then you gonna go back to some AI. Y'all think that's cute or something? I'm trying to figure out why are you doing it? Is everybody else doing it? Oh, okay. So, not act like elementary school kids out here.
I'm 31. I work out. I'm not overweight. So explain how I'm pre-diabetic.
Every commercial is AI.
I hit the gym twice a week. My weight was normal, so I thought I was
instead of burning down
one day my
warehouses.
blood work came back. A1C, 5.
What's up, you guys? It's Layla and I'm back with another video. In this video, I want to talk about the unfortunate passing of Ashley Jenae Robinson.
Data centers
She was
around
on
here. Read them up.
vacation with her fiance. Joe McCann, the founder of a company called Asymmetric. They were on vacation in Zanzibar, Tanzania, and she was found clinging to life, but she later passed away. So we're going to get into her story in this video. It is starting to go viral, which it should. Women who look like Ashley Jenae should get more attention. It shouldn't just be the Natalie Holloways of the world. It shouldn't just be the Gabby Petito's of the world that get attention when they pass away. All of these cases need attention and investigation.
I don't know who they are. What we talking about? Who is the other lady that was in Atlanta?
Okay, so this is his Twitter account, and I just find it odd, like, and disrespectful that this is the image after your fiance is found unalive. This is the image that you have on your social media. Like, you look like a thief, you look like a dishonest person in this image. Now, I'm not making any accusations. This is all, you know, my opinion. When I say I feel like it was foul play, it's my opinion, and it's also my opinion that this is incredibly disrespectful for your social media to look like this in the wake of your partner's passing. So we're going to get into what happened with her. This was on people.com. Now, this happened last week, but it's just now making it to like major news outlets. People is the first major news outlet that I have seen it on. And they're reporting her full name is Ashley Robinson. Ashley Robinson, the content creator known online as Ashley Jenae, passed away while on a trip to Tanzania. She was 31. It was her birthday trip. Several of Robinson's family members shared the news of her passing in an April 12th statement on Instagram, writing that she and her fiance, Joe McCann, had been on a trip to Zanzibar when she was, quote, found unconscious in her villa and rushed to a local hospital where her death was confirmed hours later. Now, her villa, her room was actually separate from her fiance. Because their arguing got the attention of hotel staff separated them themselves. So she was found in her room, he was in his room. Police said in a statement obtained by local outlet Wanachi that they believe Robinson died by taking her own life with a rope. They also alleged that following a misunderstanding between Robinson and McCann, hotel management decided to separate the pair into two different rooms. So let's take a minute and look at her social media. We're gonna come back to that, but I just want to take a minute and look at her social media, because what she was sharing didn't match what was really going on in her life, which often happens. That's not rare. That often happens. Social media is where people share their highlights. So you can see on social media, she shared them having a beautiful life together. They just got engaged and been together over 2 years. You can see the Happy Birthday Ashley display. It looks like a beautiful life. But behind the scenes, they were arguing. And that's why personally, I don't believe that it was her trying to take her own life. I just personally don't believe that. For a woman to be in an argument with her partner and then wind up with so much violence against her, I don't think she committed so much violence against herself. It just stands to reason that the person she was arguing with is the person who committed the violence against her. Okay. Now, I shoot this video on my main channel. People are saying that this looks like AI, which it does. It does look like AI. There's just music to it. There's no voiceover. It does look like AI. People have been wondering if he has been posting to her social media account, almost like pretending to be her, but that's alleged. We don't know that for sure. If this is AI, I think it's important. If it is AI, I think it's important to know, but it will be in the metadata if they really investigate this. But I just want to share, it looks like she had a beautiful life with him. But in reality, they were arguing to the point where hotel staff had to step in. That means it was a big deal.
Hotel staff.
People magazine goes on to report when asked about police commander Benedict Mavadura said like the police were not planning to detain or pursue legal action against him. He has not been accused of any wrongdoing by authorities. Because again, they're saying there's no foul play. They're saying there was no wrongdoing. There's no reason to detain him. And so they are positioned as the investigation is over, but I hope that it's not, because there are too many flags. The fact that
There's
they
no
were
investigation
arguing
if
prior to
they
her
already gave it a
passing
ruling.
away is the biggest red flag to me. The fact that the hotel staff has to separate them is a huge red flag. I also want to talk about her fiance, Joe Can. Let me bring up his social media. Okay, so this is his Twitter account, and I just find it odd, like, and disrespectful, that this is the image after your fiance is found unalive. This is the image that you have on your social media. Like, you look like a thief, you look like a dishonest person in this image. Now, I'm not making any accusations. This is all, you know, my opinion. When I say I feel like it was foul play, it's my opinion.
When it was
and it's also my opinion that this is incredibly disrespectful for your social media to look like this in the wake of your partner's passing. But anyway, he is a crypto investor, founder, CEO of Asymmetric Node Wars, and he is into crypto. That's allegedly how he builds his wealth. And people have been remarking about how he doesn't come across as the most honest, the most transparent person. Like, he's literally covering his face, his profile picture. You know, when it comes to crypto and AI and things like that, there are always accusations of dishonesty. And so this is who she was with. This is who she was on vacation with, and she did not return home. Y'all leave a comment. Let me know what you think about the entire situation. I just want to show you one more thing, though. I showed this on my main channel, and this was on her social media. I find it so disturbing. All right, so they shared their travels to New Orleans, and in one of the images from New Orleans, she posted these knots. This looks like sculpted knots, and it's artwork. It's hanging on a wall, probably in a hotel or a restaurant or something. But it's artwork, but the artwork is of these knots. Even though some of them, the head of some of them looks like a snake, even if it is a snake or two snakes, they're knotted together. And so for her to be found like with a rope knotted around her neck, to me it's just another red flag. Like, what was going on here? Like, did her fiance tell her to post that? Did he think it was interesting? Like, to me, it is all suspicious. It's all suspicious, and I hope her case gets the attention that other cases have gotten, other cases that have gone viral with women who don't look like her. I think regardless of skin color, regardless of race, gender, all of that, I think her life mattered and she deserves justice. Y'all leave a comment, let me know what you think. As always, thanks for watching.
You're ready to move with life's big changes. Are your things? Take the worry out of storing your belongings with Extra Space Storage. We provide self-storage that's clean, maintained, and affordable with advanced security technology. With thousands of locations nationwide, we're in your neighborhood, making your move easy, bringing you to a better tomorrow with space to do more. Rent online at extraspace.com and save up to 50% off.
Hey, how you guys doing? Welcome to the Criminal Villains. We have a story that we need everybody to help with. As you guys can see, this lovely girl right here.
Get your ass. Oh. Yeah, I can't stand her voice. Go and get her up out of here. Make sure she don't come back. On to the next.
Now, what are y'all doing? What are y'all doing? This is crazy. This is ridiculous. Thank you, boo. He says Zaddy will hide and go seek you forever in full.
Well, this might be a good one.
Oh, Lord. I can't do this. I can't do this.
Covered with blood when they arrived and tried to hide a knife.
They discovered the body of his girlfriend, Rochella Anderson, under the bed. In the criminal complaint, it says she was stabbed several times and was scalped. Upon searching the room,
Scalped. Scalped.
Huh?
Scalped.
Is this a different story?
detectives say they found Anderson's scalp and teeth in a bathroom trash can. Ritshaw was arrested.
They said the teeth in the bathroom. Hold on.
Oh, yeah. I like this one. I
With
like
Anderson
her.
under the bed. In the criminal complaint, it says she was stabbed several times and was scalped. Upon searching the room, detectives say they found Anderson's scalp and teeth in a bathroom trash can.
Child, I can't do this. They found her scalp and her teeth in the damn bathroom.
Yeah, that's a lie.
Ritshaw was arrested and taken to Forbes Regional Hospital to be treated for cuts, where detectives say he made several statements. The criminal complaint says this.
He was defending himself?
About Ritshaw's statements, quote, didn't like murdering a woman, and he was up all night cleaning up from the barbaric act, and had to do what I had to do. Ritshaw's parents tell Pittsburgh Action News 4 they're devastated and shaken by the events.
Can I just say that you're not taking me to a roadway in either?
I ain't wasting my time cleaning up that noise.
Even when we had no money, child, you're not taking me to a roadway in. That's not where we going. That's just me, though. Just have to throw that in there.
They say Ritshaw and Anderson were at their home for Christmas and were very close. But they say their son was diagnosed as bipolar at Westmoreland Behavioral Health Services 2 years ago. They also said,
wonder where he inherited that from.
He stopped taking his medication recently. But even in his sickness, they say they would never imagine their son taking another person's life.
That is one of the most heinous things I've heard happen in a while. And I just couldn't imagine, that just even happening to a sister like that. But the divestors is on here saying Zaddy, would never, lay a finger on a hair on your head. Zaddy is the best option. This is what the divestors say on the internet. But
that is true.
When you ask them, okay, well, what about Rochella here? I mean, listen, say what you want to say about brothers, and I'm not saying every brother out here is an angel, but they're not. Okay? Brothers can't even get that far to even do a whole lot of things. You call the police one time on a brother, they're taking him to jail, but when it comes to these zaddies, they're not going to go to jail like that. It takes a lot. I mean, listen to what that guy done. He not only stabbed the sister, he scalped her. Cut her teeth out of her mouth. Listen, that is heinous. And then they try to backdoor and say, oh, well, because he had a mental health issue. Now, every person that got a mental health issue is not doing things like that. That is who that zaddy is as a person.
Child, look, what the heck? Let's look at this picture.
Health issue. Now, every person that got a mental health issue is not doing things like that.
And we all got mental health issues.
I'm just so confused, y'all. I'm just so confused. There's a lot of settling going on around here. I thought nobody settled. You settling for the roadway in. You settling for Huckleberry Finn and shit. You settling for mental disorders. You settling for fake lives. All this freaking settling to your own detriment. I'm telling you, and these parents and stuff don't know near nothing about it. Let me get one more. Shout out to the Philip Scott Show. Hopefully we all follow him.
Don't like his ass either. Okay.
Let's see. I'm trying to see if there's one. Let me go to do the lady that has the bonnet on. Let's see what that's about.
I done got on his ass.
He on this another episode of Now Best in Tell. And it's a few things she's going to say that I really want to talk about because she's the one who's going to say these things. But yeah, let's go ahead and roll this clip.
This is how I also further know the Black community.
We have seen this lady before. Oh, Lord.
Is dealing way too much in emotion and not reasoning. I told you all it's the best thing from Black men.
One person's commute is someone else's way to get to work. Ride Hike connects neighbors in the same commute so drivers can earn on the route they already drive and hikers can get there with less stress. Post your route or request your first ride.
I started scaling our most complex builds by plugging in the top 1% of vetted experts from Fiverr Pro. I started scaling our platform builds by plugging in vetted experts from Fiverr Pro, and the efficiency is a total game changer. Fiverr Pro's expert sourcing allows me to find trusted professionals who specialize in high-stakes projects. We're talking full-stack app development, custom web architecture, and integrated PPC and SEO strategies. I can also oversee the project planning, receive real-time notifications, and manage several freelancers all in one visual space. Now I get the most out of our growth strategy and focus 100% on high-level leadership. You get to scale your most ambitious projects today and see what I'm talking about. Head to pro.fiverr.com to find your next strategic partner.
Gave y'all statistics over multiple videos. Multiple different Black women from all different parts of life have all congregated in all those comment sections to concur and add their 2 cents in and their experience. I am too educated. I listen to Black women. I have a reasoning brain that I can separate my emotions from. This is why I divest. Black men as a whole are failing. And rather than hold them accountable and force them to succeed at anything other than running their mouth, y'all coddle and condone their failure. Make it make sense. You want unity, but they're not unified. Get them unified.
You know, I can really go there on the obvious. And I'm gonna go there just a little bit. You're divesting by default.
Why?
You're not divesting because you choose to. You're divesting by default, meaning brothers completely threw you away. They don't want nothing to do with you. And because brothers don't want to fool with you, with your nasty mouth, your attitude, and other things that we can really see on the screen, I'm not gonna go no further than that.
The first watch
You're divesting by default. Now I'm gonna tell you something else. Brad don't want you either. Okay? Brad don't want you. Now, Brad, you get a dusty Brad. Sure, you can get a dusty Brad, but you can if you get a Black man, that's all you could get is a dusty one. Then you get a dusty Brad too. That's all you can get. You will never get no upper echelon white man.
I call you right.
So once again, you're divesting by default. Number 2, you talk about your education. Men don't care about your education.
She sounded crazy. Let's go back for a second. Sorry, y'all. And look at these comments.
Too much in emotion and not reasoning. I told y'all I was divesting from Black men.
Divest is in taking my investment away from one group to another. Nothing about this has to do with romantic relationships or my personal life.
Gave y'all statistics over.
No, I'm not going to the arms of massa. I'm married to a Black woman. Girl, what?
Multiple videos.
I didn't grow up in poverty. I went to private school. My family, thanks to the men, owns land I will eventually inherit. My wife's family has land she has and will inherit. We are building our own wealth. Well, I be damn lucky her.
Multiple different Black women from all different parts of life have all congregated in all those comment sections to concur and add their 2 cents in and their experience. I am too educated.
My educational resume is pinned to my page.
I listen to Black women. I have
as well as Black children, LGBTQIA+, impoverished, etc.
A reasoning brain that I can separate my emotions from. This is why I divest. Black men as a whole are failing. And rather than from. This is why I divest. Black men as a whole are failing. And
y'all more concerned about me speaking the truth and not liberation. Okay.
Rather than hold them accountable and force them to succeed at anything other than running their mouth, y'all coddle and condone their failure. Make it make sense. You want unity, but they're not unified. Get them unified.
You know, I can really.
Child, you mad? Is that it? Oh no, is there more? Lord help your people.
See on the screen. I'm not gonna go no further than that. You're divesting by default. And I'm gonna tell you something else. Brad don't want you either. Okay?
That's why she got Susan, I guess. So she had to come out here and talk all this mad sugar honey iced tea, talking about, oh, I don't have any emotions. I'm not emotional. Girl, you sound crazy. But then these people be out here talking about, you go date who you want. You just don't have to talk about Black women. But this part always gets obscured, right? Nobody ever sees this. Child, please, these people crazy. Good luck, gentlemen. Do y'all upset? Did y'all want her back? Shout out to my fave. He said her get up air waffles throughout her. Her stand up when it gets it waffles throughout her house. Child, she sound crazy. And she look worse. Oh, I just get a woman. Child, I'm telling y'all, I don't give a damn if I was slapped up or something crazy, the worst divorce in the world, and no money, and gotta start from the bottom over again. I am not effing a woman. I won't be interested in no woman. I wouldn't even have. Child, these people just be like, oh, I'll just be with a woman. Like, what the hell? No offense, because I see Mona's here. Hey, boo. But no, I ain't got time. I'm not gay. And even through all that, I still wouldn't be, because whatever happened with that nigga ain't got nothing to do with the next one, okay? And it most certainly ain't got shit to do with another damn biatch. because I'm enough. You think I want to deal with somebody else? We already know that the lesbian relationships are like the worst. I understand because women are biatches. Why do you think I don't hang around them? Imagine being in a house together and you gotta do shit together, and you gotta pay bills together, and you gotta build together. And this biatch want to go to St. Martin so she could hang out with some dude in the damn club. Because 1 minute you're ABCD, the next minute you're not. Because if you don't know what you are, by the time you get to that heifer's age, that means you just going back and forth and switching around because you ain't got nothing else better to do. Child, I cannot. This is so crazy. This is true. Women don't like each other. They have the most divorces. Even without the divorces, women don't like each other, child. Trust me when I tell you. They don't. They be lying. Just be lying. Exactly, Rose. Never, ever. No. Child, I can barely be cool with women, let alone have a relationship, live with. Oh, just the thought of it. Just the thought of it. Oh, my God. That would be the worst relationship ever. Your emotion, my emotion. You think you're right, I think I'm right. Ain't no conversation because everybody get in their stance. You know what I mean? Yeah, nah, I'll pass. Maybe we'll come back and look at the rest of his divestment tales. Shout out to Philip Scott. And I'll keep an eye on what's going on with Ashley. What's her name? Ashley Jenae Robinson, because it is not over, y'all. It is just beginning. I'll be back today, y'all, at 3. I'm gonna do it 3 o'clock because it'll give me about 2 hours, 2.5 hours. Then I gotta go because I got things to do tonight. Exactly. I'm not. Nope. Living in the house with my daughter and her mom was hell. I got out of there. Listen, it ain't easy. But yeah, shout out to y'all though. I appreciate you. Yeah, it's been an hour and a half. I got to log on. Y'all get to work. Don't be late. All right, hit the like button, subscribe if you are new, share back on video, hype it if you are back, if you can. Subscribe if you are new. I see you all in the next one.
1, 2. Brad's coming for you. Yeah. 3, 4. Black men protect no more. 5, 6. Hold on to your wigs. 7, 8. It's too late. 9, 10. Never wake again.
Divester Memorial. What happened to Ashley Jenae? Popular, soft life influencer passed away unexpectedly just days after her birthday and days after she allegedly got engaged to an old crusty white man. There aren't any details as to what actually happened yet, but all we can do is allege and speculate. This video is not intended to make fun of or joke about the deceased. This is a divester who only dated white men, promoted the soft life which we all know is fake and just prostitution babble. Got a lot of praise on social media for dating an old white man while black women attack black men for no reason, accusing black men for being jealous. Just look at the responses. Then a black man predicts the future since Ashley Jenae unexpectedly got sent to the lower room. He said wait a few years, but it happened much faster than that, and now her photo with her old white man will be added to that list. Now, we don't know what happened yet exactly, but this video is simply bringing light to a known pattern. A divester passes away while her fans go mute because they don't want to make the white man look bad. I want you to pay attention. Black women love trying to make fetch happen. Who or what is fetch? Fetch is an old washed up white man that white women don't want. Let's go through her old tweets. This is from 2013. She says of course she dates white guys. Pay attention, it says, you still only date white boys? She write no, laugh out loud, which really means yes, but she lies to hide the fact that she does. To go further, she says her BF is white and not a lame and continues to laugh. That means he is or was a lame and she knew it, but again, she has to lie to hide the facts. Let's keep going. She says black men asked her who hurt her in order for her to like a white man. She laughs again. She says she dated white guys for as long as she can remember and also points out white men's pink pipe. So she been getting pumped and dumped for over a decade, which is what this means, and here she is, now in the lower room. Again, this is all alleged. We don't have the full details of what happened, but it's oddly suspicious that after she gets engaged and right after her birthday, she unexpectedly passes away. I will just end this as, to be continued.
I just want a backsplash that makes my kitchen feel finished, you know? But then I started looking at tile and wow. Ceramic, porcelain, clay. Which one do I choose? Which is more durable? Which is easier to clean? And don't even get me started on patterns. I thought herringbone was a fish. At this point, I just need to hire someone who knows.
Now, one of our sisters has unfortunately passed away during her 31st birthday trip over to the island of Zanzibar here in Tanzania. Now, before I get started, I would like to say first, rest in peace to our sister Ashley Robinson and the family of hers that's affected by this tragic situation that's taking place right now. Now, this content that I'm about to produce is not to bash her, but it's only to enlighten people to understand what's really going on and to prevent something like this from happening again in the future, okay? Now let me get to the story. Now, Ashley Robinson, who's also known as Ashley Jenae, she came over to the island of Zanzibar with her boyfriend at the time, who's known as Joe McCain. Now, during this trip to Zanzibar, Joe McCain decided to propose to our good sister Ashley. Now, Ashley was very excited. She was very happy. She was thrilled. She was posting her content about her trip and sharing her journey about what she's experiencing over in Zanzibar and the love that she's feeling on the motherland. Now, here's where things get a little weird. Her fiance, Joe McCain, said that our sister hung herself. This man has publicly stated that our sister came to Zanzibar, got to the motherland, was able to feel this love, feel this freedom after she was engaged and decided to hang herself. That's crazy, right? But I was looking online and following up on this story, and I saw a comment that really hit home, and it really made me think about this in a way where we all should be thinking about this. They said, when you visit Tanzania, you get the real meaning of life. And there is no way you can end your life. You appreciate it more and feel blessed. The safari trip is therapy within itself. He did it. Now listen, when they say he did it, I want to just say this. This is a common theme that we have experienced within our culture as a people. They will say that we hung ourselves in an effort to cover up the murder that they've done. This has been documented throughout history. Why would someone, as a black woman, how often do our women kill themselves anyway? Let alone on their 31st birthday trip over to the continent of Africa, getting back connected to their roots in their motherland. Man, this is crazy. So yes, there's this thing where a lot of our sisters unfortunately lust after a lifestyle that they cannot afford unless they trade themselves as commerce. And unfortunately, men do the same thing. Men lust after women that they cannot, that they don't even know. So there's this battle of lusting after things that we don't even fully know or have an idea about. And then once we get it, we unfortunately find ourselves in tough situations that we're stuck in. Our sister Ashley used to use her platform to boast this white man up, to say he's the best thing walking, he's her king. Now, it's okay to be in love. I understand all white people aren't like this. Some of you guys are good, but there's a lot of you who have colonizer blood running through your veins. And unfortunately, at the snap of a finger, you can change and begin to act like Joe did. Now, this is unfortunately what a lot of our sisters have dealt with. They get into these relationships with these white men, and these white men just fetish them. They just see that this is a chocolate piece of candy that they can just have their lustful desires, do whatever they want to do to this woman, and that's all they see them as. But unfortunately, our sisters have been so broken and hurt by some of our brothers who unfortunately have been hurt by the same system. It's a constant thing that continues to happen, and we keep fighting each other, thinking that we have to run to the other side when the other side really doesn't even care about it. At the end of the day, if this was truly someone who really loved and cared about her, man, there's no way that woman, you would not. Nah, man. Nah. Let me just keep going. Now, there's this phenomenon going on TikTok where they are talking about this thing called the Alpine divorce. Now, the Alpine divorce is what colonizers use to abandon their mates in the hopes of death and or unalive their partners to get away with it while they're on vacations or doing trips and things like that. So it's been documented that these men will take women on trips to canyons, to cliffs, on trails, in forests, and leave their partners there in an effort to just make them vanish. Now, this is something that's been documented. Guys, go and look on TikTok for yourself. There's even an article down below that I will tag for you guys to see for yourself. We have to really begin to see people who they really are and do not lust after what we have this idea of. We have to look at the reality of things and really see the truth of what we've been dealing with, who we are dealing with, and what they are truly, truly capable of. Now, love is something that it's very hard to find, I can't admit. And when you find it, you will know, and sometimes you could be tricked into feeling like you know it. But there are a few telltale signs that you must be able to see and know that will show you that this person is for me or this person is not for me. Now, interracial marriage is something that's a touchy subject for a lot of people. A lot of people. I know some people who love it. I know some people who hate it. And my take is this. Know who you are marrying. Know who you are getting yourself in bed with. Know who you are truly, truly, truly getting connected to, because people can change at the snap of a finger, man. And it's so unfortunate that our sister had to go through something like this. Now, I've known people in the past who's dealt with things similar. There's always different nuances within relationships that will cause you to see how someone truly feels about you. Now, as we are living our lives and we are doing these things, we all are searching for love. And a lot of us think that we have to go outside of our race because people within our race aren't really living up to the standard that we have set out for ourselves. And if we really look at the root cause of why a lot of our people aren't living up to their standards, you will truly understand why our people aren't in the best situation they should be in. Mainly because of the system that we were brought up in. We grew up in a place that intentionally ripped our families apart, intentionally took the father out the house, gave the mother money to keep the father out the house, and then told the mother to stay away from him or you won't get that money. So think about that. We have been put in situations where the husband has been kicked out of the house. So fathers have left the home. They weren't there to teach men how to be boys. They weren't there to cover the house, to keep the daughters protected, to show the daughter how a man should be. Then the daughter went out thinking that she's supposed to recreate that. So it's a whole system of wrong thinking that we all have grew up in. My take is, if you're a black man, if you're a black woman, you better find you a black man or woman and you guys help each other heal from what you've been dealing with. Because we all have come from a system that does not have our best interests at heart. And we all can agree on that. And if you get with someone who understands what you are dealing with, who understands where you are coming from, you can really build something with that person. Now, will it be difficult? Yes. Will that brother or sister be crazy? Yes. we come from an environment of craziness, so there will be some craziness put within us. But it's better for you to deal with that craziness from someone who understands you, rather than going outside of your culture. And when your craziness begins to show up, they begin to treat you a little bit differently. Just a quick side story. My wife's father, which is my father-in-law, he was married to a wife. And he told us stories about how in the past, when they would get into arguments, she would call him the N-word during their arguments. So sometimes he could be acting crazy. I'm sure he probably said and did something. But in those moments, if you had a sister on your side, she will understand how to help you get through that and understand, okay, this he tripping, he acting like my daddy. I understand this is this. But to call your husband the N-word, knowing the weight of that, knowing the severity of that, just think about that for a second. They were married for a few years, and she even took great care of him. I remember watching her. She was a great wife in terms of making sure that he was good and making sure things were in order for him. But she would also even argue with my wife in regards to some of the racial topics that was going on at the time. So maybe there was a little bit of racism within her, but she still liked black people. But moving forward, we have to start thinking about how we are really looked at in these people's eyes. We gotta face the music. History has continued to show us. Do y'all know they used to eat us? They used to eat us. Look into the book called The Delectable Negro. They used to eat our people, probably still do to this day, unfortunately. So we have to really think about who and what we are dealing with. We aren't dealing with people who think clearly for the most part. So to try and bash one side and say, hey, I'm gonna run with this side, please think about what you're really getting yourself into, because unfortunately our sister has lost her life, and I don't think she hung herself. I think this man unfortunately killed her. Maybe he got envious. Maybe he was jealous of what she was building. Maybe there was some hatred within. I saw some of the pictures that people were posting. They was looking at his eyes. I'm not going that deep, but there was something that he was feeling within him to make him do something like this to one of our sisters. Now, I didn't know about the Alpine divorce until today. Literally, this is something that I just learned about. And as we see, this is something that has been going on forever. So we have to proceed with caution. You're arguing with somebody, you feel like it could be a little bit sketchy, remove yourself from this situation. You don't have to stay in this situation. I even saw some sisters were commenting on her video and telling her like, hey sis, watch out. Hey sis, he look like he might try to kill you. They were commenting that under her video. So unfortunately, our sister has lost her life, and now her fiance is going around the world telling people that she hung herself. Now, we need to make sure that we specifically say that our people, for one, don't hang themselves. It's not something that we do. You came to Africa. You smelt and felt. Man, I've been here for 6 years. Suicide hasn't crossed my mind not once. Why would suicide cross your mind if you made it here? If you have the opportunity to experience these beautiful beaches, experience this beautiful love that we have over here, something changes within you as you decide to come over here. So maybe she was so bubbly, she was so happy, and he was frustrated about something, and they got into an argument that night, and boom, unfortunately, this has happened. But there is a lot that's going to come from this. I know the Tanzania Authority will do a thorough investigation to come to the truth of the matter so that we can really understand what's happening and really understand what went on during her unfortunate death. Now, as we move forward as a people, let's start thinking. If you want to marry outside of your race, do your thing. But you don't have to bash the other race from both sides. We got men that do it, and we have women that do it as well. Just proceed with caution. You know, everybody has their own love. Everybody is thrown into whichever direction God sends them. But you do not have to bash one side if you are enjoying the other, because it can unfortunately end up in the wrong way, and you can find yourself in a tough situation. Okay, so let's continue to love each other, show each other support, and continue to try to build with each other and not tear each other down.
Stretch my
I know many people in interracial relationships, and I still show love and respect. That's up to you. You choose who you want to love, but let's have respect for what we've gone through, what we're up against, and who we are truly dealing with. Do not let your guards down fully, all right? Protect yourself, stay wise, and make sure you are watching to truly see what's going on, all right? But look, if you're someone who's thinking of coming to Africa, do not let this deter you. Do not let this stop you. Do not feel like this is something that will stop you from enjoying your journey and building something for yourself. If you want help coming over here, we have a boot camp coming up. You can join us. I'll put the link down in the description box so that if you're serious, we can help you get connected and set yourself up. All right, now listen. Now, if you made it to this point, please let me know what you think down in the comment box. Do you think our sister killed herself? Or do you think she was murdered by her fiance? All right, I'd love to see what you guys think. Unfortunately, this is something that we have to talk about right now. I did not want to do something talking about this, but this is something that's happening in the world that we must discuss and have a conversation about. So please let me know what you think. If you haven't already, subscribe so we can continue to see more content coming from the continent of Africa. And if you want help with coming over here, I have time within my schedule to help those who are serious about getting help, all right? So click the link if you want to get help. And if you made it to this point, thank you for your time. Thank you for your attention. And I hope this content was able to bring you some value and you learn something from this situation. Rest in peace to our sister, and my condolences again to her family, all right? Y'all stay safe. Y'all stay focused. Keep the shalom peace.
Shalom, shalom.
Bariki Afrika, wabariki viongozi wake, if no more.
Try Flex Car, the first and only month-to-month car lease. Insurance and maintenance included. Switch cars anytime. Flex Car, you drive everything. Graduate with a degree that fits your life and your budget. Whether you measure affordability by price or value, it's both at WGU.
All right. Back again with another one. So this story has been coming across my desk today. A lot of people have been in my DMs saying, hey, you have to talk about Ashley Jenae and how she suspiciously passed away in Tanzania. Now, I had never heard of Ashley Jenae before today, but a few of my subs were sending me the information that she was out of the country with her fiance, who is this guy in the picture, and how she suddenly, supposedly took her own life, and he was with her at the time. A lot of people are finding that this to be extremely suspicious. Because I don't know who she is or anything about her, we're gonna do a quick deep dive real quick. Now, I haven't looked at anything in detail. I don't know a lot about her. We're gonna find out together on this live as much as I can really quick. So, like I said, a few of my subs, they start hitting me up. They're like, hey, talk about Ashley Jenae. Ashley Jenae. I'm like, Ashley Jenae? What's going on? So I'm going to pull up some articles. I'm going to pull up her social media. We're going to go through her page to see what this is all about and figure it out together, because it appears just at face value that she's a beautiful, stunning, this girl is gorgeous. I'm like, wow, I never knew who she was, but she's absolutely face T, body T, she is tens across the board. She's so pretty. So the first thing I noticed was how strikingly beautiful she is. I'm like, oh wow, she's gorgeous. And then I see this guy and I'm like, okay, maybe he got something, maybe he got a point, maybe, this was in it for the bag, or maybe she truly loved him. I don't really know, because I don't know much about her. But so I was like, oh, okay, interracial relationship and all of those things, But a lot of people feel as though there's more to the story, and they think that he had something to do with her passing. So let me pull up this article where they talked about her sudden death and how her fiance is claiming that she took her life, and how her family is calling BS to that, and they think that something happened to her. Okay, so she was on a birthday trip to Africa. She was newly engaged. So she has a post on her Instagram where it shows that she got engaged April 3rd. We're here now, today is April 12th, and she's deceased. So she goes to her Instagram, and matter of fact, let me show you her Instagram page first. And then we'll get into this story, because let's all come to know who Ashley Jenae is together and spread the word and help this family who wants justice for this beautiful girl where they feel like there was foul play happening. All right, so this is her social media. She's living it up, right? So she, her page is Ashley with 2 E's, Jenae, and she has all of these photos of her and this man, and they're just going on these lavish luxury trips. And from face value, it looks like one of the black girls who they would categorize on TikTok as a divester, right? They call young girls who are not dating black men and going after like white men who seem to have a bit of a coin as divestors. And this is like a whole culture on TikTok of influencers. You have different types of influencers. You have like the bloggers like me, and then you have the lifestyle girlies, and you have the girlies who are, you know, dating white men and going on luxury trips, and you'll see them on the golf course, and you'll see them, you know, with their Birkins and just living the life, and they promote or they show off this lifestyle that influences other black girls to feel as though the best way to go is to get you a white man, you know? And so on her page, you see all of these luxury trips, right? So let me go to her engagement. So her engagement was just April 3rd. So they post this video right here. They're in Africa, and they're walking with a lion. So they have a photographer, they're walking with a lion, and then out of nowhere, he proposes. She's happy, she's excited, she's ecstatic. So let me show you this video. All right, so as you can see, they're walking, then he pulls out the ring, and the lion, as she's proposing, lion's like, I'm out of here, I don't know about this. Okay, so they're kissing, and you know, he gives her the ring, she's so happy, they kiss, she jumps on him.
Lioness.
I've seen this video so far. And then you know, they're happy in love. And as you can see, this was April 3rd. This was literally just April 3rd. So less than 10 days. I mean, well, you know, like around 10 days ago, this engagement happened. So it's her birthday, and I guess they go on this trip to Africa. So as you can see, she has beautiful pictures at the safari. When I tell you this body, face, everything, teeth, honey, she's giving it up for the girls, and it just looks dope. Like, she has the zebras, she got her van, you know, they're on this safari, and they have all of these pictures, and then also see them jet setting. Okay, they're in the sky, they're going to, it looks like it says Emirates Airlines, so you know, they're, I don't know, going to Dubai maybe, and they are just living their lives. She's in this nice, luxurious plane, and everybody was like, ooh, I love this for you, girl, like, ooh, girl, I want that life, blah, blah, blah. And so this is them vacationing. She's just having it up. So this is one of her pinned comments or whatever. This video was in November, but this recent trip was within 7 days ago. So this was the recent trip. This was 7 days ago. The video of them on the plane was November. So they're feeding the giraffes, and she has all of these nice photo shoots. And what I will say is, again, I don't know her. I don't know her life. I don't know anything about her. But you guys see these type of things, right? It looks good on the outside, right? Beautiful girl, everything good for social media. How is he for real in real life? I don't know. Was he nice to her? Is he kind to her? Or is he just making Instagram look good? You know what I mean? I don't really know because I never heard of her before today. But let's get into the article. But this is more photos. You know, people were just really into these two. They thought that they were goals. You know, people were like in the comments. Let's read some of the comments. So in the comments, your kids are gonna be so beautiful. This old ass man. Your kids are gonna be so beautiful. Y'all look good together. Beautiful couple. I wish I had a free bag. One of the sugar daddies, period. Any recommendations on places to go to meet good single men? Beautiful couple. I love this for you, girl. Fine white guy. Fine. Okay. They said, oh wait. Yeah, so let's go to another one, right? So these comments right here, this is, you know, they have the roses. She got her outfit on. Let's go to some of these comments. What does love feel like to you? Oh, this is what she asked. She said, what does love feel like to you? And then people in the comments are saying, love feels like choosing each other without drama and as a personality trait. I'm crossing the F over too. I see why my grandma and great grandmother did. It's rough out here. So what she's saying is she's going right? So the idea that Ashley is portraying to her audience is right. Get you a white king. Yes, sis, look how lavish my life is. So this person in the comments, they're like, girl, I'm going to the white side too. I'm crossing over, honey, because it's rough out here. This person, thank you for making this woman happy. Love interracial relationships, hard eyes. Another person, did you get married? Love seeing you so happy. Sickening. Beautiful couple, but the Lord wants you and your to hold off on intimacy until y'all wedding day. Girl, I'm sure they already was not you, honey. And so, yeah, a lot of people were cheering them on as they were embarking on this love story. So all the pictures are just like a photo shoot. Like none of them look like okay, so like if I was my man and me and my man go on a vacation, like you gonna get some pictures from my camera, right? I'm gonna make, hey, you know, ask somebody at the resort, hey, can you take a picture of me and my man? You know, every picture seems like they have like a photographer with them. You know, like none of it seems organic from what I'm looking at. Again, this is my first introduction to her. Rest in peace to her, sad situation, but every single photo feels like a curated,
it's all content,
photo shoot. But with this, you know, they're at, what is it, the castle or something, New Orleans, Louisiana. They're Mardi Gras, I guess, and they're living it up, and people are loving the comments. They're like, yes, girl, I need my white daddy too. They said, someone said, it be all beautiful until ... Until ... Oh my God, what in the premonition was this? This was 7 weeks ago. They said, it be all beautiful until ... Girl. But as you can see, other people are like, my favorite couple, beautiful couple. Y'all look so good together, girl. I'm so happy for you. I love it for you. Okay. I love when I came back to this app and see you post. So some of the comments from today are mixing in. I just want the old ones before this happened. Always marry. Oh wait, no, these are old. I mean, new comments. Okay, nothing on earth will be her greatest achievement other than saying my man is white. That's the height of, ooh, child, that was angry. What was, what the, anyways, so let's go to this article and read it to you guys and bring you guys up to speed. Somebody said a Negro. What is that one thing? What the hell? Oh my God. Like, what the hell is going on? All right. Look like white. This ain't her. I guess that's her mama. Wait. This say ex. So she called herself a soft life divester on Instagram, and she was found dead on a luxury vacation in Tanzania. This trip was meant to celebrate her 31st birthday, and her recent engagement to fiance Joe McCann, referred to in some posts as John McCann, the founder of Asymmetric Financial. According to statements attributed to Tanzanian authorities and shared online by McCann himself, Jenae passed away by roping herself off. All right, so she made a rope. She put her head in, and they by doing that to herself on her 31st birthday in Tanzania. She just got engaged to this wealthy man. She's on a trip to Africa, and then on the trip she gets a rope, hangs it on something, knocks it up, and then kicks the bucket or however, whatever. That's what he's saying. Now, her family is like, BS. They're calling BS. All right? So it says, according to statements attributed to the Tanzanian authorities and shared by McCann himself, he's saying that she deleted herself in that manner. But the timeline has social media spiraling. All right? It says, photos from the trip still visible in tribute across Instagram and Threads show Jenae beaming, radiant, freshly engaged, living what she called her soft life dream at the upscale Serval Wildlife Resort, where rooms reportedly run $950 a night. Then days later, she was dead. Friends and family have taken to Lipstick Alley, Reddit, and Instagram with a unified message: Ash would ever, all right? One close friend wrote, she was radiant with joy and freshly engaged, living her dream. This makes zero sense. But the details get murkier. Some close to Jenae claim she was found hanging from a tree, not inside her hotel room, as initial reports suggested. Even more alarming. Multiple posts allege that Can waited 2 full days before notifying authorities or contacting her family. 2 days? Ali user wrote, thank you. And it says, is this foul play or did she take herself out? It says, online speculation has exploded while some commentators on Reddit and Threads have gone further, accusing McCann of strangling Jenae and staging the scene to look like a hanging. Others point to the convenient timing, right after a proposal and a birthday celebration, as deeply suspicious. A woman who just got engaged does not hang herself days later. And it says that was somebody who wrote on Instagram. Something is wrong here. As of April 12, 2026, Tanzanian authorities are handling the case. Reports conflict on whether McCann has been arrested or detained. Some friends claim he is in custody, but official confirmation remains limited due to the international jurisdiction. Autopsy and toxicology results have not been made public. And it says demands for justice. So across Lipstick Alley, Reddit and Threads and Instagram, the calls are growing louder. Investigate fully. Don't accept this narrative that she deleted herself, and find out what really happened to Ashley Jenae. Her Instagram account has been flooded with tributes, rest in peace, mixed with furious demands for justice. Her family is pleading for answers. This is a developing story with many unconfirmed details. The one thing is clear. The woman in those engagement photos smiling under the African sun deserves better than a rushed narrative and a 2-day delay. So they inserted her Instagram, and you guys let me know what you think. Well, since all of this, her family has released a statement, and I believe it was the Shade Room that posted the statement. Let me go to the Shade Room to pull it up. And I'm gonna go to TikTok. Does she have a TikTok? Normally the girls who promote this like soft life, they normally have like TikTok, and they normally like promote this kind of thing on TikTok. So I have to go to TikTok to see if she has a TikTok. We'll do that next. But this is the post that her family made, and this is their official statement. So let me pull this up and make this a little bit bigger so that we can see it. Okay, so it says official statement from the Ashley Robinson family. All right, so it says she don't have an E in her name. That's different. You know, everybody want to. So why does her family spell her name ASHLY, but all her social media is ASHLEE? I don't know.
Because that's a social media name.
That's neither here nor there, but that's interesting. So it says Ashley Robinson was on what should have been one of the happiest trips of her life.
She don't want to
A
give her
birthday
whole
celebration in Zanzibar, Africa. Ashley's birthday was April 5th. She just turned 31. Surrounded by beauty, love, and wildlife, she became engaged during a safari, an unforgettable moment that marked the start of a future she was so excited to build. She and her fiance Joe was staying in a luxury I've made it bigger for y'all, but I'm reading my computer screen and it's smaller. She and her fiance Joe McCann were staying in a luxury villa at Sewist, Zanzibar, continuing what we believe was her dream trip. But days later, that dream turned into our family's worst nightmare. Ashley was found unconscious in her villa and was rushed to a local hospital where her death was confirmed. About this loss feels real. Love and life in truly Ashley fashion, and the next was gone. The suddenness, the unanswered questions, and the distance from home have made this tragedy even more overwhelming for our family. At this time, there is an active investigation into the circumstances for Ashley's suspicious passing. Although we have many questions, we are placing our trust in the officials in Zanzibar and are working closely with them as we seek clarity and answers. Ashley was deeply loved. She was vibrant, full of life, and has so much ahead of her. Our family is completely devastated, and we appreciate the prayers. Child, why am I feeling a nose ring? What is going on? So anyways, it says, we respectfully ask that any information not directly be provided by our family. Respectfully ask that any information not directly provided by our family be treated as unverified and not factual. Okay. They're saying if it don't come from them, don't claim that it is true. I guess people are coming up with rumors. Now let me go on over to TikTok. Let me see if she had a TikTok. Because normally these girls who are these like soft lifers, they normally have TikTok. So let me go to TikTok. It's a rainy day in California as well, but child, why my nose? Okay, hold on. Let me look her up. Ashley Jenae. Yep, as I expected. They always have TikTok. They always have TikTok. It is like a rule. Like if you live this soft life thing, hold on.
starting to get bored with this.
All right, so she has a TikTok. But before we go to TikTok, let's read what the definition on AI, Google AI is on what a divester is, right? So it says a divester is generally defined in two distinct contexts as one who sells Adway. That's more specific.
Sarah Benzino, Brandon Coley, Jablotsky Auto Body, LLC.
All right. So it says a black woman divester, often shortened to divest or divest BW on social media, is a black woman who has chosen to consciously detach herself from the black community, specifically regarding its social, romantic, and cultural norms. At its core, the divestment movement is a reaction to perceived high levels of misogyny directed at black women and toxic elements within the black community. The philosophy aims to prioritize the safety, mental health, and personal advancement of the individual black woman over race loyalty. So this is what a divester is. It means that you are good on your own. It's better over here. All right. So it says 4 pillars of divestment is prioritizing self. The primary focus is putting one's own needs, happiness, and peace first, rather than caping or championing for social justice causes or black men. Interracial dating / marriage. Many divestors expand their dating pool to include non-black men, often aiming for partners from other races who they perceive as having higher marriage-oriented goals or better financial stability. Rejecting the strong black woman trope, divestors often reject the stereotype that black women must be resilient, hard, and independent seeking. Instead, they want, this soft life. Individualism. Divestors often view themselves as sovereign individuals rather than representatives of a monolithic community. It says differing interpretations of divestment. So healthy divestment focused on personal improvement and setting boundaries, healing from trauma, and fostering independence. Extreme divestment characterized by some as an anti-black or alt-right pipeline, where some proponents may put other races of men on a pedestal and exhibit prejudice against black men, calling them bullet bags, or criticize black women who don't share their views. It says non-romantic focus is while dating is a major topic, some define it as complete lifestyle change, moving out of a ghetto neighborhood and leaving behind negative stereotypes. Often decision to leave behind community expectations. Misogynoir, dealing with abuse, misogyny, or disrespect, particularly from black men. Lack of protection. A feeling that black women support the community but are not protected in return. Burning the cape. Stop the social, emotional, and physical labor of defending the community of black men, especially when it's not reciprocated. The term is complex and highly debated, with some viewing it as a necessary form of self-care and empowerment, while critics argue it can be rooted in self-hatred or excessive generalization. So that's just a quick Google overview. And what they did was just took clip notes from a bunch of different articles, different people talking about the topic. They just kind of summarized like what people are talking about across social media. Now, according to the article that we read, she considers herself a divester, right? So that's what they said, that she categorized her lifestyle. So now let me go look at her TikTok to see what kind of TikTok life that she had and what did she share on her TikTok. Let me make this a little bit smaller. And let's get into Ashley Jenae. And I want to also make this clear.
Make it clear.
Even if she even if she dated outside her race and chose that she wanted to, you know, date a white man or whatever, that doesn't give him the right to take her life. And that isn't saying that if you date a white man that they're gonna kill you. Not all white men are gonna kill you, just like not all black men will kill you. There are black men who have killed their girlfriends, wives also. Like, we see so many stories of black men killing black women. So I'm not saying that, you know, girl, if you date a white man, he gonna off you. But my sentiment is more so like, don't date a white man thinking that you can't run into the same issues that you will with a black man, right? So my thing is, just like a black man can take you out, so can they. You know what I mean? It's a lot of nuances, okay? So let's look at her. All right, you look stunning in your wedding dress. Who's the lucky guy? And so this is her. She's showing a dress. And she was at, what is she, Drake video? She said, me at 5 being told by Barbizon I'll never be able to model because I'm short and chubby. 20 years later, her modeling.
Barbizon, I ain't heard that in a while.
Showing her on different ads. And in different music videos.
This is the absolute best phone holder for your car. You're into it and it attaches to your rear view.
Oh, they got a song. We should get tacos, babe. All right, so the caption says, we should get tacos, babe. So it shows them going to Cabo. All right. She said the perfect heel doesn't exist. It says 6 months on back order. These babies are finally mine. Unboxing Louboutin ballet heels. All right. And then she put in the caption, this little life of mine.
Careful what you glorify.
All right. All right, so in this video it says how life sounds when you leave Mr. WYD for Mr. Be Ready at 8. All right, so she's saying, child, she ain't got no time for no WYD text.
Why the left lane's closed? Go,
Who wants to be, what are you doing, what are you doing, what are you doing all day? All right, so all of these videos seem to be from 2025. I don't see anything so far from 2026, and a lot of people are pointing that out in the comments as well. All of these videos that I'm pulling up are 2025. This one says, how can we ever explain this feeling to a man? All right, this is her opening up her Chanel. All right, let's see. Oh wait, yeah. All right, so it says, if you're ever in Singapore, check out this amazing Korean barbecue spot. All right, so she's jet setting from Cabo to Singapore to, you know, Africa, all of these different places.
Now you got a head start. Now I got to try again.
It says that she was at a girls' night. Now we're in 2024. She went to a...
And now it's one behind me, girl, past me.
So she doesn't put a lot on TikTok unless she has another TikTok. I'm not sure, but this is kind of what her TikTok gives. A lot of like modeling stuff.
I said what I said.
All right, L Day. I'll be 25, 29 in 9 days. So we're down to 2024. We're in 2026 now.
Get your ass on out of here.
So she doesn't post a lot.
I always find it interesting when people are like super shocked that you would make a decision out of like the kindness of your heart or a decision out of love, because That makes me think. The reason you're asking me, like, are you sure, or are you not gonna go back on your decision, or it's because you would do that. So you're so shocked that I would do something because you wouldn't do it. And I sit on that. Because sometimes we give so many people, what's the word I would use? We give them the treatment that we wish to receive from them. And they're so shocked when we give it to them because they would never do it for us. Shit's crazy. You know, I always find it interesting when people are like super shocked that you would make a decision.
I don't know what she's talking about. It said rant season in the comments, but I don't know what she's talking about.
Everybody was just like not taught the unspoken rule, or if y'all just stop giving a fuck. I don't know which one it is. I can't fault y'all for not knowing, but it's been happening so often lately that I feel like I have to say something. I have to, because enough is enough. Walking is like driving a car. It means you stay to the right at all times. You stay to the right. Only time you go to the left is if you got speed past somebody on the right. As if you're walking in the mall, all the stores is on the right hand side. Boom, store, store, store. Only time you cross over to the left is if the store is on the other side. If you're going up the stairs, you stay to the right. The person coming down is going to be on your left and their right. Still staying to the right. What's not clicking? Make it make sense. You are fucking up feet traffic.
On July 16th, 2025, the Fed made an announcement with one chilling paragraph that changes everything about your money. Most Americans missed it. It's positioned merely as a money transfer system by the administration. But insiders are already sounding alarms because lurking just beneath its surface level functionality, FedNow could well be the inception of the digital dollar Trojan horse. And this isn't just about rerouting trillions in transactions, guys. This is about placing your savings, your retirement, directly under the microscope of those in power. I mean, can you imagine your entire life savings potentially at the mercy of a digital on-off switch?
Fucking it up. Now, I'm not sure if everybody was just...
They got traffic back up real bad.
I am the stone that the...
Oh my goodness.
If I go to the mall, I'm walking on whatever side ain't got no people.
Builder refuse.
If it's on the left, it's on the right. If this side is the clear path, I'm walking on this side. If this side is the clear path, I'm walking on that side. I don't know what she's talking about. Ain't no damn right.
And I ain't walking in the mall.
I'm walking wherever it's clear. Get out of my way. I'm walking in somewhere.
You know, I'm getting ready for work tonight, and a word has been going through my head all day long, right? And the word is reciprocation. Reciprocation, right?
Reciprocation.
I mean, if you don't call me, I'm not calling you. You're not here.
And rescind and what is she saying? Reciprocation?
Nah, she's saying something
else.
else.
Why did she say Rossi?
Trying to be cute.
Ain't it reciprocation?
Trying to be cute.
What is she saying?
Something.
What is she talking about? She means reciprocation, right? Like you like reciprocate with somebody else, like keep the same energy. But she's saying Rossi?
You know, I'm getting ready for work tonight, and a word has been going through my head all day long, right? And the word is reciprocation. Reciprocation, right? I mean, if you don't call me, I'm not calling you. You're not hearing from me. You don't text me, might as well delete my number. You don't make plans with me. We never seen each other. We not linking. You call me on my name. You about to be every name in the book. Reciprocation. I don't give a fuck.
Why does she keep changing it though? Like reciprocation. Like why is she? Does she? Never mind.
Of what you want to call it. I'm reciprocating.
Is it important?
And I'm recating. All
She
year long.
sound dumb.
That's
That's
it.
the whole point. She sound dumb.
You know, I'm getting ready for work.
Move around. Why do you want to keep hearing it?
Hey, you went.
We down to 2023. So she doesn't post a lot. So these videos are, I guess, before she met the guy that I'm watching now. The way you feel.
Make a sound.
So I don't know with that guy. A lot of these videos seem to be before. I don't know. Does she have another TikTok? Because this seems like older stuff. Like she only posted one video with him. This was January 10th of this year when they went to Cabo. But oh, somebody in the comments says he deleted everything from his IG.
Here we go with that again.
I don't know. Somebody said, y'all, someone is deleting comments. I literally just saw this video a few days ago. Why are people commenting pasta and lobster? What does pasta and lobster mean? Why are they commenting in the chat and saying pasta?
Because people online are just trolls.
Pasta and lobster.
So why are you trying to figure that
I
out?
don't know. Anyways. Let's see. Does she have another TikTok? Or is this her, like, is this her only one? Is this her only one?
Come on now, you got nothing.
Oh, okay. So yeah, so we this is her Instagram. Alright, so by the looks of her Instagram, she only posted pictures of herself and he popped up on her Instagram. When's the first time? November 3rd. So it says 365 down, here's forever. So I guess they went Instagram public on November 3rd. So from her caption, it appears that they were dating for a year.
Ain't nobody even pick up now.
But he only shows up. He shows up just a few months ago. So they go Instagram public in November based on what I can see here. And then a few months later, she has passed. But it seems like, you know, all of her pictures, like I said, are curated photo shoots. And all of them are just solely her by herself. But then after she got with him, he's almost in every post. Or once she went public with him, he's in every single post.
That's crazy. That is crazy.
Every post is like,
You should get life insurance. Because you never know. My
If
dad
y'all
has never
believe
been
in
about
the
a shape.
word of God,
Lost weight, exercising every day, and he had a stroke.
don't you think?
And passed away. But
You know, God
he
would
did
be
an
like,
incredible
oh,
thing for my family.
really?
Get a life insurance.
So we worshiping people now? Like, over me? You didn't post me? If I was God, I'd be like, you don't talk about me, you don't post me.
that just hurt the picture. Let me look up. So they like in Portland, Oregon. They went to New Orleans. They just jet setting all over the place. Let me look up his name. They said his name was McCann. Hold on, let me look up his name. Joe McCann. Let's look him up. If one post says John McCann and another one says Joe McCann. Alright. Articles are popping up. I'm trying to find information about him.
Nick, you are boring me, girl. Like, really?
Let's look at his Twitter. Alright, so this appears to be his Twitter page. He's from LA, or was living in LA. And he's following 4 people. He has, I don't know if this is a real account or paid verification. I don't really know too much, but let's zoom in on his photo. So this is his photo. And he has this rag. And it says, only a full trick on what's behind them. That's his quote. And it says, founder, CEO of Asymmetric, Node Source, the Node.js company. And then it says that he's in La La Land. Let's see. The top was in fact whatever. Another AI success story from a normie. Hey dude, thank you for your inspiration regarding Claude. I've been reorganizing the back end of my Thailand business and it's completely AI. I've learned enough to almost have completed a full working back end. Alright, as you read. So he does something with AI. Every security engineer knows security through obscurity doesn't work, but that's how we've all actually been running for the whole existence. Anyways. Oh, this is him.
Software developer of now 26 years. The reason I was looking to buy secondary shares in Cerebras after using the product, and I thought to myself, like, this thing is just...
All right, so this is him doing an interview. So it says, AI demand is being mispriced. Joe McCann says Wall Street misunderstands AI because they do not use it as reference. Demand is exploding. So this is him talking about AI. So I guess, you know, he works in AI, cyber security, or whatever the hell. Let's
try to speed up.
Make it smaller for y'all, so we can get into the
something else to do
that he did.
By the way, as a software developer of now 26 years, the reason I was looking to buy secondary shares in Cerebras after using the product, and I thought to myself, like, this thing is just unbelievable. And I try to buy a subscription like you do with like a Claude or a ChatGPT. They don't even have any available. Like, it's just sold out. Using these products as an engineer, as a technologist, product person, has made me so much more bullish on what's happening. I think when you hear Wall Street talk about, the AI CapEx issue and they're spending all of this money, they just don't understand how much demand there is going to be for inference. It is enormous, and it's...
All right, so that's one of his interviews that's on his Instagram page, talking about different stuff in AI and tech.
No, it's not.
And all that.
But whatever. He sounds out here for no reason.
Let me try to see if he has an Instagram page.
I started percent of vetted experts from Fiverr Pro. I started scaling our platform build, plugging in vetted experts from Fiverr Pro, and the efficiency is a total game changer. Fiverr Pro's expert sourcing allows me to find trusted professionals who specialize in high stakes projects. We're talking full stack app development.
Let's look for Instagram. His Instagram is white. Search search his name, this is what pops up on Instagram, and he has no post yet. So his Instagram is completely white.
No, don't Instagram be making you an
And it wasn't like that before. And then it has the link
Facebook or something like that. I know they do automatic.
Is Twitter, which we all
a lot of people got Instagram with nothing on it because they
financial
platform made it, which is foul, but been doing that.
All right, so on his website, this is what it shows. Hold on. It says Joe McCann is the founder, CEO, CIO, and solo managing GP of Asymmetric. Joe has over 25 years of experience working on Wall Street and in Silicon Valley. Previously, Joe was a senior director at Microsoft Cloud Plus AI, head of quantitative trading at Passport Capital, and the co-founder / CEO of Node Source, a venture back-end open source startup that exited in 2019. Joe has been investing in Web3 startups and trading crypto since 2016 and is an advisor to dozens of crypto-related startups. So this is the description of him on his team, and he has all non-black people working for him, it seems like. So his operations, chief of staff, trading operations coordinator, senior associate, general partner, they're all non-black. And he had him a black queen. So let me see where else he shows up on social media. Let's see if he had a Twitter. I mean, not a Twitter, TikTok.
This guy is a finance expert who runs the best performing hedge fund in the world over the last year and generated millions in crypto. So I asked him, what's wrong with the get-rich-quick stories we keep seeing? And here's what he said.
People want the easy button, so they search the internet and go, how do I become a crypto trader? That's awesome, but that's not actually going to...
I don't know if that music is copyrighted, but anyways, that's him giving advice.
So that is now what I see happening with crypto. It's an alternative financial system. The fiat kind of SWIFT banking, traditional way of doing money management and access to financial services, that system is likely going to exist for a very long time. But now there's an alternative system that people can opt into. They can still actually operate in the old system too, but they can operate in this new system. And so, as you get back to the point of like Aave or pick a lending protocol or pick a DeFi protocol, I'm not picking on Aave specifically. The point is, it's not what the protocol is and how do we get new users and they should just know that this is better and this and that. It's like we're building an alternative financial system. And so how do you get people to opt into that in a meaningful way? Well, in most cases, and when I worked at this design agency years ago called Frog Design, one of the things that I learned from a lot of the user experience researchers there was in order for people to make a fundamental change in how they do anything, it needs to be a 10x improvement. We saw a lawmaker in Hong Kong who's been very pro Web3, crypto, etc., also come out and say, we should do something very similar. And I do think this is to use the cliche, it's not priced in. I don't think a lot of people have priced in the idea that if this were to actually pass, what other sort of developed countries would end up actually needing or wanting to acquire some percentage of the...
I don't know if his business is like legit or not, but a lot of his talking points, the way that he talks, it sounds like the same way scammers talk. The same way that like people who do network marketing and they do those pyramid schemes. Not saying that he is running a pyramid scheme. I don't know his business. I don't know, maybe he has found the key to success in crypto. But the way that he talks is the same way that people who run those pyramid network marketing people, like the way that they talk and the way that you hear certain talk. Like that talks to me. Like as I'm listening to him, it just sounds like a whole bunch of like just words. Like you're just saying a whole bunch of words that I guess are supposed to like sound good, but it just sounds like you're just saying a bunch of words. You know, it's not like,
I believe that's accurate because
it's anything that really like, ooh,
with that concept.
Yeah, that was really deep, or that really connected, or that really like was thought provoking. It just sounds like he's just saying a lot of words. So that's
Total
what,
Bitcoin supply.
I'm getting from listening to him.
Quite literally having agents write code for our software itself, as an example.
I don't know what music that they got right there.
Now I want to see my actual cycle time to bend two of these racks in real life, real world conditions here.
The challenge, though, is as if you dig into the details of something like Ethereum and the Denkin upgrade, it's actually not that positive for the price of Ethereum. It doesn't actually impact the deflationary narrative that has been touted by the
deflationary narrative has been touted by
The challenge, though, is as if you dig into the details of something like Ethereum and the Denkin.
He deleted his TikTok. I guess because this person tagged him, but I can't click on it.
He really is.
It says fundamental.
The challenge, though.
Where did the thing go? It said fundamentals aside.
The challenge, though, is as if you dig into the details.
It says fundamentals aside, our portfolios most definitely agree with Joe McCann on this one, but I can't click on it. So that means he must have deactivated his Twitter. Because I can't click on his tag.
That's not social
So you saw Trump come out and basically say, like, he wasn't definitive as to whether or not he was okay with the recession. You've seen Besson kind of be like, yeah, corrections are healthy, and yet that type of language is very different than Trump 1.0, right?
Somebody said, wasn't you just on his page? I was on his Instagram page. This is his Instagram. I'm on TikTok now. This is his Instagram page where there's no post, right? But this is TikTok. So I searched his name on TikTok
and look at the engagement.
This person is not him, right? This Joe McCann person, I don't believe that this is him. This doesn't look like him. And then when you go back to this isn't him.
Well, they all
either
from the same
this is somebody else.
So he
and
must
all
be
of the
running
other videos are different videos other people posted. So all of these videos that I've been clicking on TikTok is videos that he did an interview with somebody, or somebody reposted a video, or somebody like who's into crypto, or like sharing the information.
Look
but
at the comments.
I haven't posted, or I haven't clicked on his TikTok. I'm just clicking on different people who have reposted his videos, but not his actual page. You know what I'm saying? So no, I wasn't on his TikTok. I was on his Instagram, but his Instagram
girl, got it.
So yeah, so I just wanted to come in. Was he on Joe Rogan?
Hell no. I don't know damn Joe Rogan.
If you have a wild plant, they can tell the difference between a wild plant or whether it's about the historical narrative.
Anyways, all right. So I just wanted to just go over this. Her family is demanding answers, and they're trying to figure out what's going on, and they don't believe this story. If there's any updates, I will definitely come to you guys and share the updates with you guys. I wonder if before today there was more content on her TikTok, because there's an unusual amount of videos on her content that span over the years that are low for somebody who like would normally TikTok in a way. So
I believe she
if
had
there's
more
any
posts.
updates, I'll let you guys know. Thank you guys for watching. If you guys have not liked the video, hit like to the video, subscribe to.
But you know they have to
Brandon
investigate.
Jablonski Auto Body, LLC.
I believe he liked it, took her phone and
she sold the twins.
a lot of her posts.
Like stadiums do, very lucrative.
Oasis Breeze Cannon
The
Spa.
right money moves aren't as absurd as you think.
follow her would know that. They would
What's
like,
up, family?
okay.
31-year-old Ashley
Lord, I can't
Jenae
stand with a
was
key.
found dead inside of her hotel room while on vacation in Tanzania with her fiance. A fiance who is suspected by many people of murder. Yeah, fam. So, what happened? Ashley is in Tanzania celebrating her birthday, and she got engaged and everything. Dude proposed to her. You know, got down on his knees in the middle of the jungle and proposed to her. And you know, they were all, you know, just so happy. That picture to the right is actually her after he had proposed. And you know, they seemed extremely happy together, you know, and somehow, some way, she waits till she gets to Tanzania, of all places, at a beautiful resort. Everything is going well for her, you know, she got it all, you know. She's an influencer. She's got beauty. She's got her man. She got the ring. She got 31st birthday celebration.
I should have got the dudes that was talking
And she
junk.
hates herself.
Some of them, you know, they was right to
Maybe it's just me, fam, but I find that extremely hard to believe that she hung herself. But what about you? Let's do a quick poll. Give me a thumbs up if you believe that Ashley hung herself. Thumbs down if you say, no, hell no, man. There's something else, man. There's more to this case. Yeah, I think it's the latter also, man. I do not believe that woman hung herself. She just didn't even seem like the type. But I know, fam, I know some of y'all saying, well, you know, you never can tell, you know, like, because people will hide it and, you know, you'll never know until, you know, it happens. And sometimes that does happen, but not under these type of circumstances when things are going well for you like this, you know. Not under these type of circumstances. Let's take a look at Ashley's social media. This is her Instagram. Yeah, it seems like a happy girl, you know? I think that's Tanzania right there on the right there. You know, what I'm hovering over right here. This is her on a private plane. That's her in Tanzania. That's her in Tanzania with her fiance. Who is this fiance? Joe McCain. That's his name. Joe McCain. He is the founder of Asymmetric Financial. Yeah, fam. So he reportedly told Tanzanian authorities that she died by suicide, by hanging. Yeah. I wonder what Joe was when she hung herself. Yeah. I just can't. This seems like very, very odd behavior, fam. Jenae's family and friends strongly dispute the claims that she was suicidal. They called for a transparent investigation. So let's take a look at some of the key details. You had, I'll come back to the screen. We'll come back in a minute. So let's take a look at some of the key details.
The family.
You had engagement and birthday.
Really, shut
Jenae
up.
and Joe.
So the mom and the dad did they interview. I noticed. I noticed the mom has a white husband. Big dude. Like he used to do security somewhere. And the dad remarried also. Now the dad's wife seems to be pretty involved. And she, I don't know, she was kind of, her facial expressions, especially when the mom was talking. And when they asked did they hear from Joe, the dad's wife jumped in and said there's been no communication, before the mom could really get her answer out. She kind of, I ain't gonna say rolled her eyes, but she kind of was, when the mom was talking like timid and hesitant a little bit. It seemed like the dad's wife was kind of like, she wasn't hiding it very well. She seemed a little annoyed, like, girl, spit that shit out, or whatever. I don't know. That's just kind of what it looked like to me. I think they should do more interviews with somebody's show and not just the news. I think they should talk. In this situation, I think that's one of their best bets. They need social media right now. They can't rely on Tanzania or the government over here to do anything. So I think they should come on here and let somebody who's really good at it, who's gonna be, professional, ask them, get a good list of good questions and just be open about it. There's nothing to be quiet about. That's in Tanzania. I mean, and let social media know everything they can, and let them do their thing. What all did all kind of questions like, well, shit, how well did you know to do what you know about him? How did he get along? Did y'all ever see them fight before? Like, when he wanted to marry her, did he come to the father first? I bet you he did. I bet you he did. They already said they believe, well, the mom said they seemed like they was in love. She really believed it was engaged, so they believe it. So there's that. But since she got there, what was her communications? Because she was in communication with the mom. What was she telling you about the trip? And what did she tell you about that argument? I think they should tell everything they know to social media, and let social media do their thing. I think that's the best bet they got right now. Homeboy, wherever he at, and it's not helping with them being quiet. Ain't nobody finna look. No, ain't no authorities finna pull him to the front. Ain't no authorities finna, if they declared it a self-unaliving, if that's the story they felt like going with, he could have slapped them a few, Hey, she did it, and we're gonna leave it there. If he really wanted to do it, like I said, he could have staged the argument and then said, look, it's best I stay in another room tonight because I ain't trying to do this with you here. And told them, listen, give me another room, send me to another villa. Why was it full? Why you go all the way to somewhere else? But being in a whole nother villa, that's better. Hey, I wasn't even in the same villa. I was over here in my room. My key card shows it. I ain't going nowhere. But he could have had somebody else get her. Toss some money around. Was anything taken? They don't possibly know that. There's no investigation done. He knows what she got and don't got. Nobody else is gonna look for if anything was taken. They not gonna ask him, did you see anything taken? Was she wearing a ring? They don't even have the opportunity to ask him none of that. He ain't even contact them since, she been declared deceased. So I would come on here and I would tell social media everything. I would get on a interview with somebody, and what's her name? What's that girl name? That was covering Nazia's case. She interviews real good. She interviewed the judge that did the preliminary hearing for the Nazia Harris case, and she did. When I watch her covering cases, I don't really be feeling her. But when she do her interviews, that girl interviewed like a pro. When she did the interview with the judge, it was immaculate. When she did the interview with Jarvis Butt's sister, that was a good interview too. I think she would do a good job. I think that's what they should do. I don't see nothing, and I looked, but clips, small excerpts of what was supposed to be a news interview. And I'm sure they had a little bit longer conversation. It seemed like a morning show or something, so maybe they just didn't give them like 30 minutes or an hour or nothing. They probably gave them like a 5-minute slide. But I don't think they aired everything. And they didn't ask a lot of questions. They don't know. I'm gonna hit old girl up, see if she can't try to contact them and convince them to do an interview. Because I think they should, Not with someone messy, not with somebody who won't just be like, open the phone lines up and let people jump on, ask them questions and all that other stuff, and ask them just dumb shit. No. Questions pertaining to this. Trying to, get some clues as to what could be going on. Do they know anything about him being married, having children? Who is his family? Who is his parents? Where does he stay? Does he have multiple houses? Do you know where what states he live in? How many times y'all been around him? Does he come over for dinner? Does he call you mom and dad? Probably not. He ain't messing with him. I don't think he really cared about that girl like that. At all. So he cared even less about her family, I'm sure. It makes sense for him not to contact them. It makes all the sense. So they need to going over there is okay to do, but what are you expecting to get besides her body? And you ain't got to go there to do that, but there's really nothing to see. He probably got her things. I bet you he got that ring. If it was a real ring, anyway. I gotta remember her name. I gotta find her channel so I can get her up. I think that's what they should do. They're not really. They didn't really say much. What was that argument about? If she told you about the argument, clearly it was bad. If she told you they argued so much so that they had to be separated, then you know what they was arguing about. But And who said what she gonna give her the skinny? She was probably traumatized by it. Damn, we just got engaged, now we just had this big ass fight. So mom know probably a lot about that. Whatever the issue was right there. And what type of mindset she was in about it. And she probably don't want to say because she don't want people to be like, yeah, she probably was distraught and she probably was wanting to end her life. Because at the end of the day, if they was breaking up, because I mean, why y'all gotta be separated? Come on now. If they was breaking up, what was she saying? She said, Mom, he's never acted like this before. He tripping, like he really making a big deal out of this. And there's no negotiating with him. I can't talk to him. He ain't got another room. You know, he could have. If she's saying all that, then you know, just maybe he act like that on purpose, so he could be in another room and send somebody to take care of her. It could have been something she said months ago. You know, it could have been something she said slick one time and it stuck with him. Like, if you ever do this, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do that. Some shit she got him been saying. Then you be like, oh yeah, I can't, I'm going ahead and get rid of you. Proposing, and then everybody gonna be like, oh, he just proposed, so he wanted to make her his wife. Yeah, he proposed in a staged proposal over in Tanzania with nobody, family and friends there. Sure, that was legit. Okay, sure. That's how legit it was. He ain't even calling the family back. Not even one time. Not even the same lane. I don't know if they told y'all, but she passed away. This is what I know so far. Is what do you want me to do? Because I mean, you're there with her body, so like, what do y'all want me to do? You want me to ship her things to you, bring them to you? Like what? At least offer something initially to try and make it look like you give a care. Nope. I can see when they gonna release her, or what they gonna do with her, how long they gonna hold her, what it costs to get her back home. Maybe I can go ahead and arrange for her to get back home before I leave. Make sure she, y'all got her and her stuff. Just, at least that. No. Give them some kind of explanation. Hey, I was over there. They came and got me, said, look, we found your girl. So they can vouch I was over here, I wasn't over there. After we argued, we wasn't speaking. You want me to send you her stuff, her clothes, like, that would kind of make sense to just even make you look even more innocent. But to be like, you think he gonna be all up under them like he gave family and stuff? Nah, he ain't gonna do all that. He ain't gonna do all that. Trying to help them out through the way financially and all that other shit y'all talking. Come on now, that's not realistic. You're not finna be doing all that. They ain't gonna fam like that. too messy. I don't know. He probably had some stuff going on business-wise that she, you know, he mess around and let her know too much. She probably, like, yeah, no. And he could just be doing the white man's work. You never know. But let it rain. I put it out. Let it rain.
I'm not the only one who noticed it either. A lot of people watching this situation kept pointing out the same thing.
What?
Not saying, but sometimes you can look at somebody and just feel like something not right. Like there's more going on with them than what's being shown on the surface. And in this case, you could feel the energy through the pictures. Now, before we go any further, I do want to clear something up real quick. In the last video, we said Ashley was from Philly, and technically, she is, but she's not as well. Let us explain. So Ashley is actually from Jersey, but she spent time living in Philly and was claiming she's from there. If you go look at her tweets, she says this herself. You'll see she repped both. You can say Philly is like her second home. So that's really where the confusion came from. It wasn't just something we made up. She repped Philly and claimed it as well. And on top of that, her family currently lives in Delaware. So she had ties in multiple places. So yeah, Jersey is where she's originally from. Philly is where she was molded. Seemed like once she moved to Philly, she didn't want to claim Jersey anymore. Now let's turn the shift back on Joe. Because this is where things start to get a little deeper. People noticed everything about him seems calculated. And that's what a lot of people couldn't ignore. It was something about his presence that seemed phony. Joe was born on July 26th, 1974, making him 51 years old. He's originally from Roseville, California, and is the youngest of two brothers. He was raised by his mother, who he adored. He has two kids, a son and a daughter. His daughter is named Isla. She's 3 years old. Joe isn't your typical guy, though. He's a businessman. He's older, more experienced, and established. Joe was sitting in rooms with people who literally shaped the world we live in today. People behind technology and systems we use every day without even thinking about it. That should tell you the type of power and pull he has. He built a certain lifestyle for himself, and that plays a big role in this situation. Because when you put him next to Ashley, the difference stands out. She was younger, flashy, expressive, outspoken, and lived more openly, while he moved a lot more reserved, structured, and very private. And when people is private like that, they're sometimes harder to read. That type of dynamic can work, but it can also create tension.
Yeah.
And from what we've known now, the tension is exactly what started rising, because the fact that they ended up in separate rooms that night means it got very heated. Something went down. Words was exchanged, and someone felt disrespected. But arguments in relationships are normal. They happen all the time. But what separates a healthy situation from a dangerous one is emotional intelligence. Knowing when to stop, having some type of control over your emotions, and knowing when to walk away. But to really understand how something like that could go left with a person like him, we got to take a look at Joe's past. Because this isn't his first serious relationship. Joe was previously married to a woman named Shay Jackson. And from the outside looking in, she comes off completely different from Ashley. Now, when it comes to his ex-wife, she's more reserved, more mature, carries herself in an old-fashioned manner, as a typical older woman should. She wasn't really the flashy type. She didn't seem like someone who cared about luxury, designer clothes, or showing off a lifestyle. She comes off more laid back, more simple and rounded. She was the type of person who enjoyed things like reading, walking her dog, taking long walks, being outdoors, going on hikes, just living a quieter life. And she's very private. She had more of that reserved, low-key personality, almost like the quirky type. Someone who didn't need attention to feel comfortable. And when you start looking at her reposts over the years, you can kind of start piecing things together. Stay with us now. A lot of what she shared had to do with emotional control, arguments, and dealing with a partner during conflict. Things like staying calm during disagreements, being mindful of how you respond when things get heated. And when you see stuff like that get posted consistently, it makes you wonder what she was dealing with behind the scenes. Because people don't usually gravitate toward those kinds of messages unless it connects to something they've been through or they know somebody going through it. Now again, we're not here to say exactly what happened in their marriage, but it's clear things didn't just fall apart for no reason. There was a breakdown somewhere, and whatever the reason was, it was serious enough for them to go their separate ways. They share 2 kids together, so this is the mother of his children. She had been with him long enough to understand how he reacts in certain situations. She knows what to say and what not to say, so things won't get heated. There are signs that emotional struggles may have contributed to their separation, and at some point, she chose not to continue dealing with it. Now that we know it's possible Joe had issues with controlling his anger and controlling his emotions, let's shift the focus back to Ashley. She admitted she gets upset easily, and she has a slick mouth. In previous tweets, Ashley acknowledged that she had to work on her attitude and the way she talked to people, especially in relationships. And when you go back and read what she said over the years, a pattern starts to show. At one point, she joked about having a smart mouth and said it might get her in trouble one day. In another post, she admitted that during arguments, she doesn't even be mad. It's just the way her mouth is. Quick, slick, and sometimes out of line. She even said herself that she talks too much sometimes and needs to start watching what she says. And that wasn't just a one-time thing. She repeatedly described herself as stubborn, hard-headed, and someone who speaks without thinking. At one point, she even admitted that her mouth gets her into a lot of situations. Now again, that's personality. A lot of people are like that. But when you mix that with someone who already struggles with controlling their emotions, possibly have anger issues, and can lash out at any given moment, that's when things can turn into something way bigger than just words.
He was embracing the culture. Okay, he was attracted to black women, ambiguous women. You can try to embrace a different culture, but if you didn't live it, like if you're not born up in it, you're gonna still have different perspectives. Like you're gonna have a different perspective. I feel like, with her, she was spicy. A lot of inner city women are like that. Like myself, when I wanted it, you know what I'm saying? I could be slick with it. And black men, they more so equipped to handle that. Some of them can't, because it depends, just because they black, but it also depends on the mental capacity, like where's their mental status. So to me, he seemed like he was already kind of unhinged emotionally, mentally, according to his ex-wife. The way that I look at it, I'm like, shit, that's recipe for disaster. You got somebody who's used to being spicy, who used to, just being very verbal, being passionate about whatever the cause may be or whatever the argument is, That's what we call inner city women, like we can be very expressive. Okay, we can be very, very expressive. And it takes, for people to be of that culture, live in that culture, to be able to understand that and carry that. And I feel like he wasn't with that. Like he mentally, I feel like he just didn't have that capacity to handle it. Yeah, I just feel like, you know, she looking at it like he was just want to take it like any other nigga she had an argument with. And he looking at it from a whole different perspective. Like, no,
You gotta remember, Ashley was young. She was 31, full of life, full of energy. She was beautiful, driven, and she built something for herself from the ground up. She had that city girl presence, very confident and moving with purpose. Joe, on the other hand, was over 20 years older than her. He wasn't used to dealing with someone that much younger. She wasn't in his age range, and she came with a completely different energy. But that's also what drew him in. He admired how ambitious she was, how established she was on her own, and how she carried herself. From what we know, he was the one who approached her. He reached out to her on social media, so despite the narrative going around that she was chasing him or using him for what he had, that doesn't really line up, because she already had her own, and if anything, that's exactly what made him want her even more. Now this is where the timeline starts getting interesting. Joe got married back in 2018, and his daughter was born in December of 2023. By 2024, it looks like his marriage was already falling apart. But if Ashley's caption is accurate, saying 365 days down and forever to go, that would mean they were likely together by around November of 2024. So this relationship may have started not too long after his marriage was breaking down. So, when they likely met, Ashley was around 29 going on 30, while Joe was pushing 50. So you're looking at a 20-year age gap, two completely different stages in life. Trying to sort out the timeline, this is where things get messy. Joe's divorce happened in 2024, but we don't have an exact month. And based on Ashley's post, that would place the start of their relationship somewhere around late 2024. So depending on when that divorce was actually finalized, there's a possibility that she was a mistress, or at the very least, everything moved very fast. Now we're not saying that's what happened, but the timeline definitely raises questions. The two women was nothing alike. Two completely different personalities. Shay was calm, while Ashley was more direct, more in your face with how she carried herself. She had that Jersey demeanor, mixed with that Philly energy, and even a little bit of that Miami attitude. She was very confident, and not the type to take no crap. And if you know people from places like Philly, Jersey, New York, or Miami, then you already know how that energy can be. Now compare that to Joe and his persona. Then being from the West Coast in a quieter environment, he may not have been used to that level of intensity or expressiveness. Let's be clear about something. Ashley made it known herself that she was not someone who put her hands on men. She even spoke against women who would hit a man and then turn around and claim domestic violence. So any narrative suggesting it's a chance she was maybe being physical with him doesn't really line up with what she said about herself.
If you have 50 here or more in your bank account right now, do not ignore this video, because the infrastructure to control every dollar you own might be coming to your bank account. If you bank with JP Morgan, Bank of America, Wells.
Now you also got to look at the time they actually spent together. Ashley and Joe were only together for about a year and a half. And in reality, that's not a long time to truly know someone. Because people can pretend for a long time. They can show you what they want you to see, move a certain way, treat you a certain way, especially early on. Because when everything is going good, when you're being spoiled, taken care of, shown attention, it's easy to feel like you really know that person. But sometimes that's not the full picture. Now compare that to his previous marriage. Shay was with him for many years. They built a life together, had kids together, and went through different phases of life. So if anyone had time to really understand who he was over time, it would be her. And that's what makes this whole situation stand out even more. because now you're looking at two completely different timelines. One relationship that lasted years, and another that moved much faster. Now, we're not here to say who knew what, but when you look at it side by side, 6 years versus about a year and a half, it does make you think. Because sometimes it takes time to really see someone for who they are. Then Ashley family hired a private examination, and they said the cause of her death was cerebral hypoxia by strangulation and suffocation. She was given IV fluids and put on strong medication like noradrenaline to try and keep her blood pressure up. But she kept getting worse. Her blood pressure dropped dangerously low. She collapsed. Her pupils became fixed and unresponsive, which shows her brain wasn't getting oxygen. And eventually, she had no heartbeat or breathing, leading to her death, with the report stating the cause was her brain being deprived of oxygen due to her airway, or neck being restricted. Now, after everything we said in this video, it's a possibility they could have got into a big argument. Ashley was cursing him out, and he got mad, and in the heat of the moment, things went too far, and he killed her. One of my followers even told me that the neighbors said they were arguing since they got there. This is all speculation, but one thing for sure, Ashley did not kill herself.
My daughter Ashley, she's no longer here with us, and we're trying to find out why.
On April 5th, influencer Ashley Robinson, who goes by Ashley Jenae on Instagram, was celebrating her 31st birthday in Zanzibar, Tanzania. She was on the vacation with her boyfriend of 1 year, who popped the question just 2 days before.
She was starting the next chapter of her life. She called us and FaceTimed us to share with us her travel.
Ashley's mother says she never would have expected that less than a week later, her daughter would be dead. On April 8th, she says Ashley called saying she and her fiance got into an argument and were moved to separate rooms. The next day, she receives another call, this time from her fiance.
He told me that Ashley did something to herself and that she was being taken to the hospital. I said, what happened when? And he told me it had been 11 hours prior.
Hours later, the luxury resort the couple was staying at called saying that Ashley passed away.
So why every time I hear this interview, this is all I hear? When she said, she called me and told me they got into an argument, you mean to tell me that people didn't ask her? Did she say what they were arguing about? Of course they asked her that. But they're not posting it. Okay, when she said she asked him what happened, you think they're not gonna be like, well, what did you say happened? Of course they did, but they're not posting it. I don't know if the family asked them not to. You know, they're trying to hold on to that information because it like they really want to help anyway, but.
Medical report, Ashley had an unidentified mark around her neck. They wrote, according to her husband, he found she hung herself on the door with several question marks.
Sometime Jill went back to the room with security, and that's how they found her.
Ashley was also taken to a second hospital, who listed her cause of death as cerebral hypoxia by strangulation and suffocation.
She's never done anything that would ever lead me to believe that she would do something.
Strangulation and suffocation?
Ashley did not take her own life. She even spoke out about multiple times in the past. She made it clear she was completely against it. In one post, she said she wouldn't sit back and watch bullying lead to another. She reminded people that suicide is never the answer, and that change is coming. You just have to stay alive to see it. If anybody thinks she did this to herself, is honestly deluded. Get engaged, make a big announcement on Instagram, just to turn around, unalive themselves. It don't make no sense. And I even had somebody tell me it couldn't happen, because over there got a 3% crime rate. That don't mean nothing. Crime can happen anywhere, anytime. Just because it's low, don't mean it's impossible. In my opinion, Joe strangled that girl and staged it, Allegedly. Like, be for real. That location doesn't make nobody touchable.
You should get life insurance. Because you never know. Lost weight, exercising every day, and he had a stroke.
Evidence is there. He got a history of abuse. And now they saying he's investigated again, and that they holding his passport so he can't go nowhere. But Ashley's friend said she don't even know how that's true. If he's still on social media active, changing his Twitter profile picture like nothing going on. There was even a viral tweet calling him out saying that bandana picture wasn't a good look. And right after that, he changed it. People peeped that immediately. So now it's like, you being investigated, possibly detained, but you still got time to be online, updating profiles, and even code. Last thing I want to speak on is this narrative people keep pushing, saying Ashley was anti-black, and that's just not true. There were few pages posting one comment where she said, black women, and that's really all she said. She was never out here just bashing black men. In fact, she even said herself that she dates white men, and that's her reference. But she never talked down on black men.
What was that?
Come on, read her tweets. Does this look like someone that's anti-black?
I don't know. Why don't you read it to us?
It's too much division in the community right now. And at the end of the day, we gotta support each other and stick together.
You AI, you can't
If you made
convince
it this
nobody of
far,
nothing.
let me know what you think and how you feel about this situation. Don't forget to follow us on Instagram so you don't miss any uploads. We're gonna end the video with Ashley's friend. Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe, and I'll see you guys in the next video.
Before I start this video, I just want to give a huge thank you to my friend Sav, because without Sav making the post that she made on X, none of us would know anything that happened to our friend, and this would get swept under the rug like nothing ever happened. And everybody would go about their day, about their life, like it never happened, period. So all my brothers and sisters, everybody on earth, if you're a human being, period, I just want you to know this can happen to any of us. This can happen to any of us. We can go out the country, something can happen to us, and the government won't do nothing about it unless one of us and the collective of us say something and make something happen. So they have no choice but to do something about it. So shout out to anybody that has reposted, shared, commented, and made a statement in which y'all are showing that y'all are trying to get justice done for my friend Ash, our friend Ash, and her family. It's much appreciated. 100%. But let's get into it.
Tell what they know.
So the Shade Room decided to post this as an updated response. Updated news in regards to my friend stating that this is the cause of death. But if you know, and I know Ash very well, she would never do such a thing. Ever. Ever. It just doesn't add up. It doesn't make sense.
You don't know what nobody would do.
She was the most loving person. She was loved on unconditionally. And Ash was one of the most supportive people I know by far. If she wasn't there, she's going to try to find a way to be there for you by any means necessary. But let's get into it, right? So y'all made statements. There's statements being made that prior to the trip, they already had relationship problems, period. But then y'all proceeded to say that the parents recommended them to go on a trip to Africa to get away. They go on a trip to Africa, my friend like, she posted, she's showing everything in Africa, she gave a post and everything, and she decides to just off herself. It's bull, it's BS. Nobody's buying it, we're not buying it at all. But then, y'all also proceed to say, not only did they, prior to the trip, they had, during the trip, they had relationship issues. And then y'all state that the hotel service decided to recommend them to get separate rooms. But prior to y'all recommending them to get separate rooms, y'all also stated that she was already showing signs of committing suicide prior to that. So why on earth would y'all let a human being, let alone my friend, our friend, in a separate room by herself if she's already showing signs of putting injury and harm to herself?
To get involved like that, it's nothing.
It doesn't make sense. Then y'all proceeded to say that she decided to get a piece of her clothing
They
and go in the closet and unalive herself.
Be all sensitive to her.
That whole process just is too much to do, and it doesn't make sense at all. We're not buying it.
You gonna babysit?
Not only that, state that the fiance is saying everything that's going on to happen. But not only that, y'all also say that y'all still have the fiance in custody. Y'all still have him in custody, but y'all got to do further investigation and further examination before you release him to find out the exact cause of death.
You ever wonder why doctors don't tell you what cannabis can do to your heart? What does lemon water do to fat metabolism? Or how does baking soda affect immunity? Why don't doctors tell you what strawberries do to circulate?
But y'all updated shade room with the exact cause of death, and I don't know where y'all get your sources from, but the exact cause of death, this was suicide. So y'all don't know the exact cause of death. Why is this even being posted? Where is this information even getting brought up to them? It doesn't make sense. It's not adding up at all. Then on top of that, y'all said that my friend passed away Thursday of April 9th. It's been 5 days, and we still don't have no information in regards to the exact cause of death. There's been no examination, nothing's done.
That ain't shit.
Get my friend's body home to her family ASAP. Please and thank you. Because the patience is already ran out. It's no way it's been 5 days and nothing has been done. It's not adding up, and it doesn't make sense whatsoever.
5 days? It took longer than that for my
I'ma just say this.
autopsies.
Y'all trying to make it for the ones that, if you don't have, let me say this quickly, and I'm trying to get this out the best way I possibly can. If you do not have anything nice to say about my friend, because it's not about this and this. If you don't have anything nice to say about my friend, keep it to yourself. Whatever ill will you have to her, that sounds like a you problem. Keep it to yourself. Because whatever it is you feel about her, my friend didn't deserve this at all whatsoever. Period. Y'all want to make it about, oh, she bashing black men and this and that and the third. We're not going to do it. We're not going to take my friend's prior experience relationships with black males and make it the reason why this happened to me. Which we're not going to do. Because if that's the case, why, if she don't like black men so much, why is there so many black male friends of hers, as like myself, advocating for her and doing whatever we can possibly to get justice for our friend?
Where they at?
Please explain that to me.
Y'all do a video together,
Oh, okay.
so we know y'all real.
If you don't have nothing nice to say about my friend, God bless you, but keep that to yourself, because this ain't the time. Period. But I'm going to say this. To anybody that has any love for Ash, any love for me, any love for any of her friends, and y'all see us posting this stuff and trying to do whatever we can to get justice for our friend, please repost, share, comment, do whatever it needs to be done, because no matter what it is, it's going to take all of us to get this done the right way. We can't do this today and then not do it tomorrow. I get it, we all got lives. But if you care, you're going to do what needs to be done. For everybody that's already doing it, much love to you, appreciate you, 100%. For all the ones that are God bless your soul.
We just part.
But let's continue to keep what we need to do to get justice for my friend, our friend, and let's get and do whatever we can to give her family peace.
Family got to give us the info.
Shout out to everybody that's doing everything possible.
Not nothing to go on.
And for all y'all that have loved ones that y'all with, whatever it is y'all got going on, I just ask y'all all to be safe. Shout out to everybody that's showing love and that's helping and doing whatever y'all can to tell my friend's story. I appreciate y'all 100%. One of y'all know. Thank y'all, everybody be safe. Appreciate y'all.
If you or someone you know has a story that's painful, personal, or treacherous, and needs light shed on it, DM us. You might be featured in an upcoming video. There's always two sides to every story. And over here...
He's in this kind of industry where people think he might be scamming. I heard another YouTuber suspect that.
I gotta remember to look for that.
Yeah, these two, they have to present like they're living the life to sell. Child, I don't know. My brain cannot wrap my head around that type of stuff because I'm not in that. So yeah, it's a little suspicious how he makes his money, but I heard he might be broke or he's going broke. I don't know. So I'm coming back after I recorded my video, so you may hear me say in the video, oh, he's a millionaire. I may refer to him as a millionaire. At this point, we don't know. Okay, I think he was at one point. I don't know. So yeah. All right, let's get back to the conversation.
Sounds about right.
She posted this photo on social media. And let's go ahead. Take a good look at this photo. All right, let's go ahead and look at the comment. Don't know you, but I love this for you. God, how this soft girl hair. I have no idea. May this kind of love find me. Look how he's looking at you. I love how he's looking at you. You notice who's all in the comments? He wants to eat you up. May love like this find us. Oh, because I thought someone whose man wouldn't even get that before for said something. I pray get a man like this. He loves you. You notice again who's having these conversations? Look how he's looking at you. May this kind of intentional man locate you. I love this lifestyle for you. May you turn into wedding bliss. She goes, manifesting. May this kind of love locate you. May this kind of love find and never let you go. May this kind of love is finding all of us ladies. I see my future.
And I told y'all, stop pedestalizing white men over black men. Stop doing that. That is very dangerous. I got a lot of pushback. The divestors were harassing me. I dealt with a lot, but I did it to sincerely look out for black women. I did. Like, people like me, we don't like being right. Like, I always get nagged about horrible things. I never, ever, ever get nagged about good things. My hubby, he also has the gift of discernment. He can predict, like, like deletions and stuff like that. Like, him and I both have that spiritual gift, which is why we're extremely compatible. He is my soulmate through and through. Okay, and we both were bonding over the fact that, like, yeah, we have this gift, but we don't like being right. Like, yes, I'm warning you. Yes, I know something bad is going to happen, but I don't want to be like, I told you guys so. I'm right. Like, no, I want to be wrong. And this story, I don't know. Maybe it's just that time of the month for me. But I'm just so emotional over this story, and I think it's because what's going on? It's the same pattern, and it makes me infuriated because I'm thinking about the content creators who started this nonsense. Oh, get with the white man, he better, soft life, pasta, lobster. It's like all the content creators that are popping up in my head, Phil or something like that, the Cynthia G's and all that. Yeah, they started this nonsense, and we're gonna dive deep into this, okay? They, in my opinion, from what I've watched on YouTube, they started this whole pedestalization of white men. Okay? You can take down your videos, but I have my memories. And that's really what started this trend of black women just not using any type of discernment, right? We're not going to put all white men in this bucket. My man is half white. But I never got with him because he had a little bit of white in him. You know what I mean? Like, no. I actually did not even know his ethnicity until, like, I fell in love with him, and then he told me later on, like, oh yeah, I'm not full black, you do. And I was like, oh, okay. But we're talking about women who, and this situation is very specific. I mean, last night I did a deep dive, okay, a deep dive into this woman, Ashley Jenae. First of all, when you listen to this girl,
It's taking too long. You too said back.
Times you stay to the right. Only time you go to the left is if you got speed past somebody on the right.
Back in the day when black women would get with white men, you could kind of see why they were with white men. Like, she just was uncultured, unseasoned. It kind of made sense. No one really cared, right? Like, this always been a thing, but like now it's like they're urging most black women to get with them. And I already know how black people see white people just due to history of slavery, and everyone puts white people on a pedestal, right? And
everyone,
whenever I see a hood chick like this girl, when you listen to her talk, she sounds hood.
It's just necessary to go get your makeup done, get your hair done, get your nails done, look cute, get dressed up, to remind them how to stop playing with you.
Like, when I see a girl from the hood and she's with that white man, I already know what she's thinking in her head. I already know. You think that he's your free meal ticket. You think he's about to take you out the hood, and all you see when you see that man is dollar signs. I know how hood women think, okay? This is not genuine love. It never was. I'm not going to put too much blame on her because this man love bombed the hell out of her, and that's every woman's weakness. Like, every woman wants princess treatment, to be taken on trips, and she's getting Chanel and Louboutins, and even though it's clearly love bombing, it's hard for women to deny that. So I'm not gonna come down on her too much in this video, no, like what other people are doing. I'm just not, because I do sincerely hate that this is going on. It's just, this same pattern every 2 months. Last night, I went on a deep dive on this girl. I went through her Instagram, I went through her TikTok, and basically this is what I gathered, okay? Allegedly, all alleged. You can always tell when someone is an escort. You can tell, like, girl, what do you do for a living? Like, why is every post Chanel, a trip, and Dubai? It's obvious now. Like, we know the game. We know what it looks like.
Right.
This girl was in that lifestyle. Okay, she was most definitely in that lifestyle. And what is just so sad about this is this girl completely was on social media, clicking them thumbs, turning her nose up completely on black men, talking about they're violent. We are going to go through all the screenshots that I have gathered from looking at her social medias, and this is not even half of it, because so many people are talking about how much she pedestalized white men. Again, she is kind of in that divester type of thing, as what the lady said in the beginning of the video. She's a self-proclaimed divester, and she on her Instagram is reposting a lot of anti-black men stuff. Like this one repost, it says the state of dating black men in 2026. It says black women refuse to struggle for love. And basically this post just goes on, I'm assuming it's like a bunch of slides, just talking down on black men and how dirty they are, and how much of a struggle they are. Most likely, I'm just summarizing it, right? You see her mentality? She's eating up. This is a social media brainwash woman.
Just come out here
all
on
her
social
thinking
media and come out your
social
mouth like
media.
that.
Okay, we've heard this over and over. Black men struggle love, whoop-de-doo, right? And then you can't go over to the white man thinking that all white men, this is what I be talking about on my channel. Dude, this is weird to me, because if you're going to date out. Right. If I was a white man dating a black woman and she's talking crap all over social media about black men, that would make me feel weird. I think people who condone this are weird. Your partner's weird.
I
you're
agree.
Weird. Focus on the man in front of you.
Right.
Why are you still focused on black men?
Right.
So yeah, she's calling black men struggle
What you
love.
bashing for? You're not even with them.
See, look, she says, every day black men wake up and find new ways to embarrass us.
All
This
of
is what
them?
she tweeted on X.
Like, why are you doing that?
And this, I'm just shaking my head at this tweet. Miss Ashley said, I've been saying since the 3rd grade that my children will be dicks. LMAO. And she said this in 2013. It wasn't me that digged this up. It was someone else. Okay, I don't do all that weird stuff. I'm not going to be searching that deep, but this kind of went viral and it resurfaced again because, you know, black men are like, oh, this you? You know what I mean?
Fetishize.
So, yeah, this is a very weird tweet. I grew up with a lot of black women. I've always heard black women say things like this. Like, I remember in middle school, I had this associate and she would always be like, yeah, my baby daddy, he gonna be Puerto Rican, so I can have some mixed kids. Like, that's how hood black people always talk. Just ignorant. Like, so yeah. As we can see, Miss Ashley, the lady who was now deleted by her white partner, she was fantasizing for this moment to be with him, plotting since 2013 to have mixed babies, as what it says on the screen. I'm going to read it again. She tweeted, I've been saying since the 3rd grade that my children will be mixed. LMAO. And then, you know, just a lot of her captions, it says the words soft life, like right here. She's like courtside at a game or whatever, and with her man.
Malcolm X did it.
And the caption says hardwood floors, soft life. You know, so just totally in the thick of it. When it comes to the divestors and the way they talk and their rhetoric and just all of that. Yeah, she ate that right up. And the thing is, I already knew that. You don't need to see it come out of her mouth to know that she see, because what the hell is a hood white man? Like, no, you thought that they were better than your own. Yeah, this white man, it is very clear. We all know he deleted her. Like, be for real. Like, this girl is living life. Like, she's living every girl's dream. She has Chanel. Like, her Instagram does look like a dream. Like, that's what most women inspire. She's traveling. She's being spoiled. She just got engaged.
My money's still on the husband, and not because he's white, but because this was her birthday trip.
Who husband?
She went and got a new wig, got a lashes did, nails did, toes did, picked out outfits, and created an itinerary for her birthday.
Everybody
she had no
that?
idea that this man was going to propose to her in such a beautiful place like Africa. She would have been ecstatic. It's my birthday and my man is proposing to me? Hell yeah. I do not feel like anywhere in her mind it would have been, it's my birthday, my man is here, he done proposed to me. This is a great time to just end it all. On top of the fact that she black, you want me to keep believing that black people decide to unalive themselves by hanging? It's very hard for me to believe that. It's giving this man found something out while on that trip or before it, and it was all a calculated move. They say he's still in questioning about it, and this is very unfortunate.
So on the trip that he took her on, she got engaged and it was her birthday. You mean to tell me she took herself out? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. No, not with the style that she's living. No. That's no. I'm a woman and I know that that's not correct. You did it. And we know you did it because your kind, you know, every race has flaws. Like the dark side of white men, they're known to take their partners out. Like, I don't know. Some of them are just very sociopathic, and you can even see it. Like when I look at this man's picture, I'm like, holy crap, his eyes are scary as hell. When I was single, if I'm swiping and the man visually looks crazy, like if he got shark eyes and he has crazy psychotic eyes, no. Next, like for me, it was as simple as if you even look crazy, I'm not giving you a chance. Like I don't play that. I do not play that because oftentimes crazy has a look. I'm serious. When you look at PEDOs and your mug shots,
When you look at, serial leaders and their mugshots, it's a pattern.
A woman.
They
You
all
see,
kind of
you
look
look at
like
a dude,
what they did.
you know.
Of course, there's rare exceptions like the Ted
to keep it
Bundys, but
moving.
most of them look insane. Insanity has a look. Whether it's, we were talking about the other day when I roasted one of my haters on YouTube for filth. She's psychotic and she's dressing like a psych. She looks like a crackhead. So it's either they dress crazy or they groom themselves in a crazy way. It's always, when you are mentally ill, there's always going to be signs. It could be like, for this man, I feel like the only sign he had was them eyes. Boy, them eyes told a lot. Those eyes are scary.
They're not welcoming at
And
all.
so when I was a single woman and when I was dating, if a man even looks crazy, I'm gone. Because you can't, dating is kind of dangerous. It is. Because you don't know who's in front of you, but the signs will always be there, right? The love bombing, the shark crazy eyes.
Hey everyone, especially for people from Portland, Oregon. Did you guys hear about what happened to Ashley Jenae? She's an influencer in the area with a lot of followers. She went to Africa with her partner down here. I've actually seen him around in Portland at networking events and things, and he always came off as scary and someone you want to stay away with and not mess with.
The signs always are there. Okay, you just have to be smart and educate yourself on psychology, and that's exactly what I did. So, didn't get got, thank God. But when you are a woman, you gotta use discernment. But when you're a gold digger like this woman, because I'm just gonna call a spade a spade. This woman is clearly a gold digger, right? Like, it's so obvious. This is the issue. Money is the root of all evil, and you're letting money blind you, like what Shira 7 tells y'all to do.
The love of
money, and so you're not paying attention to the character. The character matters because look at what happened. Like, people be like, oh, all men suck. No. Don't have that mentality, because you can end up deleted with that mentality. I've always said on my channel, focus on character before you end up deleted like this woman. Stop with the sprinkle nonsense. You are going to meet evil, the most evilest people that I've ever met in my life. Spoiled me the most with money. Because they use the money to hide and distract you from that crazy look in their eyes. Us women, we get the gut feeling. Okay, we get the gut feeling. Before tragic things happen,
back in the bus, we're all getting comfortable, man, uncomfortable. Welcome to the newest motion.
God tugs on you, and I know this because I almost had tragic things happen to me. Thank God I listened to my gut. Like, I've been at events where pow sessions broke out, but my gut told me, get up out of there before you end up, being next. You know what I mean? Like, before bad things happen, everyone gets warned. That's just truly what I believe in life. The signs are there, you get warned. So I just know that this girl had all types of knots in her stomach, all types of feelings when she was around this man. But because he's a multimillionaire, because he is spoiling her, she let the money blind her from her discernment. And that's why gold digging is so damn dangerous.
And he just looks so creepy. And the way that he was looking at her in these pictures, it's like, I'm sorry, I don't care how madly in love I am with someone, I'm not missing no red flags. I'm just not, especially when it's right in my face. I think this man was calculated. I think he bought her, and she was blinded by the lifestyle, the money, everything that he was doing, and he blindsided her purposely. He literally blinded her and lured her to her death.
Okay, that's why it's dangerous. Because when money is right in front of your face, again, this man allegedly is a millionaire. Come on, I mean, I don't even blame the girl. If all this money was in front of me, I might ignore my intuition. Well, I've never done that before, but I can see how a woman would do that. Absolutely. But I'm not like that though.
Because I've been on dates in the past with like rich men with Ashton Martins and all stuff, and he took me to steakhouses, but he was an a-hole. And so I just walked afterwards. I don't put up with anything just for money. No, you have to have character too. And I can totally see how a woman would see all the red flags, but because there's so much, and especially if you're from the hood, you're used to living in survival mode, and then there's so much money, right? Like a millionaire. Oh, I'm sorry, but I can totally see how she landed in this position. Absolutely. Like, it would be hard to deny
No,
for a
it's
woman
not. How's it
to
hard
be
to
like,
deny?
no,
That's
when a
crazy.
man is like, here's the world.
Why do you talk like that?
But that's why you got to educate yourself on psychology and love bombing, so you can understand when people love bomb you. Yes, it feels euphoric at first. It feels amazing, right? Like, it's like, finally.
I find it really hard to recognize love bombing because, like, in my head, that's normal behavior when you're dealing with me. Like, you said I love you after a week of knowing me. Of course you did. Like, I understand completely. You want to take me on a shopping spree after the first date? Of course you do. Like, I would too if I met me. Like, it's...
But you have to remember that there's always something bad after that that's coming. Now, this is an extreme example, okay? But sometimes people will love bomb you for, that's a lot of girls who are in DV, they got love bombed at first. Or sometimes men will do it just to get in your pants and then leave. You've got to always remember when someone's in front of you and it's intense, they're overwhelming you with compliments and grand gestures, like what he's doing. I believe they met maybe like last year from the pictures, and then he immediately started doing all these grand gestures. These are grand gestures. It's textbook love bombing. But see, when you're a gold digger like her, you're gonna not question that because that's what you're looking for. And that's why gold diggers like Cassie and all these other girls, do you see what comes with that lifestyle? It's horrific. It's horrific. Nothing in life is free. Like, I need you guys to understand that. Nothing is free. So when there is a man in front of you with these grand lavish gestures immediately, honey, you will be paying every penny for that in the long run. I just need you to understand. In some way, shape, or form. Like, I was open about this happening to me. Where when I was a teen, this man stalked me and he loved on me. He would, just send shopping sprees to my doorstep and iPhones, and he was trying to buy me a car, and I didn't understand it because I was young. I didn't have the knowledge, wisdom on psychology. And turns out, I didn't even want him to do that. I kept telling him, like, this feels weird. I remember saying that, like, this feels weird. Why are you doing all this? That's what I'm saying. A therapist told me, always listen. Like, when you're dating, you gotta pay attention to how things make you feel.
While everyone was arguing about politics, they might be installing something in your bank account, something that gives them control.
If it's making you feel overwhelmed, weird, that's because it is. And so I remember being a teen and telling this man, like, hey, stop, like, this is strange. Why are you buying me all this stuff? Come to find out, oh my God, this man made my life a living nightmare after all of the spoiling and stuff like that, you know? So nothing in life is free. Like I said, look at Kathy. She is with Diddy. This man is a powerful man, hella money, hella power, but look at all that she had to go through. Oh, she worked for every penny that he spent on her. And that's the truth about that lifestyle. I'm really feeling passionate about this subject because I know that there's women out there with good men who make an honest living, and it might have took him a little while to start spoiling you, and you're looking at these girls and they're getting these grand lavish gestures, and you're comparing yourself to your situation even though you got a good man. I need you to understand these girls, when they get on social media, they are not showing you the other side of that lifestyle that you would never think of doing. I mean, I have literally seen videos of girls going to Dubai. My coworker showed me it. I don't know why she decided to traumatize me. Whatever. People are just so comfortable with me, but she showed me a video, and I watched it with my own eyes. I'm still traumatized to this day. I seen a video of a girl laying on the floor with men on top of her, standing over her, and
you don't gotta
pooping in her mouth.
We don't want to hear that. We don't want to hear that.
And I guess they paid her like hella money to do that.
It's not even. What's the point in bringing that up?
Are you willing to do stuff like that? Are you willing to endure the possibility of getting deleted? No. So stop looking at these. Look at me, I'm on a trip every Tuesday, and oh my God, Jamaica, Dubai, and stop looking at these Chanel every week girls, because I'm telling you right now, that is not realistic. And especially if they are from the hood, oh, you already know they are going through the ringer to work for those trips and those bags.
You in different categories.
I need you guys to understand, like, never compare yourself. When you see an Instagram and the girl is always on a trip, there's always a bag, she's in that lifestyle. You don't want to be in that lifestyle. Enjoy your regular life with your regular man. Enjoy the non-violence that comes with your life. Enjoy it. Okay, so I'm sorry. I got way off topic.
You did.
I have never been in that lifestyle. Okay, I know that people have created rumors. I'm here to say I've never been in that lifestyle. However, I have had men approach me wanting to love bomb me. And I'm like, well, shoot, I mean, me being young and dumb, yeah, I've accepted some things, and I realized, like, oh my God, like, there's hell that comes.
I just, okay, bitch, I'm this now. So, hurry up, come on. Okay, is this hell? Thank you. I'm get my brakes and everything. What do you get for that now? We up and down these hills.
Ashley and homeboy was at my birthday dinner. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And I know what it looks like with this white guy and this young black girl. She loved this dude. And by all accounts, he appeared to really love her. They came to the party.
All right, by now, a lot of y'all have heard about the unfortunate passing of Ashley Jenae, who was a lifestyle influencer who allegedly took her own life while on vacation with her new fiance in Africa. Now, a lot of people, like the parents, are calling for foul play, saying that she did not take her own life. Let's see what the Joe Budden podcast has to say about this. You better like the video. You better subscribe. Let's get it.
Doesn't feel real low. Rest in peace to my girl, Ashley Jenae.
Yes, rest in peace.
The last part, I was kind of battling with the news of her passing. And the details were blurry still, so I wasn't really quite myself. And I didn't want to jump out there with anything because of ongoing investigations and the family grieving and the family mourning. But shortly after that, somebody took to the internet to kind of give the details of this, right?
Talking facts or somebody.
Ashley Jenae, 31 years old, goes to Tanzania on a birthday trip with her boyfriend. He proposes on the trip. They look extremely happy, and then the very next day, she's no longer with us.
It wasn't 2 days later? Okay.
That's crazy.
We can keep changing it. That's cool.
That's crazy, you can say.
It's whatever. It don't really matter, you know.
I don't even know where to start this. I don't, honestly.
You didn't know them like that, Joe. Stop it.
I get how this story has like all the makings of like some real good internet fodder, right? Like the white guy, the trip, and just all the details. Ashley Young, they keep calling her like a soft life influencer. They just things. For many of us, this is not just an internet story. This was somebody that was near and dear to our hearts. This is somebody that impacted a lot of lives, touched a lot of people. This is somebody that was popular. Like, people knew Ashley. Like, she was tangible.
Because
to
you know
many
the
of
person that
us.
so far said, I knew Ashley.
She helped a lot of people
celebrity, I
get
knew
through the
Ashley.
pandemic. When we was on Clubhouse just acting a fucking fool. But Ashley was... It also pains me to see how people are kind of speaking about it all on the internet. It does.
What, she slept with a lot of your boys?
But again, this isn't like an internet story for a lot of us. This is our little sister
Kevin Gates?
that we lost.
Chocolate Bunny? Is that what you got?
And the irony in it is that even in death, she continues to do what she did throughout her life, which was bring people together.
What?
Like, if you don't know Ashley,
Her fiance and her family is together?
where she was going to be or who she was going to be with. She'll be with the fucking crypto niggas one day. She'll be with the Chicago gang niggas one day. She'll be with some fucking early goofy niggas another day. Like, she had a heart of gold. She was sweet. She just was a guy's girl and a girl's girl somehow. Like, the dudes wanted her and the girls wanted her. Like, her energy was just infectious. She was accepting of us. She was a great wingman. I ain't gonna hold you. Ashley was a foodie. Ashley liked to shop. Ashley was an R&B head. She was the home girl that your girlfriend would be aware of, and it was cool for y'all to just run to the R&B concert or run to the R&B party, hop on a flight. I think we went to the Tank concert in DC when we went to the club afterward. That was the dead nigga in the club.
Oh shit.
Remember they had the dead nigga in the club? They actually went to that club. As soon as they took him out of their boys thing, it was a smell in that motherfucker. We had a time in there. And she was making jokes because as popular as she was, as soon as I stepped in, the promoters offering me bottles and shit. She got us in the club, mind you. Wow. She got us in the club, but then the promoters started offering me bottles and all this shit. Then the fucking girls was hollering at me and guys was hollering at her, and we just had a time in there. Ashley would send you the new underground R&B song that you had never heard. She would fucking...
Show us the text, Joe.
She was just great.
Show us the song she
was
sent
great.
you over the
She
past
touched a lot of us.
years.
She impacted a lot of us. She was a sweetheart.
Tell them to come on here and speak.
The story was reported that she self-transitioned.
Come on, in remembrance of Ashley, come on, say her name. Get
There's
your
an
friends to come
ongoing
on here and say
investigation
that.
into that. I want to be responsible
Baby,
and
since you breaking
not
up,
just
Joe.
coming on here being accusatory and saying what I think happened. I want the parents to be able to grieve and mourn properly and
Did you reach out to them, Joe?
wait till the investigation is finished.
Are you helping them,
to
Joe?
properly vet this thing. Ashley took a lot of pride in being like a caretaker for her siblings, for her younger sister. Ashley was a hard worker. Like, some of these things that you read about your friend
Where's she work
out
at,
there.
Joe?
Like, Ashley comes from a 2-parent household. Ashley was never hard up for, she wasn't never hard up for money. She was a hostess, waitress, model/video girl in Miami, Florida.
Turns out, if you've been in a car accident in the past year, they may have to give you a huge check. And all you have to do is ask. No, seriously, I got $100,000.
She would take a flight, come out here and fuck with us at the hookah lounge, and then take the first flight smoking to make it back to work. To bang these niggas over the head and come in here and spend all this money. Like, she worked. Reading some of these things about your friend is tough. It's tough, especially when you know that it is untrue. I'm praying for all the people in her life. I'm praying for her friends. I'm praying for her family. I'm praying for her sisters. This story just brings up so many things that I'm already funny about. I've come in here and shared about how I feel about just dying elsewhere. Some of the things that come along with that. There's all types of rumors going around because her boyfriend, he did have some money. He did have some money. There's rumors going around about him paying hospitals and him paying the hotel. I will say the story sounds pretty janky. I'll say that. The story sounds janky.
The story that was initially reported.
Yeah, the story being reported of they had an argument, had to be separated.
The mama said that.
Homeboy got his own room. Then he came back and found her hanging. Made it back in enough time to take her down from wherever she was hanging from. Go to a hospital where they say she still was showing vital signs and had a pulse, and it was pronounced dead in a hospital. It does sound weird.
It didn't make sense.
It does sound weird. I'd like to know, if you're telling me that she was hanging herself, I'd like to see this structure. I'd like to see where you're saying this happened from. If you're telling me that happened, homeboy's timing was impeccable to make it there 5 minutes later while she still had vital signs. There's a lot of weird things about this shit that, again, I'm going to let the investigation play out, but
Why don't you call him, Joe?
we lost an absolute sweetheart.
Call your buddy.
We lost a great soul and human being, and somebody that niggas know. My faith is in that. Even with all the shit that you read now there, as tough as it is, my faith is in too many people were impacted for lies and propaganda to remain relevant. Like, she was out here. She was popular. She dubbed you niggas. And it's that homegirl where, you know, you trust in their decision in their romantic life, right? Like you got homegirls where you may not understand none of the romantic choices, but if that's your homegirl and you love her and they vouch for that person, Ashley and homeboy was at my birthday dinner. Yeah. They were at my birthday dinner. And I invited Ashley the last 2 years to my birthday dinner. So this year I made it a point to get on the phone, like, yo, this is the year. What's up? You gonna make it? And she was on some shit like, yeah, you know, just gotta check on my man, and I know we gotta drop off the stepkids and we gotta pick them up from school and they on spring break. And I'm on the phone like, girl, for real? Like, yo, you playing stepmommy over there.
You're not a hoe.
I'm just saying, like, she wrecked the dude. Like, a lot of people have an agenda on the internet. And I know what it looks like with this white guy and this young black girl. She loved this dude. And by all accounts, he appeared to really love her. They came to the party. Met him, took his hand. They sat over there on the side. They didn't move around too much in the party. But they came. I spoke to Ashley 2 weeks ago.
So why would you not call him if that's your friend?
We don't think that there's any way in the world that she would do something like this. And the parents put out an interview as well, which they echoed the same thing. We didn't see any signs. And I'm the first person to know that sometimes you don't have to see any signs in depression. Like, it can just happen. I totally get that. I also don't see a world in which this young woman who was so excited about her man, her relationship, where she was in life, her birthday, her sisters, her siblings, her parents. She was in the greatest. She was making plans, is what I'm saying. Like, she had a lot of plans. So I'm not saying that couldn't have happened. Again, I'll wait for the investigation to occur. But the people that know her and love her, it's tough to believe. It is tough to believe. If y'all haven't, then please.
I'm just reading over here. According to BBC, his passport is withheld, and he is talking to them.
before they were saying he wasn't saying anything. And I know the parents did come out and say they've only had that one communication where he told them she's going to the hospital. And that's the other part that's weird. That's very weird. You communicated to the parents when you were on your way to the hospital, but not when she was deceased.
Yeah, nothing else. That's weird.
That's odd.
Brandon Coley, Jablotsky Auto Body, LLC.
What'd she call Harper? Oh, we actually sold the twins naming rights.
Yeah, like stadiums do. Very lucrative.
Oasis Breeze, Cannon Spa.
The right money moves aren't as absurd as you think.
Got in a car accident, don't call a lawyer, use this free AI tool instead. That's how I walked away with $93,000 from what they called a minor crash. Okay, so a few months ago, I got rear-ended. Neck pain. My car was totaled. I missed work and had doctor visits after doctor visits, and my bills were piling up. And guess what the insurance company offered me? $5,000 for the car and another $4,000 for the injury. Like, I was genuinely insulted. That wouldn't even cover my medical bills, let alone give me a new car. And late one night, scrolling through my phone, I found a video just like this, not some sketchy ad, not a lawyer begging for clients. It was something genuinely new. And I found a legal tool called Case This isn't your average claims form. This AI works like a Harvard-trained attorney. It cross-checks your case against over 100,000 past accident settlements to work out the maximum payouts. So it matches your accidents to similar accidents, finds the highest payouts, and uses them as evidence for your claim. So in 30 seconds, it told me I was owed way more than $9,000. Spoiler alert, I got $93,000. So once it qualifies you, Case Connect AI sets you up with a human specialist who gets you what you're legally owed, and it gets you it in weeks. Yes, you heard me correct. Weeks. Not months or years like every other personal injury firm. In weeks. So you don't chase paperwork. You don't...
It's a strange story, man. I'm very suspicious. My antenna is up. I don't want to make any accusations. I don't want to jump the gun, but the reports are developing in a way that seems consistent with some past theories. Yeah, some theories and some past stories that we've all seen. So yeah, I just want the truth to come out and justice to prevail, man. But this is rough, and I hate the agenda-driven internet conversation.
Yeah, I'm gonna say that.
Let her family mourn. Let her grieve. Show some humanity, some decency.
They not mourning right now. They trying to figure out what happened.
From you,
So throw it up. They need to come on here and talk.
I don't know her, but whatever you think of it, what I'm seeing online is disgusting.
So it's a corny coon ass up.
Yeah, it's incredibly sad.
Well, there's people that want to attach themselves to any story that goes viral. There's other people that just are fucking incels.
Like you know, did you call this boy? Did you call the family? She was your friend, Joe. Huh? She was your friend. You didn't say you spoke to the family. You didn't say you called and gave your personal condolences. You didn't say you asked the family, how can I help?
They're going to attach to it and find
But you got this old cute little sob story about how she was your friend. Your friend. Shut up.
Regardless of what you guys seen out there,
your fake ass up.
You're participating. You're becoming the same person that you're accusing her of being. Meaning, like, it's one of us. You know what I'm saying? Like, enough. Enough is disgusting. You know, that people. I mean, and this shit is just not true. Yeah, like I think that at a time when people were tweeting certain things, there was a time for that. Everything was a phase. I don't think I seen Ashley around Gates, around Ross, around. She was just with my man. She shot a video with him in Florida. Like,
all right. Yes, she loved everything.
She loved black men. She just also loved white. She loved men.
Whatever. Who cares?
She loved men. She loved
call the family.
Women. She was a fucking.
Did you call the boyfriend?
She was. She. I can't say enough good and kind things about her in her 30 years on this earth.
The family needs you, Joe.
She's lived.
They don't need
she wanted to travel
on the internet talking about that's your friend and you're Joe freaking buddy. And she's gone in another country and you're not even offering to help them.
Fuck.
Some kind of way.
Oh, I was a reckless. I was a reckless.
Instead of using her for content, but
it's
trying to say that's what other people are doing.
I probably shouldn't even say it.
We didn't know her personally.
I was a lot more of a wreck when I was of the belief that she took her own life. When my beliefs changed a little bit, put at ease that I wanted before, and that's odd.
What is it that turns to anger? The grief turns to anger a little bit?
No.
Curiosity and unknowing that you've been talking to your friend and they that part of some shit.
Yeah. Initially, it's anger. It's like a guilt on yourself almost. It's like, well, I just spoke to this person. I fucking asked all the questions. We fucking kicked it for a long time. This person was feeling like this, and I didn't know. Was there anything I could have done? Yada yada. Versus somebody not really having a say in the matter. Somebody being powerful over. Both super unfortunate. But yeah, last week I was a wreck. I was a wreck.
Forget you.
This week
This
I
ain't
want to try
about
to
you.
gather myself so I can be there for the family the way that I need to. I need to let her family know just how well
You
loved
need to let them know.
this young lady
You ain't let them
just
know
how
yet.
well liked
You don't offer your help,
and
Joe.
supported that she is.
They gotta
out
go
there,
fund me and everything.
The family needs.
This happened in another country.
I think the family needs to be
Retarded ass
blamed.
out the internet with that bullshit.
I think they need to be on the first thing smoke out there. I'm sure they're waiting for
Ugly,
toxicology.
I didn't see that. That's
so
they're trying to get
so
Raggedy beard,
That's the story.
unkept looking
Yeah,
ass nigga.
they should.
Absolutely. And take an investigate out there with you.
There's nothing more unnatural than there's nothing more unnatural than burying your kid, outliving your kid. So I can only imagine the pain of having to deal with that under these circumstances.
All right, man.
Hey, now
there's
one of y'all
always
call that girl family. Shut up.
2 parts of every story. It was refreshing to hear a different opinion about this young lady.
Y'all on here talking about rumors
Didn't
on
know
the
she was
internet just
31.
like
I
everybody
thought she
else.
was a little older than that, but yeah, she was a little younger than me.
Trash.
And to hear that she went out that way, to also hear Joe talking about who she really was,
Joe is trash.
as somebody who knew her, and I'm going to rely on his opinion of her versus the people on the internet who could be upset that she wasn't
Joe told us
into
who she was.
them or into people like
You
them.
think he didn't, but he did.
Your body warns you before kidney failure. Here are the 3 signs most people miss. As a nephrologist, I see these every single day. Red flag number 1, foamy urine. Not a bubble or two, foam that covers the water. Looks like someone squirted dish soap in the toilet, especially first thing in the morning. That's protein leaking through your kidney filters. Healthy kidneys keep protein in your blood. Clogged kidneys let it slip through. The foam is the evidence. Red flag number 2, lower back pain that comes and goes. Not muscle pain from working out. A dull ache on one or both sides, right where your kidneys sit. Most people blame it on sleeping wrong or getting older. But if it keeps coming back for no reason, your kidneys are inflamed. Red flag number 3, exhausted by 2 p.m. no matter how much sleep you got. Your kidneys filter waste from your blood. When they can't do their job, toxins build up in your system. That creates a heavy...
As it pertains to men like them, you know, it's this discussion about her putting people down and praising white men and stuff like that.
Man, the post
I
are the
really
post.
never heard of her until this situation, but I will say I did see so many people on the internet attacking her for some things that they saw online. And so it had me thinking like, oh, is this who she was? But I would never say,
Nobody attacked her.
regardless of what kind of content you were creating, that you deserve for your life to be taken or cut short. And I don't think that's something that anybody should be putting out there, but I see a lot of black men saying that, and it is disgusting. Okay, this chick wasn't into
You know, they don't
black
really
guys. So what? A lot of y'all are not into black women. Let's just keep it real. But you hear Joe saying she was a guy's girl. She could hang out with the guys. She was cool with a lot of black men in the industry. Cool with Joe Budden, an excellent wingman, as he called her. Loved R&B, but most importantly, what I heard was he said it sounded like she had plans. The second thing that caught my ear was when he said she was actually playing stepmother to this guy's children and was
I could have went to
putting, his family
back then came about this.
in front of her own wants and needs. So saying, hey, I can't get to your party right now. We got to reschedule some things. We got to get the stepkids. Like, she was prioritizing his family and the life that she thought or assumed that they were building. And I don't want to say too much as if I know all of the details of this case. Yeah, it does sound crazy. But I like how Joe also said you never can see the signs. But also that his antennas are up. So, hey, maybe she was going through something. Maybe they did have a bad argument and it ended a certain type of way. Maybe she was feeling some type of way the whole time. But yeah, when you hear some of the other details,
make it back.
I would say the thing that sounded weird to me was when Joe said allegedly that he talked to the parents to tell them that she was going to the hospital, but then after that the parents never heard from him. Now you might say, well, maybe he was grieving or something like that, but it seems like after your fiance would pass away, you would be in constant contact with the parents, especially if y'all are out of the country. If y'all are someplace where that woman and her family don't live. And so the family only has access or is getting all of their information about their child passing away from you. Why would you cut that line of communication? That does sound funny to me.
Why don't you ask Joe why he ain't called?
Obviously, it's going on. An investigation is going on out the country, so it's going to be fuzzy details back in the States. And also, when I think about this, it reminds me of the situation that happened with Shanquilla Robinson, if I'm not mistaken. She was the one who passed away, and everybody was talking.
Shut up! Shut up! Just shut up! Shut up! Just shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Just shut up! Shut up! No, it's alive, baby. It's alive. Can you please get from in front of the gate? Can you please get from in front of the gate? That's all I'm saying. You should have came on through because, guess what? No better. So I'm going to do at least 2 hours in the sleeper. Get enough hours to make it back. I forgot I have my stretch band.
When he's turned on like that, I cannot keep my hands off it. He gets prescribed 100%. It's just prescription and it starts with just $10. That is long lasting and built for something. Check out what Get Ready today.
The evidence, the court records, and the stories behind the headlines. Welcome to Crimes with Chronicles. So there has been new information coming out about the death of Ashley Jenae Robinson, a 31-year-old influencer that traveled from the United States to Zanzibar, Tanzania, with her boyfriend turned fiance Joe McCann to celebrate her 31st birthday and a surprise safari engagement he had planned for her. The couple stayed at the luxurious Zuri Zanzibar Villa number 25, but according to another tourist in a neighboring villa, the couple had constant disputes and arguments inside of their villa since they arrived on April 4th. Now, on April 8, 2026 is when everything changed. The argument between the two had gotten so bad, the guest in Villa number 28 called hotel management explaining that their neighbors were arguing. After hotel management arrived, they split the couple, letting Ashley stay in Villa number 25 and moving Joe to Villa number 65, which was an 8 to 10 minute walk. Not long after, Ashley allegedly asked one of the room attendants if she could borrow his charger. She said to come back in 10 minutes. When he did, he noticed that he could not get in. The room was completely dark. He used his emergency key to get in. He heard a loud thump and saw her struggling in the closet. Instead of attempting to get her down, he went to go get help. She was then rushed to the hospital. Now, there has been a lot of conflicting stories. However, the Deputy Director of Criminal Investigations in Zanzibar held a press conference yesterday explaining everything. Now, it's in Swahili. I had a gentleman who lives in Zanzibar to translate it for me. I paid him to make sure it was right, and then I created a PDF so you and I can read it together. At around 2:15 at night at Zuri Zanzibar Hotel, located in Nungwi, North District, North Unguja region, a woman known by the name as Ashley Jenae Robinson, aged 31 years, a citizen of the United States, who had arrived at Zuri Zanzibar Hotel for tourism activities, holding passport number blank. She attempted to unalive herself by blanking herself using a gray clothing belt, which she tied inside a wardrobe located in room number 25, where she was staying at that hotel. The guest had checked in on April 4th, 2026, together with her fiance, known as Joe Martin, age 48, who was also staying with her there at the Zuri Zanzibar Hotel. According to the records, they were expected to leave on April 10th, 2026.
I gotta wait until 7. David Banner is about to turn into incredible hugging you and like me when I'm angry. Unbelievable. 2 whole freaking hours. Though. I'm about to get my steps in though. I'm about to get my steps in. Get some stretch up of money on there. Because I am tight. Damn, man. Well, my jacket on was kind of chilly. Oh, I should have crept. Nah, that's all right. Shut up. I should have crept. I don't want to waste a second. Let's see. All right. So if I do a split, it's 2 hours. That's the time I need. So. But then I gotta get unloaded. That's taking more time. So let's see what I'm gonna have.
with normal stitches tied around the waist or stomach, fastened above with a handlebar
That's gonna be tough.
metal bar okay? He found her there struggling. He ran out to report the situation. Hotel management arrived quickly.
Oh, this my girl here. This who to listen to. You go to her first. I'm gonna find that O'Shea video, but this who you go to. The Chronicle. I'm telling y'all, every time I say the same thing. She reading the documents. Now, I'm gonna rewind that in a second. Hold on. I gotta think first. Shut it. Here. Okay. This is okay, so that's not gonna move it either way. So that's what I got regardless. Damn, son. You gotta be playing with me right now. I could have went and did what I needed to do. And then came and picked this all up. Alright. Then I gotta get fuel on the way back too. Okay, but that's not gonna affect my drive. Yeah, I ain't gonna make it back on this. Why does it not wanna let me? Hold on, let me run this.
We take a deep dive into real cases, the evidence, the court records, and the stories behind the headlines. Welcome to Crimes with Chronicle. So there has been new information coming out about the death of Ashley Jenae Robinson, a 31-year-old influencer that traveled from the United States to Zanzibar, Tanzania, with her boyfriend turned fiance Joe McCann to celebrate her 31st birthday and a surprise safari engagement he had planned for her. The couple stayed at the luxurious Zuri Zanzibar Villa number 25, but according to another tourist in a neighboring villa, the couple had constant disputes and arguments inside of their villa since they arrived on April 4th. Now, on April 8th, 2026 is when
if
everything
nothing goes
changed.
wrong,
The argument
and
between
I'll be
the two
really
had
quick
gotten
when
so
I
bad,
feel
the guest in villa number 28 called hotel management explaining that their neighbors were arguing. After hotel management arrived, they split the couple, letting Ashley stay in villa number 25 and moving Joe to villa number 65, which was an 8 to 10 minute walk. Not long after, Ashley allegedly asked one of the room attendants if she could borrow his charger. She said to come back in 10 minutes. When he did, he noticed that he could not get in. The room was completely dark. He used his emergency key to get in. He heard a loud thump and saw her struggling in the closet. Instead of attempting to get her down, he went to go get help. She was then rushed to the hospital.
Wait. Because I wasn't listening. I'm over here trying to calculate. That's why I didn't want to press play. Hold on. Because Chronicle gets... This is what she do. This is Chronicle is the one you go to. You want to skip all that extra stuff, everybody speculating, throwing in comments and stuff like that. I looked for her video. She must have, when she do this 12 hours ago. See, she hadn't did one when I was looking for it. So she on it now. And Chronicle gonna get you the facts. She gonna get you the paperwork. She gonna get you the paperwork. Hey, this is what she do. I don't know how she do it. She foyer, she do it.
Okay. 31-year-old influencer that traveled from the United States to Zanzibar, Tanzania, with her boyfriend turned fiance Joe McCann to celebrate her 31st birthday and a surprise safari engagement he had planned for her. The couple stayed at the luxurious Zuri Zanzibar Villa number 25, but according to another tourist in a neighboring villa, the couple had constant disputes and arguments inside of their villa since they arrived on April 4th. Now, on April 8th, 2026 is when everything changed. The argument between the two had gotten so bad, the guest in Villa number 28 called hotel management explaining that their neighbors were arguing. After hotel
This is my
management
first time really
arrived,
getting a
they
look at
split
what
the
she looked
couple,
like.
letting Ashley stay in Villa number 25 and moving Joe to Villa number 65, which was an 8 to 10 minute walk. Not long after, Ashley allegedly asked one of the room attendants if she could borrow his charger. She said to come back in 10 minutes. When he did, he noticed that he
Wait,
could
this
not
is in
get in.
Europe,
The room was
Africa,
completely.
Tanzania. What kind of port they use? I mean, it's possible to forget something while traveling, but you'll recognize that by the time you're on a plane. By the time you get there, something you're gonna buy a charger. You're gonna recognize. Hey, I dang, did you bring your charger? I forgot my charger. Well, oh, we gotta get a charger because we need a charger. Sometimes you forget the simplest things. But, I mean, unless they have foreign ports, and I don't think they do.
Dark, he used his emergency key to get in. He heard a loud thump and saw her struggling in the closet. Instead of attempting to get her down, he went to go get help. She was then rushed to the hospital. Now, there has been a lot of conflicting stories.
Wait,
However,
he went to go bring the charger.
When he did, he noticed that he could not. Ashley allegedly asked one of the room attendants if she could borrow his charger. She said to come back in 10 minutes. When he did, he noticed that he could not get in. The room was completely dark. He used his emergency key to get in. He heard.
Huh? See, that's why I should have completed what I was doing, because my brain trying to work both of these at the same time. Okay, let me delete that out of my brain. I should be good. That should be good. It's going to be tight, though. But if I be quick when I get my fuel, I should be good. Because I got my DLT should rewind in 2 hours back to where I stopped it at, even though it's still ticking. I should get that back. So it's the drive, and that's really giving me just enough. But I'm gonna make it to the drop yard. That's what I'm gonna make it to. And I'll be dealing with morning traffic. It's I don't know. Please don't park at the what's the house booty Ain't nobody trying to park nowhere here in Charlotte. Not today, baby. I'm trying to go. I got things to do. Okay. Oh, did I do my yeah, I did. Okay, go. Now let me get that out my face. Okay.
Loud thump and saw her struggling in the closet.
Okay, so she asked him for a charger, but she said come back in 10 minutes.
That traveled from the United States to Zanzibar, Tanzania, with her boyfriend turned fiance Joe McCann to celebrate her 31st birthday and a surprise safari engagement he had planned for her. The couple stayed at the luxurious Zuri Zanzibar Villa number 25. But according to another tourist in a neighboring villa, the couple had constant disputes and arguments inside of their villa since they arrived on April 4th. Now, on April 8th, 2026 is when everything changed. The argument between the two had gotten so bad, the guest in Villa number 28 called hotel management explaining that their neighbors were arguing. After hotel management arrived, they split the couple, letting Ashley stay in Villa number 25 and moving Joe to Villa number 65, which was an 8 to 10 minute walk. Not long after, Ashley allegedly asked one of the room attendants if she could borrow his charger. She said to come back in 10 minutes. When he did, he noticed that he could not get in. The room was completely dark. He used his emergency key to get in. He heard a loud thump and saw her struggling in the closet. Instead of attempting to get her down, he went to go get help. She was then rushed to the hospital. Now, there has been a lot of conflicting stories. However, the Deputy Director of Criminal Investigations in Zanzibar held a press conference yesterday explaining everything. Now, it's in Swahili. I had a gentleman who lives in Zanzibar to translate it for me. I paid him to make sure it was right, and then I created a PDF so you and I can read it together. At around 2.
Listen, if this is their account of what happened, There's no room to implement this guy. If this is the story they're giving, there's no room to implement this guy, because if he was in a villa 10 minutes away, they didn't just move him to the villa and then he doubled back. Okay, let me turn my light on so y'all can understand what I'm trying to say. All right. They didn't just move. Oh, let me get my little brush so I can start moving these muscles and lymph nodes. All right, then get the stretching, this tight, tense, all that, baby. All that. So, ow, damn. Gotta have my head on because my head is tired. Okay, so if what they just gave as to what their account is of what happened, this is from the staff. Now we're assuming the staff is innocent. I don't see how her fiance could be implemented, because if he okay, so they arguing. They move him to a villa that they're saying is, I'm gonna take the shirt off, really, 10 minutes away. He's not gonna double back. That's taking it way too far. So he's gonna chill at his villa. What's the time frame between them moving? Is he trying to flag me? Because he literally told me I had to wait till 7 and I could park anywhere I wanted. What's the time frame of them moving him down to the villa and her asking staff for a charger, because staff, it seemed like, was right there. And why would she tell him to give her 10 minutes before he brings the charger? That kind of doesn't make any sense. So I'm not sure where that's coming from. Hopefully when she read the document, she got something better than that, because that's what she's saying. So it's like we can't, I guess they gotta blow every time they pull out. He got a thing like he directing a plane to land. So they got to blow to say, hey, I'm ready to go. And he's got this glow in the dark thing. And he's like, okay, you can go. Letting them know it's, I guess, clear. I don't know. I'm going to be able to walk around out here. I guess I can stay back. Because nobody get loaded back there. They probably won't say nothing. But I don't know. It just sounds like they don't have enough room to implicate the fiance. If they moved him, they fighting and arguing so bad that they move him to a villa. The villa's 10 minutes away. He's not gonna double back, right? So what's the time frame between him moving to the villa down there and her asking staff for a charger? Because maybe somebody forgot their charger, and he had a charger. She forgot her charger. He had his charger. And when they argued, well, I'm taking my charger with me, right? So he took his charger. So now she needed a charger, right? Because she forgot her charger. So she asked staff, can I use your charger? And she said, give me 10 minutes. Okay, maybe she needed to get she been crying or whatever. Okay, cool. I get it. He came in 10 minutes. He didn't get no answer. He heard her struggling in the back and went in and found her. Because if you hanged yourself, you gon' baby, your brain is gonna be like, we ain't doing this. So it's gonna be a struggle. That doesn't mean somebody was there. So if dude was taken to a villa 10 minutes away, which makes sense, give them a good distance so they can just pop right back on each other. I don't think he's gonna be that petty to want to keep the disturbance going to where he gonna just go right back down there. He probably mature adults would be like, okay, we really went too far. They had to separate us. This is a big deal. They're gonna be distraught, upset. They need to think, but they know we can't go no further than this because we're adults. We don't this. We're not supposed to be cutting up like this. So I think he would stay put, and the staff come in. This varies. I mean, because you would need to know what was the time frame from them moving him to his villa to her speaking to staff and asking for a charger and him bringing the charger. That would matter because if it all happened back to back, where's the room for him to be there? Doesn't mean he wasn't, but where's the room for him to be there? Did he stay at his villa? Or did he double back right away? And maybe he was listening outside. He heard her say, "Give me 10 minutes, bring me a charger." He went in real quick and he roughed up and put on the thing. I don't know about all that. I don't know. It needs more details as far as what was the time frame from him being put in his villa, and are they sure he stayed put at his villa, from her asking the guy for the charger and him actually bringing the charger. Yeah, that would make sense. And I don't think they got that detail. I really don't. I really don't. But she said she got the guy to translate it for her and she put in the PDF. So let's see.
2:15 at night at Zuri Zanzibar Hotel, located in Nungwi, North District, North Unguja region, a woman known by the name as Ashley Jenae Robinson, age 31 years, a citizen of the United States, who had arrived at Zuri Zanzibar Hotel for tourism activities. Holding passport number blank, she attempted to unalive herself by blanking herself using a gray clothing belt, which she tied inside a wardrobe located in room number 25, where she was staying at that hotel. The guest had checked in on April 4th, 2026, together with her fiance, known as Joseph Martin McCann, age 48, who was also staying with her there at the Zuri Zanzibar Hotel. According to the records, they were expected to leave on April 10th, 2026. On April 8th, 2026, at around 6 o'clock in the evening, a romantic dispute occurred between these two individuals, Ashley and her partner, Joseph. That dispute between the two was noticed by a neighbor who was staying in room number 28. That neighbor reported the matter to the hotel management, explaining that their neighbors were arguing. On that same day, April 8th, the neighbor further explained that since their arrival, they had been having repeated conflicts and arguments inside their room. After the hotel management received that information, they went to see them and asked if there were any challenges they were going through or experiencing. But after observing them, it became clear that the situation, there was indeed one of conflict between the two of them. The management decided, in order to maintain calm and safety in that hotel, and so that the other guests would not be disturbed, to move the partner Joseph and take him to another area, which is room number 65. And to give clarification, when we speak about a room, we are referring to villas. They call them villas, meaning houses that are self-contained. So from villa number 25, they moved that man and took him to villa number 65, which is a walking distance of about 8 to 10 minutes from where he had previously been. One of the room attendants, who usually passes by in the evening to check if guests need any services or have any challenges, went to that room. Earlier at around 7:30 in the evening, the attendant had met Ashley and asked if she needed any services. She told him that she would need services, but asked him to come back after 10 minutes. And at that moment, she asked to borrow his charger because her phone battery had a problem. The attendant gave her the charger and continued providing services to the other rooms, including room 24 and 26. After about 20 minutes, he remembered that he had promised to return to room number 25. When he returned, he knocked on the door but found it locked, with no response, and all the lights inside were off. Because he had a spare emergency key, he used it to open the door and check inside. When he opened, it was dark. As he entered and tried to continue checking further inside, he heard a sound coming from the left side where there are wardrobes. When he looked there, he saw Ashley blanking inside the wardrobe using a clothing rope like those sweaters they use in the room. So when he's speaking about wardrobes, he's speaking about a closet. And when he's saying the sweaters, he's talking about the robes that typically come with the room. He's saying a belt from the robe was used. The rope is normally used to tie around the waist or stomach. She fastened it above onto the hanger bar inside the wardrobe, the metal bar used to hold hangers. He found her there struggling. He ran out quickly to report the situation, and hotel management arrived quickly. They brought her down immediately, gave her first aid, and rushed her to a nearby hospital for urgent treatment. After receiving treatment there, she was transferred to Impala Hospital, located in the western town, for further treatment. While she was continuing to receive treatment on April 9, 2026, at around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, she passed away while still receiving treatment. The investigation into this incident is still ongoing. As I speak, doctors and specialists at Lumumba
Okay, wait.
Government
So somebody
Hospital.
said, I want to see what that closet looked like. How tall was that closet? Okay, Chronicle responded. She said exactly. Something is off, but we're not letting up. She gotta ask them to get. Well, I don't know if she can get him to take pictures of that room. His pictures on the website, and how accurate are the pictures though? No, we need somebody to take actual pictures of the villa, at least the exact. Well, it's not a crime scene. Take pictures of the damn villa. Okay, she said go back to 130 in my video. That is a closet at the same villa. Very small. I'm not sure of her height, but I believe she could have stood up. The closet seems short and small. Story doesn't align. Okay, let me look. It's an awkward picture. So it doesn't give a full depiction, but we're talking about a villa. It doesn't. I need measurements. Because, I mean, I don't know. All you can see is like the cabinet. You can see the, where you would put your stuff here. I don't know what that is. Because there's a bead curtain here. So, but there I see a purse or something. Looks like a purse. Let me zoom in. Okay, that ain't help. But it does look like a purse. So maybe that's a little storage area. But it's supposed to be a similar closet in the same villa, right? So without just it being a distance shot, it's hard to determine how tall it would be. You can assume it would be um, taller than someone who's 5'2". But if and then you can't see the closet in its entirety. It's a villa, so it's not a luxury home that you had custom built. So the closet can't be but so big. I can't see why somebody couldn't climb on something. Okay, you get real acrobatic and everything when if you're choking to death. You know what I'm saying? So I just don't see any way she couldn't have got out of it. Whether he did it, somebody else did it, or she did it to herself. She's gonna try to save her life because that's just a natural thing. You're gonna be at conflict with yourself, and saving yourself is gonna win in that situation. It's not. You can't just hang yourself, man. I don't care. I don't think you really need measurements for this closet to really get that for certain. I just think that use something. You the Spider-Man on something. You just stepped on something, climbed on something, whatever. But I just don't think that she would have been that far from the ground anyway. I honestly think somebody else was involved. I think it wasn't a hanging. I think they took the thing and choked her with it. And maybe put something over her face to try to muffle the sound. maybe it was more than one person. Maybe it was dude. Because now we understand that there's a gap. Okay, there was a different time from the time they sent. Um, so you've been at work, Super Daniels. Oh my God, I got my horse bucking. What? I don't know why you're laughing, but I'm just gonna go ahead and delete you because I don't see a thing funny about the subject. So I'm gonna go ahead and block you. Does that mean you trolling? Thanks for the flower, Thermalee. Appreciate that. Hi Lamont. I missed all y'all. Y'all know I can't see you at that time. But okay, so just that little massage I did with this feels good. So this is a brush. I use these different brushes, you know. We can get into that later, but I've talked about it before many a times. And this one has little nodes in it, little massaging nodes also. But dry brushing is really good. It can help relax muscles. It can help bring, loosen up those lymph nodes so they can drain on out and everything. Get the toxins on up at you. You understand what I'm saying? So yeah. So it's possible. It's an opportunity there because do between the time based upon when she's reading the testimony. All right, so let's do this. Let's assume staff is telling the truth. Whoever gave Chronicle that statement is telling the truth, and they're innocent with any of this, right? So that means that they got into it. They got into it, and then there was some time before he came around and then checked. I didn't catch how much time. I will have to rewind it, but there still was a good. It was a good little while, so it wasn't immediately. He came back and did his rounds and was like, "You need anything?" And she was like, "Hey, I need a charger, but give me 10 minutes." If he's just handing her a charger, why would he need to give her 10 minutes to bring a charger back? I think dude might have been in there. Maybe their relationship is toxic on a regular basis because why are you in Tanzania? Why are you in another country arguing and fussing that badly? Right? Sounds to me like this is something they do. And when people do that, they tend to be like on some old weird, yeah, but we gonna make up. And we can't wait to make up. Like we can't be healthy and sit and think and say, do we, should we really be doing this? Should we break up? You know what? Nothing. No, you really don't solve anything. You just get to the makeup part because you got this weird little thing with each other and you just can't wait to. You're excited because of the argument and you feeling all kind of stuff and it's just immaturity and dysfunction. And then the next thing you know, you're back doing it again. So it's likely to me that he wasn't about to stay in that other villa long and he went back down there and maybe came through the back and they didn't want the staff to know that he went double back real quick because it's embarrassing. We just argued so bad to where we had to be put in different villas. So we're not gonna let him know that you're here, but we might be getting ready to do a quickie or something. I don't know. Give me 10 minutes. Other than that, I can't see why she would need 10 minutes. He don't have the charger on him when he's asking her because he don't know what she needs. They don't just walk around with chargers. So if he asks her what she needs and she's saying, I need a charger, homeboy didn't bring his charger back out there. But give me 10 minutes. Okay. Then she's saying it was more longer than that. He said it was about 20 minutes before he remembered, hey, I'm supposed to bring her a charger. So then he goes to bring her the charger, and he's hearing her struggle back there to get this from around her neck. Was she hanging? Probably not. Unless it was tied around her neck because it was used to choke the crap out of her. And then it was hung up on something to make it even harder for her to remove it from her neck because staff is coming back. So let me go run back to my villa, sneak back to my villa to act like I was in my villa. I mean, it's just theory. Because outside of that, staff, because they know he's not there. And this story is 100% accurate or is not really accurate. Whether she paid him or not, that don't mean the story is accurate. But it's all we have to go on. So I'm thinking, I really don't think it's something she did at this point, based upon this. And this is supposed to be legit information directly from the staff. So, based upon just that little bit, you can choose to believe the staff, not believe the staff, but you can look at it either way, either possibility. Like, I don't think it was gas, right? So, staff. But why would staff? Well, we don't know if she's missing anything because Joe's not talking to anybody. So there's that. Did someone take her ring? Blah blah blah. If that, I think if Joe was innocent and somebody took her ring, um, when they did this, or took a purse, or took, they can sell that stuff she got. Took anything, he would have reported it at minimum. He would have been screaming, "I paid for that. I need that ring." Whoever did this got the ring. And just because we don't hear anything don't necessarily mean that none of that didn't happen and he's handling it a different way without being loud about it. But the fact that if people are trying to say, "Oh, we thought they were really in love," bro, I don't see him not contacting the family. If this was organic, if it was genuine, I don't see him not contacting the family anymore after calling them initially to say, "Hey, she was hurt and she's going to the hospital, but we think she's going to be okay." I don't see him never contacting the family again and not answering any calls if he's innocent. If he is so immature, because if they're fighting, somebody's immature. Both of y'all immature, right? Because why are you being separated? That I still can't get past that one. But that means there's both of them toxic. Because y'all didn't just find this out about each other. So even if it's one person that blows up and you can't calm them down, you should have been away from him. I'm not going. If I know you got a temper like that, and you blow up and you embarrass us everywhere, people can hear us arguing and stuff, I'm not being in no situation like that. So we sure ain't going to another country. So at the end of the day, both toxic. We're putting it on both of them. If he that immature that he can't handle a dispute with his girl that he just proposed to in another country, so much so that they got to separate him, then he can be very much immature to be innocent but still stuck in his feelings because it's somebody done did this to his girl just that quick, and he not calling the family because he just a little bitch, he just over here sulking or whatever. I don't know. It's all type of clowns out there, but to be honest, I just think it likely was him. I think it was likely him. I think it was likely him. Yep, I think it was likely him. So based upon what he said, she's getting ready to say what the authorities announced.
Instead of attempting to get her down, he went to go get help. She was then rushed to the hospital. Now, there has been a lot of conflicting stories. However, the deputy director of criminal investigations in Zanzibar held a press conference yesterday explaining everything. Now, it's in Swahili. I had a gentleman who lives in Zanzibar translate it for me. I paid him to make sure it was right, and then I created a PDF so you and I can read it together. At around 2:15 at night at Zuri Zanzibar Hotel, located in Nungwi, North District, North Unguja region, a woman known by the name as Ashley Jenae Robinson, age 31 years, a citizen of the United States, who had arrived at Zuri Zanzibar Hotel for tourism activities, holding passport number blank, she attempted to unalive herself by blanking herself using a gray clothing belt, which she tied inside a wardrobe located in room number 25, where she was staying at that hotel. The guest had checked in on April 4th, 2026, together with her fiance, known as Joseph Martin McCann, age 48, who was also staying with her there at the Zuri Zanzibar Hotel. According to the records, they were expected to leave on April 10th, 2026. On April 8th, 2026, at around 6 o'clock in the evening, a romantic dispute occurred between these two individuals, Ashley and her partner Joseph. That dispute between the two was noticed by a neighbor who was staying in room number 28, and that neighbor reported the matter to the hotel management, explaining that their neighbors were arguing. On that same day, April 8th, the neighbor further explained that since their arrival, they had been having repeated conflicts and arguments inside their room. After the hotel management received that information, they went to see them and asked if there were any challenges they were going through or experiencing. But after observing them, it became clear that the situation, there was indeed one of conflict between the two of them. The management decided, in order to maintain calm and safety in that hotel, and so that the other guests would not be disturbed, to move the partner Joseph and take him to another area, which is room number 65. And to give clarification, when we speak about a room, we are referring to villas. They call them villas, meaning houses that are self-contained. So from villa number 25, they moved that man and took him to villa number 65, which is a walking distance of about 8 to 10 minutes from where he had previously been. One of the room attendants, who usually passes by in the evening to check if guests need any services or have any challenges, went to that room. Earlier at around 7:30 in the evening, the attendant had met Ashley and asked if she needed any services. She told him that she would need services, but asked him to come back after 10 minutes. And at that moment, she asked to borrow his charger because her phone battery had a problem. The attendant...
Okay, so this is where I say he had opportunity to come back down there for that little makeup or whatever they do, because it was later in the evening when the attendant came by. They moved him, and the attendant came by later in the evening. So he could have been down there, and they could have been, you know, making up, fussing still, a little bit of both. And they didn't want the staff to really know that he was in there, because, you know, they know people find it ridiculous. Hey, we had to separate y'all. I think you should stay apart a little longer than this. And her saying, yeah, I need your charger, but come back in 10 minutes, because maybe she gonna get him on up out of there. Because why come back in 10 minutes? Not to find her hanging. You want to make sure, if you're going to do it, you want to make sure it's done. Or do you want him to come back in 10 minutes to see you, and for him to say, and then save you, and then for to be able to say, oh my gosh, she's trying to do this to herself, and then the fiance just forget all the stuff y'all argued about. You know, are you being dramatic in that sense, to that extreme? Listen, I'm not putting them past it, because if y'all over here arguing so much so that they gotta separate y'all, anything can come out of these two. I just don't know, because I cannot for the life of me get past that. How are y'all arguing on the trip so much so that you got to be separated? Why is it that bad? Is it something brand new that somebody found out, or is it that y'all toxic like that on a regular basis? Either way, it's bad. It's a bad look. It's a bad, bad look. So there's no way, given all that, he shouldn't be suspected. There's no way. There's no way. Wow.
Gave her the charger and continued providing services to the other rooms, including room 24 and 26. After about 20 minutes, he remembered that he had promised to return to room number 25. When he returned, he knocked on the door but found it locked with no response and all the lights inside were off. Because he had a spare emergency key, he used it
Wait,
to
he
open the
gave
door
her
and
the
check
charger
inside.
immediately? Is that what she just said?
Conflict between the two of them. The management decided, in order to maintain calm and safety in that hotel, and so that the other guests would not be disturbed, to move partner Joseph and take him to another area, which is room number 65. And to give clarification, when we speak about a room, we are referring to villas. They call them villas, meaning houses that are self-contained. So from villa number 25, they moved that man and took him to villa number 65, which is a walking distance of about 8 to 10 minutes from where he had previously been. One of the room attendants, who usually passes by in the evening to check if guests need any services or have any challenges, went to that room. Earlier at around 7:30 in the evening, the attendant had met Ashley and asked if she needed any services. She told him that she would need services, but asked him to come back after 10 minutes. And at that moment, she asked to borrow his charger because her phone battery had a problem. The attendant gave her the charger and continued providing services to the other rooms, including room 24 and 26.
So she wanted
After about
something
20
else
minutes,
too.
he remembered that he had promised to return to room number 25. When he returned, he knocked on the door but found it locked with no response and all the lights inside were off. Because he had a spare emergency key, he used it to open the door and check inside. When he opened, it was dark. As he entered and tried to continue checking...
I don't know. So he didn't hear anything. He just went in. I don't know. How do y'all feel about that? Clearly, that must have been his personal charger that she saw he had on him, I guess, because she asked to borrow his charger, and he handed it to her right then and there. Was he making his last rounds before he going home, so he couldn't leave without the charger? Maybe he thought she stepped out, so he took the key to go in and see if he saw the charger. Surely she wasn't gonna take the charger with her, because why don't you just come back? Why would you just go inside with a key and a woman is there and she's by herself now because the dude has been moved? Yeah, you gave her a charger, but why not call the room? Why not come back later? Why would you take your key and go inside for your charger? What if she stayed in the shower too long? She wanted to take a quick. She was in there with a little toy, and doing. I don't know. I don't know about that, taking a key going inside over a doggone charger. I don't know. That's that's odd.
Further inside, he heard a sound coming from the left side where there are wardrobes. When he looked there, he saw Ashley blanking inside the wardrobe using a clothing rope like those sweaters they use in the room. So when he's speaking about
Blanking is
wardrobes,
HANGING. In this closet that they showed hanging. This writing is so small. Using a clothing rope like those sweater ties. Okay, so a robe belt. She had it fastened. She had fastened it above onto the hanging bar inside the wardrobe, the metal bar used to hold hangers. So all of that was strong enough to hold her body, and it would have dangled her by her neck. Chronicles, girl, we need you to get we need you to get more intel of that closet. We need to see these hanging bars. We need to, I don't know. I gotta see the website and then like go see the name of the villa, go to the website and take a look at the villa, see what they're showing. See if they're showing pictures. I don't think they're gonna give measurements of the villa, but I don't think the ceilings are that high. She look up she don't look like she's super thin either. How is she hanging on a metal rope used to hold the hanger and hanging by her neck and unable to get a loose? I don't think so. If she was tied up to that, that's likely after she was choked so badly with that thing around her neck to where it caused so much damage already, and then they did that as an additional to make it more difficult for her to get out of it, but her hands are free. I'm confused. This is too weird. She was struggling and he ran quickly to report the situation. Was he scared? Did he not know what to do? You see a person in need of help, you help them. Hotel management arrived quickly. They brought her down, gave her first aid, and rushed her to a nearby hospital for urgent treatment. After she got treatment there, she was transferred to Amopia Hospital located in a western town for further treatment. And while she was continuing to receive treatment on April 9th, around 3 in the afternoon, she passed away. 3 in the afternoon? How did we get from 7:30? So are we talking the next day? Or did he, didn't they say 7:30 in the evening? Let me rewind this. Okay, yeah. So earlier at around 7:30 in the evening, the attendant had met Ashley and asked her if she needed any services. So this was on the 8th? Or are they confused? Because she told him she would need services. Asked to come back after 10 minutes. And at that moment, she asked to borrow his charger because her phone battery had a problem. The attendant gave her the charger and he continued providing services to the rooms, including rooms 24 and 26. Okay, so after about 20 minutes, he's just guessing that that's how long it was. Time can be something, and you don't really know how long it really was. You're just guessing because of how it feels. But to give two room numbers, I mean that's about an estimate of, you know, how long he might have been gone because he helped two people and maybe they did or did not need anything. I don't know. So I don't know. 20 minutes, I guess, is fair. Oh man, okay. Hold on. Okay, he promised to return to room number 25. Okay. All right. He knocked on the door, no answer. He had a spare key. He opened the door. It was dark. He was checking for the inside. So what he checking for? The charger or he looking for her? Cause I'm confused. Why you going there with your key, bro? And she is not answering. So what we checking for? He heard a sound coming from the. Why you didn't turn on the lights? You can't see your charger in the dark. This whole thing is just. He heard a thump coming from the inside. Well, he heard a sound coming from the side where the wardrobes are. He looked. He saw Ashley hanging. inside the wardrobe using a clothing rope like those that the sweater ties use in the room. Okay. And the rope is normally to be around the waist or the stomach, but she had it fastened above onto the hanging bar inside the wardrobe. Now, it's not also saying it was around her neck, but how else is she hanging? So she's hanging on to the bar. He said bar. He didn't say hook, but that could. I don't know. I need to see. And she was struggling, so he ran to report it. If it's America, a lot of people say, well, people sue you, and he probably tried to save himself, and he didn't want to get accused and all that. But who knows why he left over here in this country? Who knows the mindset that he would have if he see a woman in that position? Why are you in that room though? Let me go back to where the closet is again, because dang on it. They panned the camera a little bit, but it just really didn't give. It was at 1 minute something. Okay, they showing him and her. She looks tall. I have not looked at her social media, none of that. This is my first time really outside of just seeing that picture, the little engagement thing and whatnot. Standing next to him. I don't know, maybe she got long legs, but she's not short. She is at least up to his eyes, if not to his forehead. So she's kind of tall. She's probably my height. She's probably 5'9". Cause he look like he tall. He like he a 6 foot something. But this sister here is not short. Okay, here's a closet.
Instead of attempting to get her down, he went to go get help. She was then rushed to the hospital. Now, there has been an emergency key to get in. He heard a loud thump and saw her struggling in the closet.
Let me slow this down. What hanging bar where? Is it a hook? Is it a bar? It's got to be a hook. But you can put clothes hangers on a bar too, so it could be either or. But how you going to... Was it tied in a knot on the bar?
Instead of attempting to get her down, he went to go get help.
Hold on.
She emergency key to get in. He heard a loud thump and saw her struggling in the closet. Instead of attempting to get her down.
Right there. Zoom in on this. I don't know. This actually don't look like a hood. It looks like that is a sliding door and it's a clasp or something. No, that's not a hook. It gets blurry when you zoom all the way in, but this is not really... This structure doesn't look like a hook. It looks like maybe a doorknob, maybe. So this is kind of tall then, because if this is a doorknob and it's way up there, that's usually going to be where, to the height of your waist. I don't see where there could be a hook though. They didn't pan the entire closet like a 360. It's just a little pan, and I'm not seeing a hook or a bar.
He went to go get help. She
Okay.
was
All
then
right. So I have to
rushed
see
to
the
the
website to try
hospital.
to see.
Now, there has been a lot of conflicting stories. However, the Deputy Director of Criminal Investigations in Zanzibar held a press conference yesterday explaining everything. Now, it's in Swahili. I had a gentleman who lives in Zanzibar to translate it for me. I paid him to make sure it was right, and then I created a PDF so you and I can read it together. At around 2:15 at night at Zuri Zanzibar Hotel, located in Nungwi, North District, North Unguja region, a woman known by the name as Ashley Jenae Robinson, aged 31 years, a citizen of the United States who had arrived at Zuri Zanzibar Hotel for tourism activities. Holding passport number blank, she attempted to unalive herself by blanking herself using a gray clothing belt, which she tied inside a wardrobe located in room number 25, where she was staying at that hotel. The guest had checked in on April 4th, 2026, together with her fiance, known as Joseph Martin McCann, aged 48, who was also staying with her there at the Zuri Zanzibar Hotel. According to the records, they were expected to leave on April 10th, 2026. On April 8th, 2026, at around 6 o'clock
6 in
in
the
the
evening.
evening, a romantic dispute occurred between these two individuals, Ashley and her partner, Joseph. That dispute between the two was noticed by a neighbor who was staying in room number 28, and that neighbor reported the matter to the hotel management, explaining that their neighbors were arguing. On that same day, April 8th, the neighbor further explained that since their arrival, they had been having repeated conflicts and arguments inside their room.
Wow.
After the hotel management received that information, they went to see them and asked if there were any challenges they were going through or experiencing. But after observing them, it became clear that the situation there was indeed one of conflict between the two of them. The management decided, in order to maintain calm and safety in that hotel, and so that the other guests would not be disturbed, to move the partner Joseph and take him to another area, which is room number 65. And to give clarification, when we speak about a room, we're referring to villas. They call them villas, meaning houses that are self-contained. From villa number 25, they moved that man and took him to villa number 65, which is a walking distance of about 8 to 10 minutes from where he had previously been. One of the room attendants, who usually passes by in the evening to check if guests need any services or have any challenges, went to that room. Earlier at around 7:30 in the evening, the attendant had met Ashley and asked if she needed any services.
They went down there at 6 o'clock because of the incident, and you're telling me all this had taken place within an hour? I don't know about that. 6 o'clock? So by 7:30, the attendant is going making rounds? Is that the normal time he do it, or did he just go because he was really checking on Ashley, and while he was there, he might as well make round? I mean, cause what? How? So within that time frame, so from 6 o'clock to 7:30, he had already been the situation was seen about, and he was moved to a villa 10 minutes away. Boom, just like that. By 7:30, so 6 o'clock, they went down there. Hey, what's going on? You know, they said y'all having a problem. They still going at it, right? All right. Okay. We move you. That takes a little time because they cutting up. You got to calm them down. Somebody got to listen to you. If you that irate, that's you gonna get him moved into a new villa. It can happen, but I don't know if it's chaotic. Would it be that quickly? And then everybody's gone and everybody's in their villa, and she's saying that, okay, give me your charger, come back in 10 minutes, and I'll give it back to you. But when he come back, nobody answers, so he goes in. Did he go in because the argument was so bad he wanted to surely make sure she was okay? So if he went in, that means he suspects that there's a way that somebody can get in the villa without necessarily being openly seen, sneaking in from the back or something. Because what would make you want this? Shit don't make no damn sense.
Told him that she would need services, but asked him to come back after 10 minutes. And at
I
that
would
moment,
love to
she asked to
investigate
borrow
this
his
here,
charger
boy.
because her phone battery had a problem. The attendant gave her the charger and continued providing services to the other rooms, including room 24 and 26. After about 20 minutes, he remembered that he had promised to return to room number 25. When he returned, he knocked on the door but found it locked, with no response, and all the lights inside were off. Because he had a spare emergency key, he used it to open the door and check inside. When he opened, it was dark. As he entered and tried to continue checking further inside, he heard a sound coming from the left side where there are wardrobes. When he looked there, he saw Ashley blinking
I'm finna
inside
start
the
a new live
wardrobe
because
using a
this live
clothing
been
rope
going too
like those
long.
sweaters they use in the room. So when he's speaking about wardrobes,